cultivation world, I begin by getting struck by lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, Greedy Wolf breaks the Army 7 killing sword formation. After the first round of bidding began, a group of disciples from Huangdao Palace handed over papers with trading items to Su Fan. After seeing the trading items of these people, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These foundation-building disciples of Huangdao Palace are too rich. In the past, Su Fan always thought that he had seen the world, but compared with these disciples of the Central Plains super-immortal sect, it was simply a world of difference. Now it seems that he is just a poor guy. For the first time in his life, he hated the rich, and he hated these rich people to death. After careful selection, Su Fan traded a piece of evil spirit bone to a disciple on duty, and he got 2 third-level immortal talismans. Although the trading items of other people are also very precious, at this time, it is better to choose cultivation resources that can improve combat power as much as possible. There is no way he may not be sent to the front line one day. On the cruel battlefield, those low-level evil demons are nothing, but if they are targeted by foreign demons, he will not know how he died without any trump cards. After the first round of bidding, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense. Although there were still 4 evil spirit bones left, they did not dare to take any chances. So after the second round of bidding began, everyone raised the price at the same time. Looking at the various rare cultivation resources such as materials, elixirs, fairy talismans and formations, his heartbeat accelerated and his breathing became rapid. But he still suppressed his excitement and tried to calm himself down. The more this time, the more he can't be blind. Only choose the right one, not the expensive one. Several rounds of bidding transactions were very fast, and the 5 evil spirit bones of the big demon were all found sellers, which also made him reap unimaginable returns. When he thought of the large number of these broken bones in the ring, his heart couldn't help but get hot. Of course, things are precious because they are rare. No matter how good things are, they are worthless once there are too many. After the transaction was completed, Su Fan nodded to them and left. He did not go to the workshop to continue making tools, but went straight back to the cave, sitting cross-legged on the futon quietly. After a long while, Su Fan finally calmed down. The reason why he didn't return to the workshop to make tools was because he was so excited that he was like a chicken. In this state, let alone making tools, he would make mistakes in everything he did. Su Fan let out a long breath, and took out several storage bags and placed them in front of him. These storage bags were what he exchanged for the 5 broken bones. Let alone other things, there were 4 third-level immortal talismans alone. A golden armor warrior immortal talisman, after being activated, can summon a golden armor warrior with a strength equivalent to that of a giant and cultivator. A Vajra glazed immortal talisman, after being activated, can support a Vajra glazed light shield around the body, which can withstand several attacks from giant and early stage cultivators. A Sans and Kinkson immortal talisman, after being activated, can purify the mind and desires, stabilize the soul, and prevent the mind from being disturbed by various evil thoughts, and can also defend against various mental attacks such as curses and confusion. A Sunflower Water Thunder immortal talisman can condense a sunflower water thunder after being activated. It is extremely powerful and can kill all kinds of evil spirits. A Golden Dragon Armor immortal talisman can condense a golden dragon around the body after being activated, which can withstand the full force of a giant and cultivator. Really, Su Fan felt that these 4 third-level immortal talismans alone were enough to exchange for 5 evil spirit bones. But there was no way. The fellow disciples of Huangdao Palace were too enthusiastic. In addition to the 4 third-level immortal talismans, there are also several top-grade spiritual tools, all of which have extremely extraordinary functions. One of the top-grade spiritual tools, the Purple Heart Mysterious Water Jade Pendant, is usually worn on the chest. It can not only resist all kinds of mental attacks, but also calm the mind and prevent the mind from being confused. There is also a top-grade spiritual tool, the Spring Sun Melting Snow Mirror, which can not only break the illusion array, but also prevent the cultivator from being disturbed when hung above the head. Although Su Fan did not want to practice evil methods, he did not know what was wrong. Every time he encountered difficulties, he had to practice that set of evil skills. Su Fan chose this spring sun melting snow mirror, purple heart mysterious water jade pendant, and the sands and kinks in immortal talisman just to prevent trouble before it happens. There is also a top-grade attack spiritual weapon invisible breaking gang needle, which has the characteristics of being invisible and as fast as escaping light, and is extremely sharp, which is very consistent with the wretched tactics of Su Fan, an old cunning man. Su Fan only chose 2 bottles of pills, including Liang Burst Blood Pill and Resurrection Pill. There are 3 Liang Burst Blood Pills. After taking them, you can overdraw your mana and blood in a short period of time, and nearly double your realm. This kind of pill is purely a tiger and wolf effect. At the cost of overdrawing the foundation of the cultivator, it stimulates the greatest potential. After the effect of the medicine ends, there will be a 3-day weakening period. With the physical blood of an ordinary foundation-building cultivator, if you take such a tiger and wolf pill, even after the weakening period, the physical foundation will be damaged. But for Su Fan, who has a physical strength like a monster, it is really not a big deal. The resurrection pill is a top-grade healing pill. There is only one in the bottle. According to legend, the effect is very amazing. The most amazing thing is that no matter how badly you are injured, you can stabilize your cultivation foundation. This top-grade healing pill is too rare, even the Taidan sect does not have much stock. All of the above things were chosen by Su Fan to save his life on the battlefield. With these spiritual tools, fairy talismans and elixirs, plus the rewards from the Huayandao Palace, Su Fan's chances of surviving on the battlefield will be greatly increased. This is also his priority choice. He must save his life first, and then think about other things. In addition, there are some precious refining materials, such as Tai Zhengjin, Snell and Cold Marrow, Earth Origin Zirin and 10,000 Years Warm Jade Marrow, etc. There are more than a dozen kinds. No matter where these treasures are, they are absolutely rare materials that are hard to come by. If Su Fan doesn't take them, he will feel sorry for himself. Su Fan put all the things into the ring. Who would have thought that 5 broken bones could be exchanged for so many precious cultivation resources? It was simply a bloody profit. In fact, these evil spirit bones of the great demons usually only appear on the altars arranged by Ocean. If he had not destroyed a teleportation altar alone, he would not have been able to get so many evil spirit bones. Although the immortal sect cultivators also destroyed many such altars, the evil spirit bones of the great demons on them almost all fell into the hands of Jinden's Henren and Yuanying's Henjin. The foundation building cultivators on the battlefield, let alone getting them, may not even see one. Su Fan took a deep breath and tried to suppress his excitement, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't calm down. The heart of Tao still needs to be practiced. The heart is as calm as water, and it is easy to be content with what you have. It is not happy with things, nor sad with yourself. This is what a cultivator should be like, but it's a pity that he can't do it yet. Okay, let's take a good rest for a day. I won't go to the cafeteria to eat in the evening. I will prepare a few side dishes and open a jar of spiritual wine and have a good drink. Before he could prepare the food, he heard someone knocking on the door. Su Fan frowned immediately. This was the first time someone had come to the door since he came to the residence of Huayandao Palace. He walked over and opened the door, and found the disciple of Huayandao Palace standing outside. This person looked familiar. He was a disciple who had just participated in the bidding. He did not trade the evil spirit bone. Seeing Su Fan's surprise, the other party didn't care at all and even bowed to him. Brother, I am Li Han from the inner sect. I have wanted to come and bother you for a long time. I happened to pass by today, so I came to visit. What else could Su Fan say when he met such a shameless person? But he didn't hit a smiling person. He was a person who was soft-hearted and didn't stand hardship, and he fell for this. Brother, come in. Su Fan stretched out his hand to let Li Han into the house, then brewed a pot of spiritual tea and poured a cup for the other party. Brother, your tea is good. Li Han took a sip of the tea and couldn't help but praise it, then took out a paper bag from his ring and handed it to Su Fan. Brother, I am also a tea expert. This bag of snowflake Herculigo was obtained by chance when I traveled in the northern border before. You can try it when you have time. After hearing what Li Han said, Su Fan didn't understand what this guy was going to do. Brother, I don't like to beat around the bush. I just want to say it directly. Li Han didn't expect Su Fan to be so direct, which was completely different from other disciples in the sect. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He coughed to ease his embarrassment. Brother, I guess you still have evil spirit bones in your hand. Can you let me share them? Don't worry, I will never let you suffer a loss. At this point, Li Han took out a storage bag from his ring and placed it in front of Su Fan. Su Fan almost laughed out loud. He really didn't expect that there would be someone who would come to his door to be slaughtered. I admit that I still have one. But that's for my own use. Junior brother, you're being unkind. Li Han's eyes lit up when he heard Su Fan's words. He quickly bowed his hands to apologize, and then pushed the storage bag in front of Su Fan. Senior brother, you should take a look at junior brother's intentions first. Su Fan glared at him, picked up the storage bag, and scanned it with his spiritual sense. Oh my god. There was actually a set of formations in the storage bag. Su Fan took out a jade slip from it and put it on his forehead. This is a set of sword formations, called Tanlang Pojun Kisha sword formation. Tanlang, Pojun, Kisha. Once these three stars gather together, it is the so-called kill, break, wolf pattern. The world will definitely change hands, irreversible. Just looking at the interpretation of the sword formation, the power of this sword formation can be seen. This set of sword formations is equipped with 3 top-grade flying swords. When fighting with others, the swords are fierce and violent, and the power is boundless. As the realm of the cultivator is improved, the number of flying swords in the sword formation can be increased. If the number of flying swords is doubled, the power of the sword formation will be increased several times. The only flaw is that when the sword formation is activated, it consumes a lot of spirit and soul. Moreover, cultivators with average spiritual power cannot control this sword formation at all. Forcible use may even damage the Purple Palace. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh that this sword formation is really awesome. Apart from anything else, the value of the 3 top-grade flying swords that come with this sword formation is far more than this piece of evil spirit bone. After a while, Su Fan put down the jade slip and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Junior brother, you are too? Li Han hurriedly cupped his hands and said sincerely, please help me. Su Fan lowered his head, pretending to be in a dilemma, as if he was hesitant. Li Han looked at Su Fan nervously, and he took a sip of tea. Although he knew in his heart that he would definitely lose out by exchanging the things he took out for such a piece of evil spirit bone. This set of Tanlang Pajun Kisha sword formation was obtained by chance from a sword cultivator of Linxiao sword sect. He was quite happy at that time, but later he found that with his spiritual power, he could not bring out the true strength of this sword formation. Although the power of the sword formation is very strong, it is just a chicken rib in his hand. Moreover, Li Han does not like fighting, and is not good at fighting with others. Letting him go to the battlefield is no different from sending himself to death. But if this piece of evil spirit bone is exchanged and given to the giant and uncle in the station, he can ask him to transfer himself back to the sect to arrange an idle job. After a long while, Su Fan sighed and looked up at Li Han. Okay, junior brother, you won. This last piece of evil spirit bone is given to you. Li Han was ecstatic when he heard it, and he quickly bowed. Thank you, senior brother. If you have any questions in the sect, just tell me. Su Fan took out a piece of evil spirit bone from the ring. Li Han's eyes froze, because this piece of evil bone was obviously much larger than the other 5 pieces. Junior brother, although I gave you this piece of evil spirit bone, you must keep it secret. If people know about it, how can I live as a human being in the future? Li Han was stunned after hearing Su Fan's words. You still care about being a human being? Have you ever been a human being in the garrison? Don't worry, senior brother. If this matter is spread, junior brother is willing to be struck by lightning and the avenue will be destroyed. Damn. The oath this guy made was too damn poisonous. Su Fan wanted to slap himself in the face. He was too rude. He just said it casually. In fact, he hoped that this guy would go out and show off to others. The more the resident monks knew about his evil spirit bone, the better. Anyway, there were still a lot of broken bones. Li Han was very excited to get a piece of evil spirit bone and chatted with Su Fan again. Su Fan couldn't send him away, so he could only respond with a few words. Suddenly, he remembered something. Junior brother, I just got started. I wonder if you have any ancient books on the Dao of weapons. In fact, he was just trying to ask, and didn't expect to get some secret books or something. Who knew that Li Han was in a good mood and really gave him 2 ancient books and a few jade slips, which were some inheritances of Huan Dao Palace and his experience in making weapons over the years. In fact, these things are in the library inside the mountain gate of Huan Dao Palace. There are so many of them, and they are simply countless. Anyway, Su Fan is already a disciple of the sect, so Li Han has no psychological burden to give him these inheritance experiences. Li Han stayed for a while and then stood up to say goodbye. Su Fan had just sent the people away, and his butt was still warm when someone knocked on the door outside. He chuckled, and there must be someone else coming to the door to be slaughtered. Next, several groups of disciples from Huangdao Palace came to his door and wanted to trade evil spirit bones with him. They were all those who didn't exchange for evil spirit bones during the bidding. Su Fan used the same method as when Li Han came, pretending to be hesitant, until finally reluctantly giving up. Really, they gave too much? Although there is no more precious thing like Li Han's Tanlang Pajin Kisha sword formation, Su Fan can wake up with a smile even if he takes out any one of them. Even if he doesn't have a few pieces of evil spirit bones, Su Fan will not hesitate to take action. Although the power of the magic weapon with the addition of evil spirit bone powder will increase several times, it is nothing compared to the mysterious magic sword in Su Fan's hand. In the next few days, no one came to the door to be slaughtered. But Su Fan was not in a hurry at all. He knew in his heart that this matter would definitely not be covered up. His judgment was correct. After a few days, someone came to the door secretly and wanted to trade evil spirit bones with him. Su Fan certainly would not miss this opportunity. He simply accepted everyone who came. Anyway, as long as you want it, he dares to give it. Later, there were really no small pieces left, so Su Fan simply smashed the big pieces of evil spirit bones and traded them with others. Moreover, the value of the things exchanged each time was not low at all. Originally, the disciples of Huangdao Palace were all RMB players, and Su Fan looked like he was reluctant to sell them. Anyway, he would definitely not sell them if the price was not enough. What Su Fan did not expect was that several Jindans Henren in the station actually found him. These old guys were not so easy to fool. When they traded, they just gave him some things of equivalent value. 2 Jindans Henren even gave him a bunch of high-quality spirit stones, which was also rare. But Su Fan did not dare to say anything, because he was a Jindans Henren. Even in the Central Plains Immortal sect, if it was in the Western Wilderness, Su Fan would not dare to show off so many good things in his hands. If those old demons knew about it and snatched the things away, you would be lucky. If they didn't let you die, they would be soft-hearted. Su Fan stayed in the base for several months. He first fleeced the Huangtaoist palace, and then slaughtered these sect disciples. He made a lot of money from this wave of slaughtering. Anyway, Su Fan knew that he would be sent to the front line sooner or later, and he never thought that the Huangtaoist palace would let him stay here forever. So when Su Fan took action, he was really rude. Originally, he and these super immortal sect disciples were not the same kind of people, and he never thought about being loyal to them in the future. A big guy asked me to update more chapters, but Lao Bu is old, has to go to work every day, and is also a clumsy person. It's really beyond my ability. Let's wait until May Day, and Lao Bu will try to release a few chapters. Thanks to all the book friends who support Lao Bu. Thank you everyone. Chapter 302. Where do those broken rules come from? After more than a month of tossing and turning, almost every cultivator in the Huangdao Palace had an evil spirit bone. By the time everyone reacted, the transaction was already completed. They all cursed Su Fan for being shameless and hateful. Originally, the Huangdao Palace disciples in the resident area only discriminated against and despised Su Fan, but now it has escalated to gritting their teeth. If they were not afraid of being beaten by Su Fan, they would have attacked him in groups long ago. But Su Fan didn't care at all. Anyway, it wouldn't be long before he would leave here and go to the front line. So he didn't have to give these people a good face. After fleecing for so long, Su Fan's ring was filled with all kinds of top-quality cultivation materials. Of course, the one that suited his heart the most was the set of Tanlang Pojun Kisha sword formation. It was said that Li Han, who had traded with him, had left the front line and was transferred back to the sect. It was a pity that he didn't have much time now and really had no time to practice that set of sword formations. After making a lot of money, Su Fan went into the weapon-making workshop and frantically made weapons, becoming a task maniac again. The refining of mid-grade spiritual weapons is indeed not that easy. Su Fan endured more than a month in the weapon-making workshop of the workshop, and only then did he touch the door and barely succeeded once. Fortunately, there is a bug in the game panel. As long as you get into the door, everything else is not a problem. Next, Su Fan kept brushing the data, and finally completely mastered the refining method of the wind and fire demon slaying sword, and could also exchange for good deeds with his task. Now Su Fan goes to the demon suppressing monument every day to take a look, estimating the time when his top position will be surpassed. He is also racing against time. Every day growing up in the weapon-making shed, he accepted weapon-making tasks like crazy. Su Fan knew in his heart that if he missed this opportunity, he would miss it forever. Where else could he find such a place where he could accumulate weapon-making experience without spending a single spirit stone? At noon that day, Su Fan walked out of the weapon-making workshop excitedly, because he finally succeeded in refining the fiery demon-slaying knife. He came to the counter and threw his identity J talisman and a storage bag in front of the counter. When several disciples on duty saw that it was him, they didn't give him a good look, but they didn't dare to offend him, so they were all very twisted. Su Fan didn't care at all. He had just slaughtered these cowards with a knife, so he didn't let them turn their faces away. He was not a gangster bully, he had to be reasonable. After handing in the task in exchange for good deeds, Su Fan came to the square outside again, wanting to see the ranking of the Demon Slayer list. In the past few days, the gap between the second place and the first place has been very small, and it is estimated that it would only take a few days to surpass him. As he expected, the top 10 on the Demon Slayer list today were all sword cultivators and magic cultivators, and there was no place for him. Su Fan turned around and left without a second thought. He returned to the workshop and plunged into the weapon-making workshop. It was estimated that he would be sent to the front line in a few days. He had to take advantage of the last chance to quickly gain experience with a fiery demon-slaying knife. For the next 3 days and 3 nights, Su Fan did not sleep and stayed in the weapon-making workshop day and night. Since he traveled to this world of cultivation, these few months have been the most painful and exciting time for him. Not only can he eat and drink for free every day, but he can also unscrupulously fleece the Taoist palace and make a lot of money. It's so cool. It's a pity that this is not the place for him to stay. In the eyes of the disciples of the Taoist palace, Su Fan is not worthy of this place at all. 3 days later, Su Fan had just come out of the weapon-making workshop when he saw 2 disciples of the Taoist palace coming to him. In front of him. Su Fan guessed correctly. After being comfortable for so long, it was time to leave. Before the other party could speak, he spoke first. "Wait for me, I've handed in the task, and I'll go with you after I go back and pack up." The 2 disciples of Taoist palace were stunned for a moment, and then nodded. Su Fan handed in the task, went back to the cave to pack up, and then followed the 2 disciples outside. The people in the workshop in the base may have heard something, and everyone ran around excitedly to tell each other, cheering. Many people also ran over excitedly, gathered together to point at him, and watched him being taken away with gloating. This rude and treacherous guy was finally driven away. Su Fan didn't take these people's behavior seriously at all. Anyway, he had already made enough money here. Just after leaving the base, Su Fan suddenly remembered something, and he stopped. Is there a place to exchange rewards here? The leading disciple of the Fire Cloud Palace thought for a moment and pointed to a house not far away. I want to exchange the rewards here. It won't take too long, although the Central Plains Immortal Sect promised that the frontline cultivators could exchange the rewards at will in any place. But Su Fan knew in his heart that it was just a saying. How could the rewards exchanged at the headquarters of the Super Immortal Sect and the place where the cannon fodders on the front line of the battlefield were the same? Maybe seeing that Su Fan was about to be sent to the front line, several disciples of the Fire Cloud Palace did not make it difficult for him. They discussed it and agreed. Su Fan walked into the room. There was a counter in front and a constantly refreshing light curtain on the wall behind. The places for exchanging rewards on the front line are often crowded with people, but this place in the headquarters of the Super Immortal Sect in the rear is deserted. Su Fan walked to the counter. The disciples on duty behind the counter were all pretty girls. Anyway, they all looked familiar. When the girls saw him, they were all stunned and their faces suddenly became cold and fierce, with a hint of disgust and hatred in his eyes. How did this bastard come here? In this resident of Huayandao Palace, no one does not know Su Fan. Because this guy is really too capable. He's extremely vulgar and barbaric, not like a disciple of the Immortal Sect at all. And he is like a glutton. Every meal in the cafeteria is equivalent to the amount of dozens of disciples, and the way he eats is disgusting. Later, this bastard became even more hateful. And he actually sold evil spirit bones in the resident. He used sweet words to deceive the disciples of Huayandeo Palace and reap their wealth unscrupulously. Several girls on duty here have also been cut by Su Fan. Don't look at them one by one. Charming and pure like a pool of water, but Su Fan slaughtered them without mercy. So when he came here, Su Fan didn't expect people to give him a good face. Even if he was given a hard time, he wouldn't say anything. Su Fan walked to the counter and handed over his identity jade talisman. This junior sister, I want to exchange rewards with good deeds. A female cultivator behind the counter looked at him coldly, then took his identity jade talisman and swiped it on the micro-magic circle. Su Fan's personal information also appeared on the light screen that popped up. The girl looked at the number of good deeds on it, and then looked at Su Fan's name. She subconsciously covered her mouth and stared with her eyes wide open. Several girls next to her also came over and were also shocked. Su Fan has been at the top of the Demon Slayer list for several months, and he is from the Huayandeo Palace, so the disciples in the sect are very concerned. Although they are also foreign disciples, they are good at fighting. At this time, who doesn't want to have such a fellow disciple to add luster to the sect? So even though the disciples of the Huayandeo Palace have an innate sense of superiority, they are not opposed to masters like Su Fan who dominate the list. Especially the female disciples in the sect, when they get together to chat, the topic about Su Fan has never stopped. This group of female hooligans have long wanted to meet this mysterious fellow disciple. Today finally I saw a living person. Papa, seeing that several people ignored him for a long time, Su Fan frowned and knocked on the counter with his hand. Sisters, is there anything wrong? When Su Fan asked this, the sisters were all startled and woke up from the shock. No. Several sisters changed their just frowning and cold eyes, and all stood up, blinking their eyes, looking at Su Fan like a fangirl. Looking at the looks of the girls, not only Su Fan was stunned, but even the two disciples of Huayantaoist Palace were confused. What happened to these girls? Su Fan knew what was going on with the change in the attitudes of the girls. But he didn't expect that their changes would be so big. Senior brother, the rewards from the major immortal sects in the Central Plains are all here, and our Taoist Palace has additional rewards. Senior brother, sit down and take a look. I'll go and pour you a cup of spiritual tea. The rewards are quite a lot. Do you want me to help you to think about it? A few girls even walked out of the counter, and surrounded Su Fan in a sticky manner, pushing the two disciples of Huayandeo Palace aside. Su Fan was also a little confused. Female disciples of the immortal sect were not like this. Aren't they all very ladylike? What on earth happened? The girl who made tea for Su Fan took off the communication jade talisman from her waist while she was making tea. Senior sister, come here quickly. Su Fan is here with us. Which Su Fan? It can't be. I'll be there right away. Junior sister Honggayu, Su Fan is here with me. What? Senior sister, you must hold him down. I'll be there right away. This girl kept calling for people. And she recruited all the female cultivators in the base at once. Su Fan put the jade slip on his forehead and looked at it carefully, while several girls helped him to study it. After a while, he had chosen the things to exchange. It must be said that the cultivation resources of Zhangin and Xianzong are indeed too rich. As long as it is what you want, you can find it. Of course, it is often necessary to have a huge amount of good deeds to exchange for what you like. But for Su Fan, good deeds are not a big deal. He can dominate the Demon Slayer ranking for several months. Is that just a joke? Su Fan put down the jade slip, thought for a while and said, Sisters, please help me. He hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly felt that the atmosphere around him was not right. He turned around and looked around again, and was almost scared to death. He saw that more than 20 female cultivators had gathered in the room at some point, with light in their eyes, looking at him unscrupulously. What the hell? He turned his head and glanced at the two disciples of Huayantaoist Palace who were squeezed out. It's like this, and you two don't care about it. Brother, try this fairy ling ointment. I made it myself. This is the Ruyan jade pendant I refined, which can make you fragrant all over your body. The mist fantasy bracelet I made, when you wear it, it can cover up your breath. Brother, this is the spiritual tea autumn leaves and flowing gold that I personally brewed. If one or two girls are around you, it will definitely be pleasing to the eyes and make you happy physically and mentally. But if a lot of beautiful girls surround you, Su Fan will feel like he's suffering. Once these girls gather together in large numbers, they are very bold, and they will start to act while talking. Su Fan felt that he was molested by a group of female hooligans. The two disciples of Huayandeo Palace who were squeezed outside couldn't bear it anymore. "My fellow disciples, we have official business later, please." Before the leading disciple finished speaking, the eyes of a group of girls swept at him, as if it was like a knife. "What are you two doing?" A sturdy girl came out and glared at them. "We are from the sect's Foreign Affairs Department, come here." Before they could finish, another girl put her hands on her hips, pointed at their noses and yelled, "Is the Foreign Affairs Department that powerful? Isn't it all under the jurisdiction of my second uncle?" After hearing the girl's introduction, the two disciples immediately became intimidated. Their second uncle was their boss, how could they afford to offend him? If they can't afford to offend him, then you guys talk. The two of them glanced at each other, and regardless of Su Fan's resentful eyes, they walked out of the room dejectedly, and silently pretended to be dogs outside. "Brother, who is this person? I really want to know. Why don't you go and ask?" After a while, the man came back. "Brother, that person is the top of the Demon Slayer list, Su Fan." "What? He's Su Fan?" The two stood there in a daze, and it took them a long time to come to their senses. They also received an assignment from the sect today, asking two people to pick up a disciple and go to the third line of defense. Unexpectedly, the person they picked up was Su Fan, who was very famous in the sect in the past few months. This name has spread throughout the Huayandeo Palace, but no one has seen this person. "I don't know." After a long time, Su Fan finally escaped from the house in a panic. Being surrounded by so many girls was not something he could bear. He ran to the two disciples of Huayandeo Palace and waved at them. "Let's go." The two were stunned for a moment and hurriedly chased after him. Behind them, a group of girls shouted and followed. They didn't get rid of their entanglement until they ran to the airport and boarded a flying boat. Su Fan followed the two into a cabin, sat cross-legged on the ground, and breathed a sigh of relief. He finally got rid of these female hooligans. They were too cruel. At this time, he didn't notice that the Huayandeo Palace disciples who took him to the front line also became polite to him. The younger disciple was even a little reserved. However, the two of them couldn't let go of their reservedness as disciples of the super immortal sect. Although they wanted to communicate with Su Fan, they couldn't find any topics for a while. Fortunately, Su Fan also wanted to know the situation at the front, so he asked them. "Two junior brothers, what is the situation at the front now?" The leading disciple hurriedly said, "The battle situation at the front is very fierce now. Our Huayandeo Palace disciples have also launched several assaults from the third line of defense to help block the second line of defense." After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan knew in his heart that the second line of defense would not last much longer. In fact, this should have been within the expectations of the major immortal sects in the Central Plains. These three lines of defense were originally built in a hurry, mainly to buy time for the general mobilization in the rear. It has lasted so long, which has exceeded expectations. It's a pity that those cultivators who are still fighting on the front line will find it difficult to withdraw in one piece once the second line of defense collapses. Just like the cannon fodder they were at the beginning, they all have to be stuffed into this huge meat grinder. With this topic at the beginning, they talked more. These two people are the deacon disciples of the sect's Foreign Affairs Hall. Their main task is to coordinate and manage these new disciples. The older one is called Tang Fei, and the younger one is called Wang Han. All disciples who can be accepted by the super immortal sect have good talents. Both of them have dual spiritual root qualifications. They have broken through the foundation building stage before they were 30 years old and became inner disciples of the Huayandeo Palace. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh that a wealthy family is a wealthy family. Such qualifications disciples can be found everywhere in Huayandeo Palace. Any one of them would be regarded as a treasure if thrown to a small family. Boom! With a dull loud noise, the flying boat landed on the ground. Su Fan followed the two people off the flying boat and came to the Huayandeo Palace's base on the third line of defense. The disciples in this base are almost all cultivators who have just been recruited from Qianfang. They were originally people who crawled out of the pile of dead bodies. No matter which one, their combat effectiveness is very strong. Now that they have joined Huayandeo Palace, with the unremitting support of the sect, the strength of these cultivators has almost doubled. It is said that in the recent assaults, they have shown strong combat effectiveness, and the sect leaders are very satisfied with them. In order to win over these people, Huan Taoist Palace has spent a lot of cultivation resources. Whether it is battlefield supplies or post-war rewards, they are all extraordinarily generous. When have these cultivators from small families ever enjoyed such generous treatment? So they are very hard working on the battlefield. Su Fan was led to a room by the two people. Outside the pavilion, Tang Fei pointed to the second floor. Brother, the resident King Gaiu's Henren is on the second floor, you can go up. After the two of them finished their explanation, they said goodbye to him and left. Su Fan raised his head and looked at the pavilion, then walked in. When he arrived at the second floor, he saw an old man sitting cross-legged there, reading an ancient book with great interest. The old man had gray hair, and his robes and Taoist buns were meticulously tied. Although his face was very thin, his eyes were shrewd, and his temperament was profound and majestic, giving people an indescribable sense of oppression. Disciple Su Fan, pays homage to Uncle King Gaiu. The old man glanced at Su Fan, put down the ancient book in his hand, and waved at him. Come and sit down. Su Fan walked over, but he didn't dare to sit down, but stood there respectfully. Sit down, you're already on the battlefield, why are there all these broken rules? After hearing the old man's words, Su Fan sat down cross-legged. Seeing that the old man was going to make tea for him, he quickly stood up and took the other's teapot. After brewing a pot of spiritual tea, he poured a cup for the old man. Well, you kid, has a good character. The old man took a sip of the spiritual tea and praised him. Uncle Master, you are too kind. Don't be polite to me, I was also recruited from outside. After hearing the old man's words, Su Fan couldn't help but smile, and the whole person relaxed. He was just wondering, this old man's style, how could he have the demeanor of a super immortal sect Jinden's Henren, who knew that this Uncle Master had the same background as him? This also made Su Fan feel a little bit of intimacy for some reason. How did you get so much, kid? Good deeds. Su Fan smiled bitterly and said, to be honest with you, Uncle Master, I used the blood escape secret technique to break out of the encirclement, and just in time, I saw several Jinden seniors attacking the altar of the evil demon. I hid nearby and took advantage of the opportunity. True man King Gaiu laughed when he heard this, and he pointed at Su Fan. Haha, you kid, you are not honest at all. If you don't have some tricks, you won't be able to take advantage of anything. What else could Su Fan say? He could only laugh along. This old man should be a casual cultivator, which was quite to his liking. Since you're here, you can lead a team. After hearing Uncle King Gaiu's words, Su Fan hurriedly shook his hand to refuse. What a joke, I don't have the time to lead a team. Uncle, I'm not good at socializing. I'm okay fighting alone, but if you let me lead a team, it will be difficult for you. The old man chuckled and nodded. That's fine, you don't have to join the team, just find a room downstairs and settle down first. At this point, he glanced at Su Fan with a smile. When we really get to the battlefield, you can't hide, you have to help me. Su Fan hurriedly patted his chest to express his determination. As long as you say so, the disciple will fight to the death. Chapter 303 I won't be polite then. Su Fan and King Gaiu's Henren chatted for a long time, and the atmosphere was very good. The old man was born as a casual cultivator, and he was also very talkative. He didn't behave like a super immortal sect cultivator. In short, he was very down to earth and made people feel friendly. Of course, it would be very comfortable to work under this King Gaiu's Henren in the future, but if you want to hide it, it might not be so easy. How could it be so simple for an old man, a casual cultivator, to struggle all the way to Jinden's Henren? Opportunity, character, and means, none of them are missing. Who knows how many corpses of cultivators he has stepped on to get to where he is today. Anyway, it's not easy to fool him. At least in Su Fan's opinion, this old man is much more skilled than those Jinden's Henren in Huayandao Palace. It must be said that although Huayandao Palace doesn't have many fighters, they are good at doing business and are good at using people. Su Fan chatted with King Gaiu Monk for a while, and then respectfully said goodbye and left. When he came down from upstairs, he saw Tang Fei and Wang Han waiting for him. Brother, Uncle King Gaiu just told me to come with me. After all, it was the front line, and even the Huayandao Palace's residence had only so-so conditions. Su Fan's residence was just a room of more than 20 square meters, empty and empty. Even at the headquarters of the resident, he could still be assigned a single room. If he went to the team below, he would have to squeeze into a room with 10 or 8 people. The conditions of the Huayandao Palace's resident were relatively good. At least the 3 meals of the cultivators were of high standard, and all kinds of rare spiritual food were enough to eat. Even if it was not as good as the rear area, it was still the resident with the best welfare on the front line. After settling down, Su Fan left the room and strolled around the resident. Although the atmosphere of war here was very strong, after all, being in the third line of defense, the disciples of various sects were relatively relaxed on weekdays. The cultivators of the third line of defense in the Eastern Theater, in addition to the disciples of the Taoidan sect and the Huayandao Palace, were people from various Yuanying sects in the eastern part of the Central Plains and the East China Sea. Then there are the monks who came to support, but their treatment is much worse, and they will be stuffed into the huge meat grinder of the second line of defense at any time. Su Fan came to a nearby square, walked under the demon-suppressing monument, and found that the ranking of the Demon Slayer list had changed again. He shook his head and estimated that his ranking would probably be after the 1000th place. Su Fan was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly he found that the ranking of the Demon Slayer list had just been refreshed, and a sword cultivator rushed into the top 10 of the list. 10th place, Yi Xian, early stage of foundation building, Link Xiao Sword Sect, fuck. Old Yi is too fierce. Seeing Yi Xian's name, Su Fan felt very close. Su Fan traveled to this world of cultivation, and he really didn't have many friends, but Old Yi must be one of them. That's not right. Isn't Old Yi from the Xiang Sword Sect? How come he has become a disciple of the Central Plains Super Sword Sect? But he immediately figured it out. The Central Plains Immortal Sect made peace with the Western Wasteland Demon Sect, and the condition was to give up Yongzhou, Ganzhou and Lanzhou in the Western Wasteland. The Xiang Sword Sect where Lao Yu was located must also be moved to the Central Plains. This made sense. With Lao Yu's qualifications, it was not impossible for him to be chosen by a Super Sword Sect. Moreover, Link Xiao Sword Sect might be the upper sect of Xiang Sword Sect. He didn't know if the two of them could meet. He really missed Lao Yi. Unfortunately, the battlefield was so big, and they were divided into 2 war zones, the East and West. The chance of the two meeting was too slim. Su Fan left the square and wanted to return to the station. When he walked not far from the station, he found that there were many cultivators setting up stalls on a piece of open space next to it, which attracted many cultivators. Su Fan immediately became energetic and walked over to visit each stall. The people who came here to set up stalls were all cultivators from various stations on the defense line. There were cultivators from all sects. It was quite lively with people coming and going, and a large-scale market had been formed. All kinds of cultivation resources can be found here, especially the most types of spiritual tools, talismans and elixirs. After all, it was the front line. If you really go to the battlefield, all kinds of supplies will be consumed. One spiritual tool is usually enough for a foundation-building cultivator, but if you don't prepare 3 or 5 of them at the front, you will feel uneasy. Not to mention consumables such as talismans and elixirs, it is not too much to prepare. In this market, cultivators almost all trade with each other with good deeds, and the price is obviously much lower than the rewards issued by the major immortal sects in the Central Plains. Su Fan thought about it and decided that since he had nothing to do, he might as well set up a stall here. He was idle anyway, and he could also make some good deeds. In fact, it was mainly because there were a lot of spiritual tools in the ring, and he wanted to clear the inventory. In the past few months, Su Fan had been making tools crazily in the tool-making workshop of the Huayandao Palace in the rear, and accumulated a lot of spiritual tools. Forget about the evil spirit bone. The cultivators at the front are not rich, and this thing probably won't sell for much here. Thinking of this, Su Fan found a deserted place at the edge of the market, spread a piece of animal skin, and took out a few low-grade spiritual tools from the ring and placed them on it. The price Su Fan offered was not high. Anyway, there were a lot of low-grade spiritual tools in the ring. Business was good. As soon as he set up the stall, several people came to ask for the price. Seeing that the price was not high and the quality of the spiritual tools was acceptable, they all traded with him. It must be said that the spiritual tools needed by the foundation-building cultivators were in great demand on the front line. In less than an hour, Su Fan sold more than a dozen low-grade spiritual tools, and people came to ask for prices from time to time. Having seen the heroism of the disciples of Huayandao Palace, he no longer looked down on these melons and dates. With Su Fan's wealth, he was definitely a rich man. But there was no way, there were too many low-grade spiritual tools piled up in the ring. Moreover, These spiritual tools were all his practice works, and the quality was just so-so. It was better to sell them all here. In addition, because there were mixed people in the market, there were people from all sects. Su Fan set up a stall here every few days, and he could also learn some information from the front line from other cultivators. It was not until dinner time that Su Fan closed his stall and returned to the canteen of the base. Nothing to say, just eat. Since he came to the front line, his favorite thing is to eat and drink for free. After eating and drinking, Su Fan returned to his room to practice Yunilunguang, and then took out the sword formation from the ring. He held a jade slip on his forehead and carefully studied the sword formation. After a long time, Su Fan put down the jade slip, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It's true that this set of Tanlang Pajin Kisha sword formation still has some tricks. It's not difficult to control the sword formation, but it's not that easy to bring out the true strength of this sword formation. But this sword formation also has a threshold. Cultivators with poor mental strength should not play with it. Even cultivators with good mental strength dare not control the sword formation recklessly, because it consumes too much spiritual consciousness. And if you are not careful, it will damage the soul. Although this set of Tanlang Pojun Kisha sword formation is fierce, in the eyes of most cultivators, it is just a chicken rib. But for Su Fan, it is really nothing. Now his soul is very strong, and coupled with a long-term practice of ghost demon forging god technique without slacking off, his soul is extremely solid. Therefore, Su Fan can still exert the true power of this sword formation. This formation is composed of a miniature formation plate and 3 top-grade flying swords. The formation plate is only the size of a palm and can be held directly in the hand. He dripped a drop of blood on the formation plate, and stamped his spiritual brand on the 3 top-grade flying swords, and then simply controlled the sword formation in the house. There is also a place for disciples to practice in this residence of Huayandao Palace. In fact, it is a wide valley, which has been simply transformed and isolated with magic arrays to create secret spaces. Su Fan walked into the valley, found a place where no one was, opened the formation, and instantly propped up a spiritual shield to isolate the space of dozens of feet. He took out the sword formation from the ring, pinched his fingers and chanted a spell, and sacrificed 3 top-grade flying swords, which kept circling in the air. Suddenly, Su Fan stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Tanlang Pojun Kisha. He kept controlling the sword formation until he was completely proficient and could control it as if it were his arm. Then he put away the sword formation and left the training ground. Su Fan spent a whole morning in the training ground and returned to the base with a dizzy head. It must be said that this set of sword formations really consumed too much spiritual consciousness. Even if his soul was extremely strong, he could only control it continuously for a moment. If it were a foundation-building cultivator, I'm afraid that his soul would not be able to bear it after a few moves. But no matter what, this set of swordsmanship is enough to become Su Fan's trump card. And it can definitely play a role in turning the tide at a critical moment. In the next few days, Su Fan spent almost all his time in the training ground, except for practicing Yunilin Guang twice a day in the morning and evening. Although he has now completely mastered this set of Tanlang Pojun Kisha sword formation, when controlling the sword formation to attack, the power is extremely fierce. But Su Fan always feels that there is a little difference, and he still hasn't exerted the maximum power of this sword formation. This is not urgent. After all, he has just practiced it for a short time. With continuous practice in the future, one day this sword formation will exert its maximum power. In addition to practicing the sword formation in the training field, occasionally in his spare time, he would go to the second floor to sit and chat with King Gaiu's Henren. Although the old man is a Jindan's Henren, he started from humble beginnings. He is easy to get along with on weekdays, doesn't put on airs, and doesn't have so many rules. Su Fan really didn't want to do anything with him, just to build a good relationship with a boss. If the relationship is harmonious, he will always be taken care of in the future on the battlefield. King Gaiu's Henren also has a good impression of him. After the two of them got to know each other, Su Fan would bring some things every time to coax the old man. As for the other cultivators in the station, Su Fan didn't have much contact. True man King Gaiu did not make his situation public. The cultivators in the teams below did not even know that he had come to the base. The deacons of the External Affairs Hall of the Huayandao Palace in the base knew Su Fan's identity, but they were all proud of their status and did not care about the cultivators from small families. However, Tang Fei, Wang Han and others were quite enthusiastic about Su Fan and came to ask about his well-being whenever they had nothing to do. Although Su Fan was also from a small family, he had dominated the Demon Slayer ranking for several months, and this record was enough to shock the Central Plains. Even these disciples from the super immortal sects in the Central Plains did not dare to show off in front of him. Half a month later, True Man King Gayu took Su Fan and others to the battlefield. These foundation-building disciples of the Huayandao Palace were actually the general reserve on the battlefield. Once the second line of defense was in crisis, they would rush up to plug the gap. Su Fan did not hide anything and worked very hard on the battlefield. He was not assigned to any team, but always followed King Gayu's henrun. Once there was a problem, he would rush to check and fill in the gaps. No matter where he appeared, he could quickly stabilize the situation. Although he did not use any trump cards, his strength shocked many people. Everyone was confused. When did Huayandao Palace have such a fierce man? King Gayu's henrun was even more satisfied with him. Although Jandan's henrun was extremely powerful, he had to keep an eye on the movements of the foreign demons on the battlefield. There would always be times when he could not take care of the hundreds of people in his team. And Su Fan, with his strong strength, rich practical experience, and endless means, really saved the old man a lot of worry. After lunch that day, Su Fan came to the second floor of the pavilion again. King Gayu's henrun saw him coming and laughed. "Boy, you came at the right time. Come and try my spiritual tea." The old man took a porcelain white teapot from the king table, put in the tender green and strange bud tip new tea, and put it on the red mud stove next to it to cook. After a while, the teapot began to gurgle. White mist rose, and an intoxicating fragrance lingered from the porcelain white teapot into the wooden house. The old man picked up the porcelain white teapot, poured a cup and handed it over. In the glass jade cup, tea leaves floated faintly, and the tea was as green as amber and jade. Su Fan walked over and sat cross-legged opposite the old man, reaching out to take the cup of spiritual tea handed over by the other party. He put the teacup between his lips, and the fragrant aroma came up, which made people feel refreshed. Su Fan took a small sip and let out a long breath. He only felt a refreshing feeling from his throat into his stomach, and his soul seemed to be washed by a cool spring, and his mind became clearer than ever before. "Uncle, where did you get this tea? It's not bad." "This is spiritual cloud and rain dew. You can't buy it no matter how many spiritual stones you have. It is a benefit given to us old guys by the sect." Seeing the show-off look on King Gayu's henrun's face, Su Fan almost laughed out loud. "If you like it, you can pack some and take it away later. There is such a good thing." Su Fan did not expect the old man to be so generous. He also heard that the spiritual tea of spiritual cloud and rain dew is absolutely hard to come by. "Really? Then I won't be polite, stinky boy. When have you ever been polite to me?" Su Fan thought for a while, took out a piece of evil spirit bone the size of a duck egg from the ring, and handed it to King Gayu's henrun. "Uncle, I picked up a piece of broken bone from the battlefield. I don't know what it is. Can you help me take a look?" The old man looked at the evil spirit bone in Su Fan's hand, and his eyes narrowed immediately. He took the evil spirit bone from Su Fan's hand, held it in his hand and looked at it carefully, then raised his head and looked at Su Fan with a smile. "This is what you picked up on the battlefield?" Seeing Su Fan nod, the old man laughed. "You are good in everything, but you are always hard to see through. Don't tell me that you don't know this thing. King Gayu's henrun is also an old and cunning man, and it is really hard to fool him." "I was planning to give these to you, Uncle Master." The old man shook his head, took out a few things from his ring, and placed them in front of Su Fan. "I won't take advantage of you. Pick one of these." Seeing the things in front of him, Su Fan's eyes lit up immediately, but he waved his hand and pretended to refuse. "Uncle Master, how can I be so embarrassed?" Although he said so, his eyes kept wandering around the things. "Look at your ugly face. Hurry up, or I won't give you anything." As soon as the old man finished speaking, Su Fan had already put one thing into the ring. "Thank you, Uncle Master." True Man King Gayu looked at him with disdain, waved his hand and put away the remaining things. Su Fan picked up the teapot and poured a cup of spiritual tea for the old man. "Uncle Master, I'm afraid this second line of defense won't last long." True Man King Gayu sighed and said, "The cultivators who came to support us recently haven't been filling in much. They should have given up." After hearing what the old man said, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh secretly. This time, I hope that more people in the second line of defense can survive. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304. This is the end. When Su Fan came back from Master King Gao, he took out a pitch-black bead. This is the Annihilation Thunder Bead, which was refined by a giant in Realm Master who specialized in thunder. Once it explodes, all creatures within a radius of dozens of feet will be annihilated. Because the Annihilation Thunder Bead is so powerful, even if a foundation building cultivator gets it, he dare not use it easily. For ordinary cultivators, this thing is used to perish together. However, the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead is indeed not small. Even a giant and late-stage cultivator would lose half his life if he was hit by it. This thing is very useful to Su Fan. After he detonated it, he could completely escape the scene by blood escape. Su Fan happily put away the Annihilation Thunder Bead. This is another trump card. Even if he encounters a foreign demon on the battlefield, he can still escape danger. At this time, the jade talisman on his waist vibrated. Su Fan took off the jade talisman and found that it was a message from He Bin. He almost forgot about this guy. "Why are you looking for me?" He just sent a message and He Bin replied instantly. "Brother, have you come to the Central Plains? I'm already here. How about you? I'm already at the front line. I don't know when I'll be filled in." After hearing what He Bin said, Su Fan couldn't help but curl his lips. This guy came from the 4 major demon sects in the western wilderness. Unless the people from those small sects are all dead, it will never be his turn. How are the defense lines over there? Don't mention it. The second line of defense almost collapsed yesterday, Su Fan sighed. It seems that the situation in the Eastern Theater is similar to here. The third line of defense will soon face the crazy attack of foreign evil demons. Brother, how is the Southern Theater? Well, it's almost the same. After the war, I'll find a chance to visit you, but it's okay. This war will probably not be over for 10 or 8 years. Let's talk about it later. Who knows when it will be over? Brother, your 2 confidants are here too. Su Fan was immediately refreshed after hearing the news about his senior sister and Gu Qinghuan. How are they now? They have a good master who didn't go to the front line, but stayed in the rear. Su Fan sighed secretly, hoping to have a chance to meet them this time. It's a pity that the 2 major war zones in the east and west are far apart, and there are also foreign demons from Ocean in between, so they won't be able to meet before the end of the war at least. Brother, have you seen the Demon Slayer list? There is a ruthless person with the same name as you, who has been at the top of the list for several months. Su Fan couldn't help but laugh. Is he that powerful? He won't be a fraud. He got anxious when he heard it. The demon sect monks respected the ruthless people who dared to fight the most. The Demon Slayer list is evaluated by the Taoist Demon Suppression Monument. How could it be fake? However, the Fire Cloud Taoist Palace is quite shameless. Not only did they accept people as their disciples, they even changed the sects to which the Demon Slayer list belonged. Haha, well, it is quite shameless, haha. Now the Fire Cloud Taoist Palace is almost a joke in our Eastern Theater. Su Fan laughed. Based on his understanding of the Fire Cloud Taoist Palace, as long as the name of the sect can be kept on the Demon Slayer list, they don't care about these at all. So what if they are ridiculed? Even if thousands or tens of thousands of years pass, the Fire Cloud Taoist Palace will show off the first place on the Demon Slayer list. The Fire Cloud Taoist Palace is quite like those capital consortiums in later generations. They are very calculating. Thinking of this, Su Fan suddenly felt that he had suffered a loss. He still had to continue to fleece the Fire Cloud Taoist Palace. The 2 chatted for a few more words, and Su Fan cut off the J talisman for transmitting the message. From what everyone knows, the war situation is still favorable to the world of cultivation. These 3 lines of defense I have bought nearly a year for the major immortal sects in the Central Plains. The dozen or so strategic defense lines in the rear are estimated to have been built almost completely, and all regions have almost completed the general mobilization. But for some reason, Su Fan always feels that the foreign evil demons in Ocean will not let the war develop in a direction that is unfavorable to them. He has had this feeling for a long time. After all, Ocean is not so easy to deal with. In any case, be prepared. The next day, When Su Fan was practicing the Tanlang breaking the sky 7 killing sword formation in the training field, the identity J talisman on his waist suddenly vibrated. Bang! Bang! Immediately afterwards, the demon suppression bell near the station also rang rapidly, and the bell sounded continuously. Something happened. Su Fan hurriedly ran out of the valley of the training field and saw that the station was full of cultivators running around. He hurried back to the station and saw that the disciples of various groups of the sect had gathered here long ago, and King Gaiu's Henrin also came. The old man saw Su Fan running over from a distance and waved at him. "Why are you here so late? Come quickly." Su Fan hurried over and stood behind King Gaiu's Henrin. With a questioning look in his eyes, he glanced at Tang Fei and others beside him. The other party shook his head slightly, probably not knowing what happened. Boom boom, suddenly, there was a loud noise that shook the whole station. The monks in the station were even more shaken and dizzy. Fuck. Yuan Ying's engine made a move. This means that the great demon from the foreign land must have killed to the vicinity of the third front line. Su Fan rubbed his swollen and painful head, and a very strong sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. His intuition told him that the foreign evil demon from Dalaotian had made a move. After enduring for so long, these guys must have something bad to hold back. If they don't make a move, it's fine. Once they make a move, it will definitely be a world-shattering mess. Boom boom. At this time, there was another loud noise in the distance. This time, because of the distance, it was not as strong as before. Then, a series of dull noises continued to come from the vicinity of the battle line. Each loud noise was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of the cultivators on the third line of defense. Everyone had a thought in their minds: how did the foreign evil demons from Dalaotian break through the second line of defense and kill them in front of them? Even giant and cultivators like King Gaiu's Henrin had a serious face. These disciples of Huayandao Palace were the general reserve of the battle line. All of them were waiting for the order of Yuan Ying's engine, ready to rush to the front line at any time. Su Fan turned his head and looked at the direction of the front line of defense. At this time, there was endless black magic smoke, almost covering the sky, and it was impossible to see what was happening there. "Everyone follow me." At this time, King Gaiu's Henrin suddenly roared, driving the magic weapon and rushing to the front line. Su Fan quickly took out the magic weapon and followed the old man, and the disciples of other teams also followed. When they arrived at the forefront of the defense line, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. They saw that the sky not far from the battle line seemed to have been torn open by a huge hole, and countless foreign demons were swarming in from the gap. Su Fan looked up and could vaguely see extremely powerful beings in the sky, fighting in the sky. On the nearly 1,000-mile-long defense line, several defense formations had been breached, and dense foreign demons rushed into the defense line. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. This time it was over. His first feeling was to turn around and flee, but he still suppressed his inner thoughts. Let's wait and see, the support from the rear should be coming soon. As expected, he saw an extremely huge phantom suddenly appear above the defense line, raised a giant hand and slapped it. Boom! With a loud bang, the foreign demons hundreds of feet in front of the battle line instantly turned into nothingness and were wiped out of thin air. This was just a projection of a Yuan Ying's engine, but it was still extremely powerful. Just like that, the situation on the front line eased a lot in an instant. But a foreign demon dozens of feet tall immediately fell from the sky and fought with a huge phantom. Despite this, the monks who continued to support from the rear also took the opportunity to block the torn hole in the front line. At this time, more than a dozen extremely powerful auras came from the rear to the front line. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With so many Yuan Ying's engines coming, it seemed that the front line should be fine. It was a pity that the monks on the second line of defense might not be able to come back. Ouch! But at this moment, with a shrill roar, a hideous head dozens of feet in size suddenly emerged from the ground. An extremely strong sound wave instantly shattered the nearby human monks, and countless broken limbs and arms splashed around. Although he was far away from Su Fan, he flew up as if he was pushed hard by someone, and fell to the ground dozens of feet away. Su Fan struggled to get up, and saw that the monster that came out of the ground had already revealed its figure. Isn't this just a maggot? But this maggot is too huge, with a wrinkled body covered with constantly twisting tentacles, and mucus secreted all over the body, which makes people want to vomit. At this time, more than a dozen giant and real people had already flown over, controlling the magic weapons to cut the monster. Although the magic weapons of the giant and realm cultivators are very powerful, They were immediately blocked by the wriggling wrinkles when they just cut the monster. Facing more than a dozen powerful magic weapons, the monster was unscathed. The maggot-like monster did not fight back, but coiled its huge body there and kept twisting, as if it was brewing something. Su Fan suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. His head felt cold and his scalp was about to explode. Not good. He didn't even think about it. His whole body flashed with blood and he was about to activate the blood escape magic. Boom! Just when Su Fan was about to disappear, the huge monster exploded, and all the creatures within a few miles around it were turned into dust. The huge explosion left a huge pit several miles in size on the battle line. The layers of defense formations on the original defense line were blown to pieces by this violent explosion. Almost at the same time, huge explosions were heard from the battle line in the distance. The battle line that was nearly 1,000 miles long was torn into dozens of huge gaps, several miles wide. At this time, huge foreign demons rushed in from the gap in the sky. Seeing so many foreign demons pouring in from the space channel, the Yuaning's engine of the human race kept retreating and simply gave up the other human cultivators on the defense line. One after another, huge foreign demons chased after the human Yuaning cultivators and attacked them continuously, driving them out of the area of the third line of defense. Seeing that the line of defense had been breached, and with the withdrawal of Yuaning's engine, the cultivators on the line of defense also began to retreat to the rear. In less than an hour after launching the surprise attack from Dalu Ocean, the entire third line of defense completely collapsed. The dense foreign evil demons chased frantically, biting the human cultivators tightly, leaving corpses all over the ground along the way. Bang! Bang! Several foreign demons landed on the ground on the front line. Under their command, a huge altar was set up in a short while. This altar was not the kind that Su Fan destroyed. It was several miles in diameter. A large number of huge foreign evil demons were gathering on the altar, constantly smearing complicated and strange runes. The foreign evil demons near the altar threw countless corpses of humans and foreign evil demons to various locations on the altar. Su Fan pushed aside the broken corpses that were pressing on him and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. At this moment, his brain was buzzing and he was deaf and could not hear anything. The shock wave generated by the explosion rolled the dust on the ground into the air, and the whole sky and earth were gray, and the visibility was only more than 10 meters away. He was still a step slow just now, but fortunately he was far away. Although he was also affected by the explosion, he could withstand the huge impact. Despite this, Su Fan was still blasted hundreds of meters away and his body was seriously injured. Hiss! He stretched his arm and the severe pain made him take a deep breath. He tried to use his own magic power again, and suddenly he felt a series of piercing pains in his body, which made him twitch. Su Fan fell on his butt on the ground and looked around. He found that there were no monks around him alive, and almost all of them were shaken to death. In addition to the corpses of the human race, there were more scattered limbs and arms on the ground, and the ground was red and bloody. The air around was filled with a creepy bloody smell. Su Fan took out a jade bottle from the ring and put a resurrection pill into his mouth. After all, it was a top-grade healing holy medicine. It melted in the mouth. A cool breath instantly dissolved in the body and began to spread to all parts of Zhou Shen. After a while, the injuries on his body stabilized. With his current physical condition, it is afraid that he will not be able to perform blood escape. Even if he forces it, the effect will be greatly reduced, and it may make the injury worse. Let's take a look at the situation around first. Thinking of this, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his spiritual consciousness was completely released, and everything within a radius of hundreds of feet was in sight. There were many foreign evil demons scattered in the distance, searching everywhere. Some human monks who survived by chance would be torn to pieces by them. Su Fan quickly took out a few talismans and slapped them on his body. He endured the excruciating pain and performed the hidden breath technique and turtle breath method, then pulled a few corpses over to block him. At this time, his consciousness suddenly felt a familiar breath nearby. Su Fan carefully touched over and found the seriously injured King Gaiyu's Hanren under a pile of human corpses. Seeing Su Fan, the old man smiled miserably. "Boy, run quickly, I'm afraid I can't move for a while. If I could run, I would have run long ago." Su Fan put his index finger on his lips, signaling him to stop talking. He took out a jade bottle, poured out a fueling Duingsa pill, stuffed it into King Gaiyu's Hanren's mouth, and then carried him away. At this moment, there were no more people on the defense line. The human cultivators had retreated across the board, and the foreign evil demons also killed them and chased them frantically. Except for the area near the altar in the distance, only some foreign evil demons were searching the battlefield for living human monks. Chapter 305 Just to survive. In fact, even if Su Fan was seriously injured, it would be more than enough to deal with the low-level evil demons around him, but he really didn't dare to take action. Because he felt several extremely powerful auras coming from a distance, which made him breathless. These were all auras from the great demons from foreign lands, but he didn't know why these great demons gathered here. But he didn't dare to ask. No, he had to stay away from these big guys. Su Fan carried King Gaiu's Henrin and moved away little by little, constantly avoiding the evil demons searching everywhere. In the eyes of those foreign evil demons, it was impossible for human cultivators to survive under the power of the violent explosion just now. Even if they could survive by chance, they would only have their last breath left, waiting to be torn into pieces by the evil demons searching everywhere. But no one could have imagined that a pervert like Su Fan would appear here. Therefore, those foreign evil demons searching everywhere did not send too much force, and they were more casual when searching. This also gave Su Fan an opportunity. He took King Gaiu's Henrin and successfully avoided the search of the evil demons and found a safe place to hide. Although still in the area just now, there are no foreign demons searching this area. Boy, this can't go on, or we will all be left here. Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't want to be like this. But at this time, what can you ask him to do? There are several foreign demons not far away, and there are so many foreign demons patrolling everywhere. If he dares to act rashly, he will definitely be caught by them. Uncle, don't think too much now. Let's recover from the injuries as soon as possible. With our current state, we can't run away even if we can, the old man sighed. Fortunately, he had a life-saving magic weapon just now, otherwise he would have been blown to ashes. And what's more fortunate is that he actually met Su Fan, an alternative, otherwise he would definitely be found by the evil demons searching everywhere. What is the origin of this kid? As a giant cultivator, he also has a top-grade protective magic weapon, which is why he survived by chance. But at this moment, he was already exhausted, with only half of his life left. Even a mortal could easily kill him. But this kid was only in the early stage of foundation building. In the violent explosion just now, he not only survived, but also carried himself around. How could this be justified? Okay, let's heal your wounds as soon as possible. Your injuries are lighter. If you have a chance to escape later, don't worry about me. At this moment, he didn't care about anything. He slapped the Taiyuan ghost order on his waist and summoned Sister Zhen. With a whoosh, Sister Zhen appeared from the air, which scared the King Gaiu's Henrin next to him. Could this kid be an evil cultivator? How could he raise a fierce ghost? But at this time, the old man was already on the verge of death, so he didn't care about those things. Moreover, King Gaiu's Henrin was a casual cultivator and didn't care much about these things. Su Fan conveyed a thought to Sister Zhen, asking her to be alert around. Sister Zhen circled around Su Fan for a few circles, glanced at Master King Gaiu again, and then disappeared from the air with a whoosh. This is what you raised? Well, when I was a casual cultivator in the Western Wasteland, I accidentally got a ghost inheritance. I didn't learn anything else, but I raised this fierce ghost to help me explore the way. Hearing that Su Fan came from the Western Wasteland, the old man figured it out all of a sudden. No wonder this kid is so strong in combat. It turns out that he was born in the Western Wasteland. Maybe he even mixed in the demon sect. Seeing that the old man wanted to ask something, Su Fan didn't want to talk about it. He took out a jade bottle from the ring, poured out 2 fueling Duixa pills, fed one to the old man, and stuffed the pill into his own mouth. Okay, let's heal our wounds as soon as possible. With Sister Zhen's warning, the two of them were relieved and sat cross-legged there to concentrate on healing their wounds and digest the medicinal power of the pills as soon as possible. At this time, the sunset was over the ground, and the sky had darkened. The clouds in the sky seemed to be stained with blood, and the horizon in the distance was rendered into dazzling blood color. Only after the drug was completely digested did the two open their eyes. Huh? Su Fan took a deep breath. Since he broke through to the 3rd level of the heavenly demon body training art, his body was even stronger than the monsters. Not only was his body and blood strong, but his recovery ability was also extremely fierce. After a while, Su Fan's body and meridians had begun to improve a lot. It was estimated that he would be able to fight at the latest tomorrow. Although the old man's condition was still very poor, his injuries had finally stabilized. It was estimated that he would be able to recover 20% to 30% of his combat power in a few days. At this time, Su Fan didn't know that the construction of the huge altar in the distance had entered its final stage. The entire altar area covered dozens of miles, and it was covered with dense and strange runes. At the positions of several arrays, there were evil demon skeletons dozens of feet high, exuding an ancient atmosphere. Countless low-level foreign demons were piling up the human corpses collected from the defense line around the altar. The piles of corpses were stacked up like small mountains. More than a dozen foreign demons, tens of feet tall, stood around the altar, and behind them were countless low and medium-level foreign demons. As the last process of the altar was completed, the low-level demons below the altar began to place the corpses of human monks in various positions on the altar. Awoo! Awoo! Several great demons standing around the altar howled to the sky. The breathtaking roars made the countless low-level foreign demons around the altar tremble and curl up on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. Su Fan and King Gaiyu's Henrin in the distance also had black eyes and fell into a state of confusion in an instant. Their minds seemed like a ball of paste, and they had almost lost their minds. Fortunately, these great demons stopped howling after only a few times, which allowed the two to gradually regain their minds. Su Fan shook his head and panted heavily. If these guys continued to roar, his head would explode. Boom boom. At this time, a dull roar suddenly came from the distance, and Su Fan felt that the ground around him was shaking violently. He quickly stood up from the ground and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a light blue light column in the distance, suddenly rising into the sky and piercing the clouds. This extremely thick light blue light column, with a diameter of several miles, emitted a dazzling light, which made Su Fan almost unable to open his eyes. Su Fan blocked the dazzling blue light with his hands and looked at the location where the light column was emitted. A trace of bitterness rose in his heart. That was the teleportation altar of Dalu Ocean, but this altar was too huge. The area of the altar that Su Fan destroyed that day might be less than 1,000th of this altar. Not good. Judging from the situation, Dalu Ocean was going to open the space channel of the foreign domain. Once they were allowed to connect to the foreign channel here, he might never be able to escape again, and he might even be shattered by the powerful space fluctuations. Boom! Boom! As the dull sounds rang out, dazzling blue beams of light continued to rise on the thousands of miles of defense line. The originally dark night was now as bright as day. Su Fan was powerless in other places, but he must stop the altar from turning far away. Not for anything else, just to survive. Uncle Master, while those evil demons have no time to take care of us here, you should escape immediately. The old man looked at Su Fan with a confused face, not understanding what was going on for a moment. Then why don't you escape with me? Su Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, it's too late. Dalu Ocean is trying to open a foreign space channel here. I will try my best to stop the operation of the altar. After hearing Su Fan's words, the old man grabbed Su Fan's hand. You are crazy. How can you stop it? Let's go quickly and try to escape before the foreign channel opens. Su Fan looked at the old man with a sad face and said, Uncle Master, it's too late. No matter what, I have to try, then I'll go with you. Su Fan smiled, and he didn't give the old man any face. Uncle Master, if you follow me at this time, you will hold me back. The old man stared at Su Fan with red eyes, and didn't say a word for a long time. But the fact is indeed so. Now he can barely take care of himself. How can he help Su Fan? Master King Gayu sighed and said, then you alone, if you don't fight, you will die. I have to try it anyway. Uncle Master, hurry up and go. The old man nodded fiercely and patted Su Fan on the shoulder. Be careful and come back alive. He was about to turn around and leave after he finished speaking, but was stopped by Su Fan. Su Fan took out a stored ring and handed it to Master King Gayu, which contained several things. If you escape alive, give this ring to my daughter. At this point, Su Fan sighed. If you have a chance, go to the Western Wasteland, go to the 9 Nether Demon Palace to find Gu Qinghun, and teach her the ring. After hearing this, King Gaiyu's Henrin didn't come back to his senses for a long time. How could he not know the 9 Nether Demon Palace, one of the 4 major demon sects in the Western Wasteland, and what exactly this kid came from? The old man nodded heavily, raised his right hand solemnly and swore an oath. If I, Su King Gaiyu, escape alive, I will definitely rush to the 9 Nether Demon Palace and hand this ring to Gu Qinghun. If I violate this oath, the avenue will be destroyed and I will die without a burial place." After he finished speaking, he took a deep look at Su Fan, turned around and disappeared into the dark night. Looking at the back of King Gaiyu's Henrun, Su Fan took a deep breath. He knew in his heart that if he couldn't stop the operation of the altar, the old man would not survive either. Su Fan turned and ran towards the altar. Because there were still more than a dozen foreign demons there, he did not dare to use his blood escape ability. In fact, he was not worried about these foreign demons. How could the Central Plains immortal sect not react when Dalaotian made such a big noise? It won't be long before those Yuanying old monsters and Jinden's Henren in the Central Plains will come to kill him. By then, those foreign demons will have no time to care about him. As expected by Su Fan, he saw a series of extremely powerful auras suddenly appear in the air in the dark night sky in the distance. Then, densely packed Jinden monks also rushed out of the night sky with a roar. The foreign demons in Dalaotian, who occupied the defense line, also soared into the sky and killed those Yuanying's engine of the human race. Following closely behind were countless foreign demons, who also soared into the sky and blocked the attacks of countless human Jinden's Henrun. Fierce fighting broke out again on the entire battle line of thousands of miles. All the major immortal sects in the Central Plains also went all out, sending out almost all of their Yuanying's engine and Jinden's Henrun to launch a frenzied counterattack against the foreign evil demons in Dalaotian. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Fan flashed with blood, and he had already arrived next to the altar. At this moment, there were no evil demons around the altar. The foreign demons were fighting desperately with the Yuanying's engine of the human race in the sky. The foreign demons also left the defense line and desperately blocked the desperate counterattack of the human Jinden's Henrun. Once the foreign space channel is opened, the violent space fluctuations will turn all creatures within hundreds of miles into dust. Therefore, countless low-level evil demons in Dalaotian also rushed out of the defense line and blocked the direction of the human race's attack. Despite this, facing this extremely huge altar in the sky-high light column within a radius of dozens of miles, he had no way to start. Su Fan looked up at the huge light column that broke through the clouds and felt extremely small. He turned his head and looked at the piles of human corpses around him. Damn, for the last time. Su Fan took out a few things from the ring. He first slapped the Sands and Kinksin immortal talisman on his body, and then used the magic weapon Chun Yang Rongsu mirror to float above his head. He also wore the purple heart mysterious water jade pendant on his chest, and finally put 2 Ming Wang Kinksin pills in the jade bottle into his mouth. After doing all this, Su Fan's eyes condensed and began to cast the blood transformation magic mist. Bloodlines rose from countless human corpses and gathered towards Su Fan. The corpses of countless human foundation-building monks and Jinden's Henren turned into pale bones. It was unknown how long it took before Su Fan took back the evil method. At this moment, his eyes were as red as blood, and his whole body was filled with an extremely strong bloody smell. The surface of his flesh kept wriggling, as if countless earthworms were about to break out of his body under his skin. Within a radius of several miles, there was an endless blood mist, whistling and rolling around him. The restless blood mist made a sound like the crying of ghosts. Amid the howling of ghosts, there was a low roar, like the wailing of a person before death. Whoosh, the violent blood mist gradually formed a rotating airflow, slowly turning into blood-colored whirlwind like a storm, blowing the surrounding grass and trees rustling. Some dead branches and leaves on the ground also swirled in the air, and the scene was quite spectacular. Whoosh, the violent blood-colored storm roared up, and the countless pale bones piled up around were all swept up into the sky. At this time, Su Fan's chest was filled with extremely fierce emotions, and he was almost bursting out of his body. Countless negative emotions rolled in his mind, and countless scenes that made him angry in his past and present lives flashed through his mind frame by frame like a movie. He couldn't help but feel an inexplicable resentment, and had an impulse to destroy everything. The inner demon has been born, and his mind is in chaos. Human nature has gradually left him and is about to blind his mind. If he takes one more step forward, Su Fan will become a madman who acts only on instinct, a walking corpse who only knows how to kill. Just when he was about to lose his mind, the purple heart mysterious water jade pendant on his chest suddenly exuded a cool breath, which spread throughout his body. The spring sun melting snow mirror suspended above his head also emitted a series of soft beams of light at the right time, shining on his body. Then, the Senzen Kinksin immortal talisman also began to work, constantly suppressing the extremely manic emotions in his chest. The medicinal power of the awakens pill gradually melted in his body, and Su Fan felt that his Tao heart became exceptionally clear. But even so, several top-grade treasures can only temporarily suppress the evil thoughts and resentment in his body. This is the rhythm of becoming a demon again. But if this altar is not broken, and the passage to the foreign land is opened, what does it matter whether it becomes a demon or not? In this case, let's just become a demon. He took out a jade bottle, and inside it was a scorching sun bloodthirsty pill. Su Fan took the blood-red pill and stuffed it into his mouth without thinking. He was going to fight to the death. As the pill entered his stomach, it exploded with a boom, and waves of hot breath exploded in his body. Collapse. 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 Su Fan's skin cracked piece by piece, blood splattered everywhere, and then merged into the blood mist around him. There was also a trace of blood from his 7 orifices, which kept dripping on the ground. The rage and resentment accumulated in his chest roared up again, ready to burst out at any time. Ah! Su Fan roared wildly to the sky, as if he wanted to release the boundless resentment in his chest all at once. He turned around and looked at the extremely huge altar behind him and the light blue light column that soared into the sky. Ah! Su Fan roared again and rushed towards the altar. Chapter 306. These are all good things. Su Fan's body flashed with blood, and his figure instantly disappeared. Bang! Before Su Fan rushed to the altar, he hit an invisible barrier and was bounced back. He was bounced nearly 100 meters before he could stabilize his body. He almost sat on the ground. Su Fan took a deep breath, pinched his fingers and chanted a spell to summon a spiritual weapon Weeping Blood Demon Fork, and pointed it forward fiercely. A dark light shot straight to the altar in the blink of an eye and flew away. But the Weeping Blood Demon Fork was still blocked by the invisible barrier, and it bounced out and fell to the ground. Huh? A manic emotion instantly rose from the bottom of his heart. Su Fan stared with red eyes and took out a big sword from the ring. Ah! Su Fan's feet flashed with lightning, and he appeared in front of the invisible barrier. He jumped high, holding the big sword tightly with both hands, and slashed down with a whistling sword. This sword did not cause the expected scene of Mars hitting the earth. The sword easily cut through the invisible barrier. Su Fan used too much force and failed to adjust for a while, and fell headfirst onto the altar. Fortunately, he was agile and did not fall flat on his face, but he was also in a very embarrassing situation. He staggered forward with his back bent and rushed a long way before he could barely stand. Originally, he thought it would take a lot of effort to break the invisible barrier, but he never thought it would be broken so easily. Su Fan raised his hand and looked at the magic sword in his hand. It seems that this sword is really not simple, and it must have a great origin. Since Su Fan joined the Yinluo sect, he has been looking for people to judge it, including giant and cultivators like King Gaiyu's Henren, but no one can see the origin of this big sword. Su Fan shook his head and drove away the mess in his head. The most urgent task is to destroy this huge altar immediately and stop the opening of the foreign channel. Su Fan looked around and saw that there were many skeletons of foreign demons piled up on the altar, some of which were dozens of feet high and placed in various positions on the altar. He knew in his heart that there must be certain rules for the placement of these demon skeletons. Unfortunately, he didn't understand the formation and couldn't see the mystery at all. Even if he was proficient in the formation, he probably couldn't understand it. After all, this was something from the foreign Dalu Ocean, which was completely different from the formation of this world. It was difficult to find certain rules from it. No matter what, I'll chop it into pieces. I don't believe I can't destroy it. Thinking of this, Su Fan raised his magic sword, and a flash of blood flashed on his body. He suddenly appeared on the skeleton. I cut. Su Fan waved the sword and chopped at the demon skeleton under his feet again and again. Bang! Bang! The demon skeletons, as hard as Tai Zhengjin, were actually chopped off by the sword and fell to the ground with crackling sounds. Boom! After a while, the huge evil skeleton was chopped down by him, and the scattered skeletons fell on the altar, stirring up endless dust. Su Fan waved his hand to sweep away the dust in front of him, and then looked at the huge evil skeletons in other parts of the altar. How long will it take to chop down all the evil skeletons? At this time, the altar suddenly shook. And Su Fan raised his head suddenly, and saw that the sky above the light column was like a boiling pot, rolling violently. Gradually, a hole was torn in the rolling sky. The hole was getting bigger and bigger, and an extremely vast alien starry sky was slowly revealing its true face. Su Fan closed his eyes and sighed in his heart. It was too late. Now the huge altar was covered with more than 100 huge evil skeletons, and he had no time to chop them all down at once. At this time, the evil skeleton on the altar began to flash a light blue light, and the light gradually focused on the evil skull, and then shut out. All the light emitted by the evil skeletons was concentrated on the head of the evil skeleton in the middle of the altar. Su Fan's heart moved. It seemed that this evil skeleton was the center of the altar. With a flash of blood on his body, he appeared under the evil skeleton in the middle of the altar and looked up at the hideous huge skull. Su Fan took a deep breath. It all depended on this one move. Success or failure depended on this one move. Ah! Su Fan roared to the sky, as if he wanted to release the endless resentment and unwillingness accumulated in his chest. He held the sword tightly with both hands and raised it high. At this moment, the whole world was actually triggered by him. A vast momentum, the majestic power of the majestic atmosphere was slowly brewing. It was as if some unknown and invincible horror breath revived from the silence. Countless dark and deep negative emotions rose from Su Fan's heart, and countless despair, fear, anger and resentment and other unwilling scenes flashed in his mind frame by frame. Boom! The endless resentment that had accumulated in Su Fan's chest exploded and spread all over his body. Endless anger was surging, and the majestic momentum suddenly soared into the sky, merging with a blood-colored mist that was swirling around, as if some kind of reaction had occurred. In a radius of dozens of feet, a majestic oppressive aura suddenly surged, and the blood-colored wind roared between the sky and the earth, and the ground under his feet began to tremble violently. An uncontrollable breath rose in Su Fan's heart, and the crazy and fierce killing intent had condensed into substance. It was as if there was an extremely resentful breath roaring, and it seemed to be venting the unspeakable sadness. The devil's thoughts have been born, and now. The bloodlight on Su Fan's body flashed, and his figure soared into the sky. In an instant, he had leaped hundreds of meters into the sky. Rage slash, the endless grief and anger in Su Fan's chest exploded, and with a terrifying killing intent that destroyed the world, he slashed down with a fierce sword. As soon as the sword came out, it was filled with extremely repressive sword intent and instantly crossed the sky and the earth. Boom! The whole world was shattered, and the dark night sky was torn apart. This sword made the dense clouds in the sky suddenly part, and the anger and sadness contained in it poured out all at once. The hideous huge skull could not withstand the power of this sword at all, and was split into two halves. Bang! The hideous skull that was broken into two halves fell on the altar, and then the evil demon skeleton that was dozens of feet long also collapsed and scattered on the ground in an instant. Who? Su Fan fell on the altar, panting heavily. This sword seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and also completely vented the inexplicable anger and depression that had accumulated in his chest. The huge light blue pillar of light began to become dimmer and dimmer, and like the ripples of a lake, it caused waves. After only a moment, the huge pillar of light shattered. More than 100 huge evil demon skeletons on the altar also collapsed and turned into powder in an instant. The hole torn in the endless sky also began to close slowly, gradually covering the vast starry sky. At this time, a vast and boundless breath suddenly came from the hole in the sky that was slowly closing. It seemed to have penetrated the endless space, making Su Fan feel a great terror and a great ominous feeling, which directly pressed on his heart. At this moment, Su Fan's heart seemed to fall into an endless abyss. Fortunately, at this moment, the hole in the sky has completely closed, completely covering the vast starry sky. The majestic and domineering breath that came from the vast starry sky just now made Su Fan feel a deep sense of powerlessness. He finally realized how small and fragile he was in front of the real great power. What is certain is that the breath just now is definitely much stronger than the foreign great demon and the unimaginable of the Central Plains immortal sect. Could this be the holy demon equivalent to the human race's divine transformation cultivator? As far as Su Fan knows, in this world of cultivation today, he has not heard of any sect with a divine transformation Taoist. The moment the huge light blue beam disappeared, countless powerful divine consciousnesses instantly swept over from afar. The foreign demons who were fighting desperately with the human race withdrew from the battlefield and flew towards the other altars on the battlefield. The foreign demons in the low sky also evacuated the battlefield and followed the demons. There was no point in staying here, so they all went to support the other altars, leaving countless low-level demons here. Although those abandoned low-level demons were so dense that they seemed endless, they were no different from ants in front of the human race's Yuaning's Henjin and Jinlin's Henrun. In a short while, the low-level demons that were originally overwhelming were wiped out by several Yuaning's Henjin. Then, the unimaginable and Henren of the human race also went to other battlefields. There were no people here except the corpses of low-level evil demons. King Henren looked at the direction of the altar behind him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This kid really succeeded. The huge light column that just pierced the sky, even the unimaginable had to spend some effort to completely destroy it. The old man really couldn't figure out how this kid destroyed the altar. But he didn't want to care about it anymore, and the old man was going to help Su Fan keep the secret. Based on King Henren's understanding of Su Fan, this kid is a little shady, never revealing his trump card, and is the kind of pig playing pig to eat tiger. Anyway, all the records are judged by the demon monument, and no one knows that Su Fan destroyed this huge altar. Originally thought that he would die here this time, but King Henren never thought that he, a giant and cultivator, would be saved by a junior in the foundation building period. The old man shook his head and turned to the rear. Now that his injuries have just stabilized, he can only walk back slowly. Fortunately, the low-level foreign demons on the ground have been swept away by the human cultivators, and the old man is no longer in danger. At this moment, the wall behind the defense line has been completed. Countless cultivators who have withdrawn from the front line have passed through the hundreds of feet high wall. Although Dalaocean's surprise attack completely broke through the third line of defense, most of the cultivators fled back because of the decisive retreat. The second line of defense was miserable, and almost no one could return to the rear alive. Under the tall wall, a station has been built, and each station has a demon-suppressing monument. At this moment, many cultivators are gathered here, pointing at the demon-slaying list and talking about it. Because just now, a cultivator directly killed the top of the demon-slaying list, and almost everyone knows his name. Su Fan destroyed the huge altar and prevented Dalaocean from trying to open the foreign space channel. With this impressive record, he returned to the top of the Demon Slayer ranking, and once again opened up a gap with the others. It is estimated that this time he will dominate the ranking for less than 1 or 2 months, and no one else can surpass him. At this time, Su Fan's condition has begun to get worse and worse. A feeling of extreme fatigue came over him and began to spread in Su Fan's body. Su Fan knew that this was the effect of the Liang violent blood pill was about to wear off. He was about to perform blood escape to leave here, but suddenly stopped. At this time, the fragments of the evil demon skeleton scattered all over the altar were good things. Since you are here, you can collect them all. A thief never leaves empty-handed. In fact, most of the hundreds of evil demon skeletons on the altar have been turned into dust and blown away by the wind, leaving only a few bone fragments. Su Fan cleaned up the altar, and a flash of blood flashed on his body, and he disappeared from the altar in an instant. After several blood escapes, he finally saw the tall city wall in the distance. Su Fan heaved a sigh of relief, found a hidden valley nearby, set up the green shadow illusion formation, and summoned Sister Zhen to be on guard nearby. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to use evil magic to transform his blood and mana. This time Su Fan was indeed a little reckless. If he didn't have a few top-quality treasures in his hands, he would probably not be able to escape the fate of being possessed by a demon. There was no way. The situation at the time did not allow him to hold back. In order to survive, Su Fan could do anything. Fortunately, the final result was not bad. Although he had evil thoughts, nearly half of the evil thoughts and negative emotions were vented with a raging slash. The evil thoughts remaining in his body were not a problem for the time being. With the 2 top-quality spiritual instruments Spring Sun Melting Snow Mirror and Purple Heart Mysterious Water Jade Pendant, as well as most of the Minghuang Kingxin Pill, he could at least temporarily suppress the evil thoughts. 2 hours later, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes. This time, he devoured too many corpses of human cultivators. After so long of transformation, more than half of his blood and mana were not completely transformed. In the next few days, Su Fan did not return to the rear. Instead, he stayed in a hidden valley outside the city wall, silently transforming the extremely abundant blood and mana in his body. It took several days to transform it completely. It happened to be cloudy these days, so Su Fan simply led the thunder of heaven and earth in the valley and cleansed his body from inside to outside several times. It must be said that the thunder of heaven and earth is indeed the nemesis of evil ghosts. After being struck by thunder for more than a dozen times in a row, although the evil thoughts growing in the body were not completely eliminated, they were completely suppressed. As for those evil thoughts remaining in the body, they can only be slowly polished in the future. Anyway, no matter what, Su Fan no longer wants to practice that evil method. The price is a bit high. Now his Tao heart is a little imperfect. Su Fan opened the game panel and found that the skills and realms were refreshed again. Realm, Foundation Building Middle Stage. 5/100, Kung Fu, Hununguang, Second Stage. 68/200. Although he had been baptized by thunder for more than a dozen times and had tempered his mana over and over again, he still broke through the foundation building middle stage after devouring too many corpses of monks this time. However, after reaching the foundation building middle stage, the mana that needs to be accumulated is several times that of the foundation building early stage. It is estimated that even if he devours the flesh and blood of more foundation building monks in the future, he will not be able to increase his realm much. Chapter 307. You are really far-sighted. In the early morning, the sun rose up, and a soft and weak ray of the first sun emerged, illuminating the whole world. Su Fan got up early and flew to the distant city wall with his magic weapon. Before he flew to the bottom of the city wall, he was stopped by several monks who were patrolling the periphery. At this time, Su Fan looked very miserable. Not only was his hair and face disheveled, but the robe of the Fire Cloud Taoist Palace on his body was also tattered. It was obvious that he had escaped from the front line with great difficulty. During this period, there were almost such embarrassed monks escaping to the rear every day. The patrolling monks did not make it difficult for Su Fan, and pointed out the entrance to the city wall for him. After Su Fan thanked several monks, he came to the bottom of the city wall in the direction they pointed. He raised his head and looked at the city wall that was hundreds of feet high. The material used for the city wall is not only hard in texture, but also has better spiritual energy conductivity. The surface of the several-meter-long black jade stone was engraved with dense magic patterns, and a faint light was constantly flashing on it. Even outside the city wall, there were defense arrays set up one after another, and huge spiritual shields wrapped the outer periphery of the city wall tightly. There was only one small city gate entrance, which was only a few feet wide. Compared with the tall city wall, it seemed a little small. Su Fan passed through several defense shields, showed his identity J talisman at the city gate, and then successfully entered the interior of the city wall. At this moment, countless monks were gathering inside the city wall. There was a surging crowd here, and there were noisy voices everywhere. There were endless layers of mountains nearby, one after another, and there were temporary houses and pavilions everywhere. There were large and small flying boats whizzing in the sky, and there were also endless escape lights passing through, flashing and shining. Almost all the monks in the eastern part of the Central Plains and the East China Sea have been mobilized, and they are all guarding these dozen lines of defense. These dozen huge walls can be said to be the last line of defense in this world of cultivation. Su Fan came to a nearby square, and he saw his name on the Demon Suppression Monument again. After several months of ups and downs, he became the top of the Demon Slayer list again. Su Fan found a Huayandao Palace station nearby. He walked into the pavilion where the External Affairs Hall was located and came to the counter inside. He saw several Huayandao Palace disciples on duty in the key refining period sitting behind the counter. Many cultivators lined up in several long queues in front of the counter. Su Fan randomly found a queue and stood behind it. Su Fan looked around and found that the disciples who came here to do business were all new disciples who joined the Huayandao Palace like him, and they were peripheral disciples in the sect. No wonder the several key refining cultivators behind the counter were very cold and looked like they were ignoring him. Finally, it was Su Fan's turn, and he walked to the counter. I just withdrew from the front line. After hearing Su Fan's words, the disciple on duty behind the counter didn't even raise his head, and didn't take Su Fan, a foundation-building cultivator, seriously at all. Identity Jade Talisman. Su Fan handed over his Jade Talisman, and the on-duty disciple drew a line on the micro-magic circle on the counter, and Su Fan's message appeared on the screen. Seeing Su Fan's identity message, the Kigan disciple was stunned, and he stood up subconsciously. Uncle, the station you used to be in has been moved to the rear, and the disciples who were withdrawn from the defense line are repairing in Xianhofang. The other party's attitude was very respectful, which also surprised the other disciples who came here to do business. Not only them, but also several on-duty disciples next to them, looked at Su Fan with doubts. After finding out the specific location of his station, Su Fan took back the Identity J Talisman and turned to leave the station of the Foreign Affairs Hall. Uncle, take care, the on-duty disciple said respectfully. The other on-duty disciples next to him were no longer doing their business at the moment, and hurried over. Although this little Fu is just a Kegan disciple, he is also a disciple of a family in the sect, not to mention these newly joined cannon fodder outer disciples. Even the ordinary foundation-building uncles in the sect have never seen him so respectful. Xiaofu, who is that person just now? I haven't seen you so respectful to the foundation-building uncles in the sect, haha. Xiaofu, is it necessary to be like this? It's not like you. Xiaofu patted his chest and let out a long breath. To be honest, he was also very nervous when facing Su Fan just now. Do you know who that person is? He is the current number 1 on the Demon Slayer list, Su Fan. After hearing Xiaofu's words, several people were all shocked and stunned. No wonder the arrogant Xiaofu had such an attitude just now. The person who occupied the first place on the Demon Slayer list really deserves such respect. What? He is Su Fan? I can't tell. Who said that? I felt that he was different since he entered the room. I said that I always felt a murderous aura just now. It must be him who brought it into the room. Several disciples on duty gathered together excitedly, talking nonsense in a low voice. The outer disciples waiting in front of the counter were immediately fed up. They had been waiting for a long time. Xiaofu glared at him and said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Wait. Although his words angered the peripheral disciples who were waiting for the service, they just shouted a few words and did not dare to do anything. Although these peripheral disciples clearly felt a discrimination against them by the disciples in the sect from the day they entered the sect, no one cared. At this time, countless monks from small families who were recruited died on the battlefield. Although they were cannon fodder, they were also cannon fodder of super sects. They would not be filled in until most of the others died. What's the big deal about being wronged? What's the big deal about being discriminated against? At least you can live longer than others. The more than 10 lines of defense in the rear are very well built. Not only have the defense power increased countless times, but also all kinds of facilities are very complete. Each station is equipped with a short-range teleportation array to facilitate the monks to travel back and forth between the battle lines. Xianhefeng is not far away, just near the last line of defense. Su Fan took the defense array and finally arrived at the station of Huayandao Palace after several twists and turns. This place can no longer be called a market town. It has been transformed into a huge base. The heavily guarded base is full of various auxiliary logistics units, such as weapon workshops and alchemy rooms, where a large number of monks are busy day and night. When Su Fan walked into Xianhefeng, he heard someone calling him. "Brother Su Fan." He turned his head and saw Tang Fei trotting to him from behind. "Brother, you are back. Are you not injured?" Su Fan was stunned. He clearly felt that the other party's attitude towards him became more respectful. Fortunately, they are all external injuries. I will go to the Foreign Affairs Hall of the garrison to check on Mu first, and we will talk in detail. Tang Fei grabbed him and said with a smile, "Uncle Kingayu has already instructed that as long as you come back, go to see him first." Su Fan followed Tang Fei to the headquarters of the garrison. He came to the Jingshi on the second floor and saw Kingayu's Henrim sitting cross-legged in the room, holding an ancient book and reading it with relish. Su Fan hurriedly walked up and saluted respectfully to the old man. "Greetings, Uncle Master Kingayu." The old man saw him and stood up quickly, walked up a few steps and grabbed his arm. "You are finally back in one piece. Come and sit down." True man Kingayu pushed Su Fan to sit in front of him, and personally poured him a cup of spiritual tea. "These past few days, I was really worried." Su Fan took the teacup handed to him by the old man with both hands and took a sip. "Uncle Master's injury, it's not serious." The old man waved his hand with a heroic look on his face, and laughed. "It's almost healed, and next you just need to slowly recuperate, and it won't take long before it's alright." At this point, he looked at Su Fan with a face full of emotion. "You little brat, you really did it for me. It must have taken a lot of effort." Su Fan smiled and said, "It's a long story." Seeing that he didn't want to talk about this topic, the old man didn't continue to ask, and took out a stored ring from his arms and handed it to him. "Return the item to its original owner. Go and deliver it yourself. Don't bother me." An old man, Su Fan took the ring, rubbed it with his hand, and then put it away. "Uncle, how many disciples have been evacuated from the front line this time?" True man Kingayu sighed and said, "The teams I led were unlucky. They happened to be near the explosion point. Only a few dozen of them came back alive, and more than 90% of the disciples died." Su Fan smiled bitterly. It was really miserable. The Dao Palace has accepted more than 10,000 disciples from the evacuated monks. Not only have I made up the number of people under me, but there are also many more than before. Huayan Dao Palace did this. No one else did it. It was really a good deal to next disciples from other sects on the battlefield so blatantly. By the way, several true men from Dao Palace want to see you. You just came back and rest for a few days. I will arrange it for you when your injury is healed. Su Fan knew in his heart that he had once again topped the Demon Slayer list. This time, he should have really attracted the attention of the high level of Huayan Dao Palace. Don't worry, this is a matter no one knows except me. And I guess the people in the Dao Palace won't ask. After hearing what King Gaiu's Henrin said, Su Fan nodded gratefully. Thank you for your care, uncle. The old man waved his hand and said, if it weren't for you this time, my old bones would have been defeated on the front line. I won't say thank you, we have a lot of time in the future. At this point, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. At present, the war has reached a stalemate. Taking advantage of this period of free time, I contacted many Jindans Henrin who have just joined the sect after repelling Dalu Ocean. If we can survive, we have to help each other in the Dao Palace in the future. Su Fan nodded. He didn't expect the old man to think so far ahead. It was indeed as King Gaiu's Henrin said. After the war was over, it was hard to say how the Dao Palace would place them. Uncle Master, what do you think? The old man sighed and said, it may be difficult for us to integrate into the Dao Palace. Instead of being bullied by both sides in the sect, it is better to go out and form another sect as a subordinate sect of Huayan Dao Palace. Su Fan's eyes lit up. You know what? This old man is really thoughtful. By then, true man King Gaiu will be the founder of the sect. I will definitely be his die-hard fan, and my status in the sect will definitely not be low in the future. True man King Gaiu picked up the teapot and poured a cup of spiritual tea for Su Fan. Of course, it's too early to think about these now, but we must prepare for the rainy day. At least gather everyone together first. I guess the Dao Palace will not only be happy to see it happen, but will also strongly support it. Su Fan smiled. The people in Huayan Dao Palace are smart and will definitely support it strongly. If these people survive, they will all crawl out of the pile of dead bodies. Huayan Dao Palace certainly doesn't mind raising a subordinate sect that can fight. Anyway, they have plenty of money, so just spend spiritual stones to hire a group of thugs. Not only can they protect the sect, but they can also do some shameful things for them. Uncle Master, you are really far-sighted. King Gaiu's Henrin laughed and pointed at Su Fan. You kid, you never tell the truth, but when the time comes, you can't hide away. That can't be done. I will definitely follow Uncle Master's footsteps and, under your leadership, conquer a large territory for the sect. This is really not a big deal. Under the banner of Huayan Dao Palace, annexing several second-level spiritual veins is not a big deal. Su Fan chatted with King Gaiu's Henrin for a while and then said goodbye and left. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Tang Fei waiting for him. Brother, I have arranged your room for you. Su Fan was stunned. When did this guy become so capable? Thank you, junior brother, I trouble you. After hearing Su Fan's words, Tang Fei felt like he had eaten honey and was in a much happier mood. Tang Fei led Su Fan to a cave near the market town. What he didn't expect was that it was actually a small courtyard with a private entrance. Not only was the environment near the cave quiet, but the concentration of spiritual energy was also the best in the market town. Of course, it was definitely not comparable to the cave where Su Fan had lived before, but in this special period, such a small courtyard with a quiet environment and a private entrance seemed extremely precious. The small courtyard was built on the mountain, and the area was not large, only a few acres in size. Several thatched houses were hidden in the dense forest, and the environment was very good. Brother, do you think you need anything? I will help you arrange it. Su Fan smiled and said, no, this place is really nice, thank you, brother. At this point, Su Fan suddenly remembered something. By the way, besides you, how many people in Cheyenne Hofang know my identity? Tang Fei shook his head and said, brother, you just came here today, how could anyone know? After hearing what Tang Fei said, Su Fan bowed to him. Then I'll ask you one thing, junior brother, don't reveal my identity. Tang Fei was stunned, he didn't understand. It was such an honor to be the top of the Demon Slayer list, but why did he hide this identity? Is there something shameful? If it were someone else, he would have made this matter known to the whole city, for fear that others would not know that he was the top of the Demon Slayer list. But since Su Fan said so, Tang Fei didn't know what to say. Please rest assured, senior brother, I won't reveal your identity to others. Su Fan nodded with satisfaction. He thought for a while, and took out a few pieces of evil spirit bone fragments from the ring. Junior brother, do you recognize this? Tang Fei was stunned, took a few pieces of broken bones from Su Fan, and looked at them carefully in his hand. Evil spirit bone. This is the evil spirit bone of the great demon. Looking at Tang Fei with a shocked face, Su Fan patted his shoulder. I picked up some on the battlefield. Can you help me sell them in the sect? For every piece sold, you can keep 10% of the profit. If you want someone to work hard, you have to give them some benefits. Anyway, he has a lot of this stuff, and there are still a lot of them in the ring. After hearing Su Fan's words, Tang Fei's eyes widened. Brother, how many pieces do you have? Sell them all to me. Su Fan was amused by him and took out a pile of evil spirit bone fragments from the ring. Looking at the pile of evil spirit bone fragments on the table, Tang Fei's eyes were red. How could he eat so many evil spirit bone fragments by himself? Brother, don't worry, leave this matter to me, I will definitely do it for you. Looking at Tang Fei's excited back, Su Fan smiled. He didn't want to get involved in this matter again. Last time in the Foreign Affairs Hall of the Resident, those female cultivators almost ate him alive. Once his identity is revealed, he will not be quiet in Huangdao Palace in the future. It's better to hide quietly and let Tang Fei handle all the sales of evil spirit bones, and even let him handle the rewards for good deeds in the sect. Su Fan will manipulate behind the scenes and make a fortune quietly. Chapter 308 Inner Disciples. In the following days, Su Fan hardly left his house, and stayed in the cave to practice hard every day. Although he had been baptized by thunder and lightning more than a dozen times, there were still some evil thoughts in his body. Since ancient times, once evil thoughts grow, it is difficult to get rid of them. This is also the biggest bottleneck that evil cultivators, and even some evil cultivators, face in this life. Although the trace of evil thoughts in Su Fan's body seemed to have disappeared long ago. But he knew in his heart that even if there was a little inner demon in the future, the evil thoughts in his body would inevitably revive. Since Tang Fei took over the business of selling evil spirit bones, Su Fan basically didn't have to worry about anything. The disciples of Huangdao Palace all have some talent for business, and so did Tang Fei. He used the evil spirit bones in Su Fan's hands to make a fortune in the sect. Not only did he frantically sell evil spirit bones in this resident, but later, through the power of his family, he actually promoted evil spirit bones to the entire Huangdao Palace. Later, even the cultivators of Taiyidan sect came here specifically to find Tang Fei to purchase evil spirit bones. Although he was busy all day and night, Tang Fei did not complain at all. Now Tang Fei is a figure in Huangdao Palace. He is a bastard, and many family members who ignored him before have come to him for help. So this guy is so arrogant every day. Although he looks down on this guy, Su Fan is also very clear that if Tang Fei did not help him, he would have to spend all the evil spirit bones in his hands. Moreover, Su Fan transferred all the good deeds in his hands to Tang Fei, asking him to help him exchange rewards. In order to motivate the monks who applied, the major super immortal sects in the Central Plains not only set up the Demon Slayer list, but also the rewards are extremely generous. Of course, it is not so easy to exchange for those top-quality cultivation resources. The super immortal sects in the Central Plains are not stupid. Although there are many exquisite treasures, each top-quality cultivation resource requires a huge amount of good deeds. Fortunately, Su Fan is not short of good deeds, so he really exchanged a lot of top-quality treasures. Moreover, the rewards he exchanged were very purposeful, and most of the things he exchanged were life-saving equipment. First of all, there were the third-level immortal talismans, and Su Fan exchanged more than a dozen of them. These things were all powerful weapons on the battlefield. Next were the top-grade spiritual tools and elixirs for protecting the heart of Tao. There was no way, a trace of evil thoughts had already been born in Su Fan's body, and he might be in a state of demonic possession at any time. Therefore, all kinds of spiritual energy that can purify the heart and nourish the soul and protect the heart of Tao became very important. Moreover, there are very few top-grade spiritual tools of this kind, and the good deeds required to exchange one are often several times more than those of attack and self-defense spiritual tools. In addition, Su Fan also exchanged 6 top-grade flying swords, all of which were fine products from the 2 super sword sects in the Central Plains. These 6 flying swords alone consumed most of his good deeds. The spiritual long swords of ordinary cultivators and the flying swords used by sword cultivators are completely different things, and the value is several times different. The problem is that even if you have a lot of spirit stones, you can't buy this kind of top-grade flying sword used by sword cultivators on the market. If the current situation in the Central Plains was not extremely severe, the 2 super sword sects would never have taken out these 2 good things. In fact, with Su Fan's current soul strength, it is impossible to control 9 top-grade flying swords at once. But this opportunity is too rare. Even if the soul cannot be controlled now, if you miss this opportunity, it will be almost impossible to encounter so many top-grade flying swords in the future. So even if Su Fan sells his pots and irons, he must get these top-grade flying swords. And Tang Fei helped him sell the evil spirit bones everywhere, and the cultivation resources in exchange were mainly rare refining materials. Like these rare refining materials, you can't see them on the market before, even in the auctions of major immortal cities. That is to say, now, almost all cultivators will choose powerful attack magic tools or top-grade protective magic tools. In this way, except for some extremely rare materials, the prices of various rare refining materials are falling sharply. Su Fan still has a lot of evil spirit bones in his hands. Once the cultivation world repels the alien demons of Ocean, this thing will immediately become worthless. So he asked Tang Fei to exchange as many refining materials as possible. No matter how much of this kind of thing he collected, he would not lose money, and it would definitely rise sharply in the future. In addition to refining materials, there are also spiritual stones. Su Fan specifically explained to Tang Fei that it is not impossible to use spiritual stones to purchase, but they must be high-quality spiritual stones. What surprised him most was that Tang Fei actually exchanged evil spirit bones for several annihilation thunder beads for him. Although this is a powerful and good thing. But the cultivators in this world, especially the cultivators of the major immortal sects in the Central Plains, are rarely willing to use this annihilation thunder bead that is almost destroyed with the enemy. On the contrary, the fierce Western Wilderness Demon cultivator is more willing to use this thing. The sale of evil spirit bones and the exchange of rewards were handed over to Tang Fei, and Su Fan became a hands-off shopkeeper, staying in the cave to practice every day. Occasionally, he would go to King Ayu's henren to sit, drink the old man's spiritual tea, and talk about the current situation on the battlefield. The old man has summoned several new Jindan's henren who have joined the sect, but he doesn't know how the specific talks went. Anyway, as long as those people are not stupid, they will agree to King Ayu's henren's plan. A few days ago, 2 Jindan's henren from Huangdao Palace made a special trip to Cheyenne Hofang to summon Su Fan. In addition to giving him some rewards, they also promoted him to the inner sect. Unlike small sects, the inner sect disciples of various super immortal sects in the Central Plains must reach the foundation building stage. Because there are too many excellent disciples in the sect, even some disciples in the foundation building stage are still staying in the outer sect. They are all older disciples with no potential for advancement. Su Fan also created a record in Huangdao Palace, the first disciple to enter the inner sect as an outsider. If it were someone else, he would definitely be resisted by the disciples of Huangdao Palace. But this person is Su Fan, so when the sect announced the news, it did not cause dissatisfaction among the disciples in the sect. In the final analysis, Su Fan's record is too dazzling. Even the arrogant disciples of Huangdao Palace have to lower their posture and show at least respect. Su Fan had never thought that he, a useless person with 4 spiritual roots, would become an inner disciple of a super immortal sect. This was indeed beyond his expectation. It seemed that Su Fan had won the attention of the top leaders of Huangdao Palace after reaching the top of the Demon Slayer ranking for the second time. Su Fan was not very excited about such news. To be honest, he looked down on Huangdao Palace. Apart from being rich and having attainments in the art of weapons, there was nothing else. Of course, having money means you can do whatever you want. From the beginning of the war to now, Huangdao Palace has taken out a huge amount of cultivation resources, but there is no sign of any serious damage. Chapter 309, Making a Fortune in Silence, isn't that good? In any case, the Fire Cloud Palace showed its sincerity, which made Su Fan feel much more comfortable. However, just based on this, it is impossible to ask him to work for the sect. No one can make Su Fan work hard, except himself. Since he has entered the inner gate, it is obviously inappropriate to stay in the outer combat team. Several Jindans Henrin of the Fire Cloud Palace specially consulted Su Fan's opinion to know his wishes. Su Fan chose the weapon workshop in the back without thinking, and also made a request, that is, he did not want the sect to announce his identity. This request also made several Jindans Henrin of the sect very pleased. For ordinary cultivators, facing such a great honor, it is difficult to stay in the workshop like Su Fan incognito and work hard to make weapons. This kind of indifferent to fame and fortune alone has surpassed most of the disciples of this sect. In fact, these people really think too much. The reason why Su Fan chose the weapon workshop is nothing more than to make it easier for him to fleece the Fire Cloud Palace. And hiding one's name has nothing to do with indifference to fame and fortune. He really didn't care about reputation, but he felt guilty even if he took a penny less. Su Fan was like this by nature. Compared with returning home in glory, he preferred to travel at night in splendid clothes. Isn't it good to make a fortune in silence? Facing Su Fan's wishes and requests, several Jindans Henrin from Huangdao Palace immediately made arrangements. The Zhongwu Hall of Huangdao Palace chose a place for him. This place was not bad. It was in a market not far from the defense line. The next day, knowing that he was leaving soon, Su Fan met with Tang Fei and asked him to continue selling evil spirit bones in the sect during this period. With the evil spirit bones in his hand, Tang Fei accumulated a lot of connections in Huangdao Palace. He was going to promote the evil spirit bones to all the major sects on the front line. At that time, the sales of evil spirit bones would usher in a leap. Su Fan did not give any opinions on Tang Fei's strategy. Anyway, there were plenty of evil spirit bones. They were all picked up on the battlefield and there was no cost. He could do whatever he wanted. After separating from Tang Fei, Su Fan came to the pavilion where King Gaiyu's Henrin was. He walked into the second floor of the Jingzhe and saw the old man brewing tea, as if he had known he was coming. Come and sit down, and try my spiritual tea. Su Fan smiled and sat cross-legged opposite King Gaiyu's Henrin. The old man took out an ancient wooden box from his ring and handed it to Su Fan. Take a look at this tea, it's not bad. Su Fan took the wooden box and opened it. There was a layer of frost inside, and the tea leaves exuded a light and ethereal pure and wonderful smell. Just smelling it, he felt refreshed and his body seemed to be floating. It was much better than the spiritual cloud rain dew he drank last time. Uncle Master, you are willing to give this out? After hearing this, King Gaiyu's Henrin shook his head with emotion, and a trace of nostalgia appeared on his face. When I was a casual cultivator, I was running around for a few spirit stones every day. How could I have the leisure to drink tea? Later, I struggled to get to where I am today, and I also learned to drink this stuff. The old man laughed self-deprecatingly and said, I have never been willing to drink this tea. Today I will let you taste it. He put the teapot on the quaint red clay stove, flicked his finger, and a flame shot out, igniting the spirit charcoal. The teapot slowly boiled on the red clay stove. In just half an incense stick of time, he took out 2 teacups, which were very plain and unpretentious. These 2 teacups, seemingly inconspicuous, are definitely good things. True man. King Gaiyu put a piece of tea in the cup. The tea was flat like a palm, slender and straight, green as emerald, and the bottom of the leaves was full of mist. Su Fan knew the goods. This tea was definitely a rare and good product. The old man picked up the boiling teapot and poured the water into the quaint teacup. The cup is not high, and it will be full as soon as you pour water into it. When the tea and water blend, a fragrance spreads. The tea leaves in the cup stretch out, and the tea color is amber, just like orchids in the valley. The boiling water rolls, and a mist of clear air spreads out, and a group of misty clear air rises, swaying like an umbrella, and it will not dissipate for a long time. Drink it, try this tea, whether it is pleasing to your eyes. Su Fan picked up the simple teacup with both hands, and then put it to his mouth and took a sip. The tea soup is clear, and after a sip, the slightly hot tea soup enters the throat and immediately turns into fragrant saliva, which makes people have endless aftertaste. Then, Su Fan felt a refreshing flow into his abdomen, and a light spiritual energy flowed to his limbs and meridians. Su Fan's body shook, and he couldn't describe the feeling. He closed his eyes, carefully experienced it, and his face was intoxicated. Unconsciously, a trace of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his whole body was comfortable, with a feeling of breeze under his armpits and flank. After a long time, Su Fan finally recovered and took a deep breath. Good tea. King Gaiyu's Henrin smiled and placed the simple wooden box in front of Su Fan. You are leaving, and I don't have anything to give you. This tea is not bad, take it." Although the old man's face was calm, Su Fan could feel a strong reluctance. "Master, you are really willing to stop talking nonsense, forget it, I still." Before the old man finished speaking, Su Fan had already put the wooden box into the storage ring, and the speed was incredible. King Gaiyu's Henrin was stunned, then smiled bitterly and pointed at him. "Smelly boy, your hands are fast." "Nonsense, how could it not be fast?" Su Fan already felt that the old man was a little regretful. If he was slower, the tea would be gone. Just after taking a small sip just now, Su Fan felt that he was several years younger. If he doesn't want this tea, then he is a fool. "No, we have to leave quickly." Thinking of this, Su Fan hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully to Master King Gaiyu. "Master, thank you." He turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by the old man. "Take these 2 cups too." Su Fan didn't hesitate to listen. He walked over and took the 2 cups. "These 2 cups have been with me for many years. You must." Before the old man finished speaking, Su Fan had disappeared. He was not so literary. Master King Gaiyu looked at Su Fan's back and was so angry that he was choking. "This brat." Su Fan left Master King Gaiyu's pavilion and came to the nearby teleportation array. With a flash of light, he had disappeared in the array. When he opened his eyes again, Su Fan had appeared in another teleportation array. It was not until this time that he breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Su Fan was really afraid that the old man would chase him out. This advantage made him feel sore all over. He walked out of the array and looked around. The market is not big. It is located in a valley with pleasant scenery. A small street paved with stone slabs extends to the innermost part of the valley. This place is called Jiuxingfang and belongs to the sphere of influence of a certain immortal sect. Now the market has become the residence of Huayandao Palace. The rows of shops on both sides of the street are closed, and the people on the street are all disciples wearing the standard robes of Huayandao Palace. "Hello, uncle." Several key training disciples in the sect saw Su Fan and hurriedly bowed to pay their respects. Su Fan smiled at them and said, "Where's the residence of the sect?" A delicate girl hurriedly said, "Uncle, I will take you there." Su Fan followed the girl and came to the outside of a luxurious store. "Now it has been requisitioned by the sect uncle. The deacon uncle of the residence is upstairs." "Thank you." Su Fan thanked the girl with a reserved face and turned to walk into the store. The disciples in the lobby saw him and bowed to him. He waved to the young disciples as a greeting, and then walked up to the second floor. Su Fan met a foundation building deacon here, who was also the only foundation building disciple in Jiuxingfang City. The other party did not know Su Fan's identity. Although he was very polite on the surface, he could still feel a slight alienation. He did not care, in fact, it was quite good. Jiuxingfang was located in the rear of the battlefield. The workshop was full of key training disciples from the sect. Su Fan's arrival did not attract their attention, thinking it was just an ordinary transfer arrangement of the sect. Under the guidance of 2 deacon disciples, Su Fan came to his cave in Jiuxingfang City. Because in the rear, the conditions in the market were not bad, and the foundation building deacons here could be assigned an independent cave. The cave was located in the deepest part of the valley, passing through a narrow mountain road, and the dense forest next to it gradually became deeper. The twisted branches were scattered, the old trees were uneven, and the forest was quiet. Although the sun was in the sky outside, it was blocked by the branches and leaves and could not fall in. Through the gaps in the dense forest, I could vaguely see a rock wall in front of me. There were a few thatched houses in the small courtyard surrounded by a fence, and there was a faint sound of water. Following the direction of the sound of water, I continued to walk along the mountain path. Gradually, the sound of water became louder and louder. After passing through a section of woods, the view suddenly widened. Looking over, Su Fan thought of the poem of the ancients in his previous life. Mountains and rivers are so dense that I doubt there is a way out, but when I look out, I see another village. Between the dense and lush woods on both sides, a stream slowly flows down from the mountain stream. The stream water is clear, and white flowers splash in the cracks of several rugged rocks. Su Fan took a deep breath, and the rich spiritual energy made him feel relaxed and happy. This place is not bad, the environment here is deep and full of spiritual energy. The only disadvantage may be that it is a bit remote and far away from the main street of the market. It may be a place specially arranged by the foundation building senior brother. The cave is so far away from the market, and there are not many opportunities to meet him on weekdays. Because it is far from the market, the senior brother who is building the foundation specially arranged 2 key training disciples for him to serve him. Su Fan smiled and shook his head, not caring about the other party's thoughts at all. He came here just to stay comfortably, without any thoughts of grabbing power and profit, and let others think whatever they want. There are only 3 thatched huts in the fence yard, but the area of each house is not small. The thatched hut looks simple, but it is actually built very carefully. Both the materials and the craftsmanship are very sophisticated, and many details in the house are ingenious. Under this simple appearance, there is a super luxurious experience. From the location of the cave, it can be seen that the original owner here is also a person who doesn't like to join in the fun, and he is also a very particular person. Chapter 310, Just Making Money Lying Down. In the early morning, the sky was white. The autumn water after the rain made the air smell of grass, trees and soil, quiet and peaceful. Occasionally, the cool autumn wind blew, driving some of the dead leaves to form small tornadoes. The dead leaves spun inside and flowed with the wind, just like people's fate that they could not struggle against. Su Fan sat cross-legged in the practice room in the thatched cottage, practicing the Hunitungong. Since his realm cultivation broke through the middle stage of foundation building, the huge amount of spiritual energy accumulated made Su Fan feel desperate. No wonder there is a saying that when a cultivator breaks through to the foundation building stage, he ascends to heaven step by step. It is already difficult to go from the early stage of foundation building to the middle stage. I didn't expect that after breaking through to the middle stage, facing the late stage of foundation building is like a natural chasm. Most people in the world of cultivation will never be able to break through to the foundation building realm in this life. Even if they are lucky enough to reach the foundation building stage, they will jump from a small pit into a bigger pit. Even if they reach the golden elixir in the primordial infant in the future, they will still have to face the test of heavenly tribulation. Su Fan had seen the heavenly tribulation before. The power that destroyed the heavens and the earth was still frightening to him. The road was difficult and treading on thin ice. Thinking of this, Su Fan sighed. The evil skill was still fast. In just a few days, he saved himself from decades of hard work. The price was just to kill some cultivators. With his current strength, if he wanted to plot against someone, even if he was in the late stage of foundation building, he would not be able to escape his attack. It happened that it was during the war, and the corpses of the foundation building cultivators on the front line were everywhere, even the Jindans Henrun. Anyway, swallowing their flesh and blood would not make people notice anything. If he was lucky one day and swallowed the flesh and blood of a Yuaning's Henjin, wouldn't he be able to ascend to heaven in one step and break through to the late stage of Jindan? Then as soon as this thought came into being, the purple heart mysterious water jade pendant on Su Fan's chest suddenly shook. A cool breath rushed from his chest to the purple mansion sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, and spread to his limbs. Su Fan shuddered and instantly recovered from his manic mood. This is the inner demon. What a close call. Su Fan couldn't help but shudder, and his scalp felt numb. The inner demon is a thing that moistens everything silently, can be invisible, and can change in a myriad of ways. Once the evil thoughts are planted, they are deeply rooted and difficult to remove, and they become more self-righteous. Su Fan can only prevent it from happening and polish his heart as much as possible to achieve the goal of recognizing his true self and not being stained by the inner demon. But desire is hard to satisfy, and it is the most difficult to guard against. He touched the purple heart mysterious water jade pendant on his chest. After all, it is a top-grade spiritual cleansing device. Today, thanks to it, Su Fan took a deep breath, stood up from the ground, and walked out of the thatched cottage. Now the cave has been newly decorated by him, with a kitchen, a non-pit, a grill, and so on, which is similar to his previous cave. At this time, 2 pretty girls were walking in from outside the cave. When they saw him, they hurriedly bowed to him. "Greetings, uncle." Su Fan waved his hand at them and said with a smile, "You guys go and do your work. You won't have to greet me when you come here in the future." These 2 little girls were disciples who were ordered to serve her. Originally, the 2 were supposed to live in the cave, but Su Fan didn't want anyone to disturb his life, so he asked them to come every 3 days. In fact, it was nothing for the 2 to come. It was a good job to get good merits by staying here for a day. Su Fan had been in the Jiuxingfang for more than a month. During this time, he lived in seclusion. He did not participate in the management of the market. Every day, he stayed in the cave to practice hard, or went to the sex workshop to make tools. He had no sense of existence. Many key training disciples of the sect didn't even know that there was such a foundation-building uncle in the station. Moreover, he was kinda never put on the airs of an uncle. The key training disciples in the station had a good impression of him. Now that he is an inner disciple of Huayandao Palace, Su Fan has changed his previous arrogant style and become very low-key. Anyway, he has already entered the inner gate. Now he is trying to get the wool of Huayandao Palace. What matters is the long term. There are many days ahead, so there is no need to rush. The elder who is in charge of foundation building in the market gradually lost his guard. Sometimes when he met him occasionally, he could chat with Su Fan cordially. Managing such a large market, there is naturally a lot of money involved. It can be said that even if you are really not greedy here, others will not believe you. Seeing that Su Fan had no intention of competing with him for power and profit, the other party was very satisfied. Not only did he take good care of Su Fan every month, but he also took out part of the black income to share with Su Fan. Of course, Su Fan had to accept it, otherwise he would not be able to sleep well. After Su Fan finished his instructions, he left the cave. Every time the two girls who served him came, Su Fan would avoid them and go to the workshop to make tools. Seeing Su Fan's back disappear at the end of the tree-lined path, the two girls hurried to the kitchen and took out a jar of ice juice from the refrigerator. They came to Su Fan's study, sat down at the table on the kang, and drank the refreshing ice juice comfortably. This was the benefit Su Fan gave them. Every time he left, the two of them couldn't wait to take it out and drink it to their heart's content. After drinking for a while, they whispered in each other's ears. "Sister, why does Uncle Master go out every time we come here? You ask me, who should I ask? Are you a little girl in heat? Ah. Sister, what are you talking about? How could I? This Uncle Master is a nice guy. If you were a little more handsome, you're still talking about me. Sister, you're the one who's in heat, you little girl, what are you talking about? It's a pity that even if I'm in heat, Uncle Master can't see it." Su Fan didn't know that as soon as he left, the two female hooligans started to talk about him excitedly. He came all the way to the market and walked into the tool-making workshop. "Hello Uncle Master." "Greetings Uncle Master." Seeing Su Fan coming, the disciples in the workshop saluted him one after another. He smiled and nodded at them, then came to the outside of a workshop. This room is a high-level workshop for making instruments, and there are only 3 in the entire market. The high-level workshop is equipped with a top-grade fire-gathering formation, which can only be used by foundation-building cultivators. At this time, a man came out and saw Su Fan and hurriedly greeted him. "Greetings, Uncle Master, you came early today." Su Fan smiled and said, "It's clean inside, don't worry, Uncle Master, this man's name is Sun Yuang. He is not only sweet-mouthed, but also eloquent. He is the kind who is particularly good at dealing with things." He came up to Su Fan a few days after he came. Su Fan's attitude towards such people is that as long as they are not bullying the good and fearing the evil, flattering the high and trampling the low, he is not opposed to it. It is human nature to curry favor with the powerful, and it is also the most basic psychological reaction of people. There is nothing to blame. Most of the young disciples of Huayandao Palace are extremely disdainful of Sun Yuang's behavior, thinking that he is a flattering villain. But Sun Yuang didn't care at all, and instead sneered at the contempt of other disciples. Although Su Fan would not reject such people who had ambition written on their faces, he would never treat them as his own people. In his previous life, he had seen too many such people, who were like fish in water no matter where they were, and as long as they were not useless idiots, they would often get along well in the end. Sun Yuang was smooth and sophisticated in dealing with people, and he worked so hard at ordinary times. The most important thing was that he could bend down and put his face on the line. Such a person, no matter what you think of him, his future would not be too bad. People like Sun Yuang could be used, and they were indeed very easy to use, but they would never be reused. Since someone came up and was easy to use, he would take care of him appropriately, and even send him to help him with his work or run errands when he had nothing to do. Now Su Fan was no longer like before, staying in the instrument-making workshop every day and making instruments frantically against time. Instead, he only came every 3 days, and each time he only refined 2 or 3 spiritual tools. The rest of the time he mostly studied the jade slips, or summarized the gains and losses of this tool-making. In particular, he spent a lot of time studying the experience and insights summarized by the predecessors of Huayandao Palace. Although he relied on the game panel and the rule loopholes of the frontline tool-making workshop, he only took a few months to brush the data of the tool-making skills to the formation realm. And he also had the ability to refine medium-grade spiritual tools, and the speed of progress was jaw-dropping. But although the spiritual tools he refined were impeccable, he always felt that something was missing. Just like the products produced by the automated assembly line in the previous life, they were almost all the same, and compared with hand-carved things, they had no personality and charm at all. In fact, the way of tools requires accumulation and accumulation. And the foundation must be laid step by step. There are different experiences and understandings at each stage. But Su Fan is now like being crammed, with his head filled with knowledge of the way of tools, and there is no process of slowly understanding. To put it bluntly, it is too fast. The situation at that time was special. He didn't have the time at all. He could only race against time to use the convenient conditions of the workshop and frantically brush the data. He was afraid that if he missed this opportunity, he would miss it. The current situation is no longer the same as before. Su Fan has enough time to figure out and comprehend. So what Su Fan is doing now is to slow himself down, spend some time every day to experience and explore the true meaning of the instrument. Facts have proved that although his instrument-making level has not improved much during this period, every spiritual instrument he refines now is a little different. How to say it? It is just a little more agile, not like before. Su Fan walked into the instrument-making workshop and saw that the room was spotless. The fire-gathering array was polished to shine. It was obvious that it was wiped by hand, not with a cleaning talisman to deal with the job. He nodded with satisfaction, took out the red phoenix cauldron from the ring, and placed it on the fire-gathering array with a bang. Sun Yuan, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but smack his lips. The master's uncle was really strong. He had tried to take this huge tripod before, but it didn't move at all. He secretly guessed that the huge tripod of the master's uncle must weigh at least 1 or 2,000 pounds. Start the formation. Hearing Su Fan's call, Sun Yuan, who was thinking about it, hurriedly stepped forward to start the fire-gathering formation. With a boom, the light blue flames instantly shot up into the sky, wrapping the red phoenix tripod and burning fiercely. Su Fan threw some rare refining materials into the tripod, then turned his head and looked at Sun Yuan behind him. You come to smelt the materials? Sun Yuan was stunned. This was the first time that the master's uncle asked him to do it. For a key training disciple, there was no chance to use the top-grade fire-gathering formation, and he had never smelted such rare refining materials. After hearing Su Fan's words, Sun Yuan suddenly became excited. After a month of hard work, he finally got the recognition of the master's uncle, and now the opportunity has come. Hurry up and smelt. Sun Yuan was startled and hurried over. He took a deep breath and began to smelt the materials seriously. Su Fan looked at the fire of the fire-gathering formation, and then looked at Sun Yuan's operation method, and then walked aside with confidence. As a disciple of Huandao Palace, Sun Yuan's foundation in the way of weapons was very good. Moreover, it was the first time to use the top-grade fire-gathering formation to smelt rare refining materials, which made him very serious in the smelting process. In fact, even if the smelting of this furnace of materials was wasted, Su Fan didn't care. Although he was not involved in the management of the market now, as long as he wanted to use any refining materials, the foundation building deacon elder would respond to his requests. Such a big Huandao palace, how could it lack him? Su Fan walked to the site and sat cross-legged, took out a jade slip and put it on his forehead, and began to ponder and study the experience of the predecessors of Huandao Palace. Today, Sun Yuan was asked to smelt materials, and his attitude became more positive. At lunchtime, he went to the canteen of the base and helped Su Fan pack his favorite spiritual food in food boxes and bring them to the workshop. No matter what, having such a good person around you will make you feel comfortable. In the evening, Su Fan left the workshop and just walked to the main street of the market. He heard someone calling him. Su Fan looked back and found Tang Fei walking towards him. Why are you here today? He remembered that he left a lot of evil spirit bones for Tang Fei before leaving. How long has it been? Brother, the evil spirit bones I have are all sold out. I can only come to you. What? It's only been a few days. This guy is not doing wholesale. Although Su Fan didn't say anything, Tang Fei was sensitive to Su Fan's thoughts and hurriedly explained. Brother, this time I contacted several people from the super immortal sect through a friend's relationship. Although I gave them some profits, The price didn't drop much. After listening to Tang Fei's words, Su Fan patted him on the shoulder. Junior brother, you are really capable. I didn't misjudge you, this guy is really capable. He managed to get through several super immortal sects. Now the sales of evil spirit bones are going to take off. Fortunately, he still has a lot of inventory. Even if the scattered bones are sold out, there are still those complete bones. When the time comes, smash them all and sell them out. In any case, Su Fan's evil spirit bones have created a lot of profit for him. Especially now that Tang Fei is helping him to work outside, he doesn't have to worry about anything. He is just a hands-off boss. To be honest, this is pure lying and making money. Moreover, Su Fan is now an inner disciple of Huangdao Palace, which is completely different from other newly joined disciples. At least before these newly joined disciples die, he will definitely not have to fight on the front line. Now he's hiding in this market under an assumed name. Not to mention that he doesn't have to do anything, and there are people serving him every day. Don't mention how comfortable his life is. Let's go to my place. We can have a drink tonight. Tang Fei followed Su Fan to his cave. The two little girls hadn't left yet. They were sitting at the table in the study and chatting happily. They were so engrossed in their chat that they even forgot the time. It was not until Su Fan and Tang Fei entered the yard that the two of them reacted, quickly packed up, and ran out of the house in a panic. Uncle Master, Su Fan had such a sharp ear that he also heard a few words of the topic the two girls were talking about. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Are all the female cultivators of the super immortal sect so unrestrained that they dare to say anything lewd? You guys go back, Su Fan said and walked into the house. The two girls hurriedly fled from the cave. Tang Fei followed him into the house and sat down opposite Su Fan, looking at him with a smile. Brother, you are living well here. Su Fan was amused by him and scolded with a smile. Don't think too much, those two little girls come to help me clean up the cave every 3 days. Nothing happened. Tang Fei laughed and pointed at Su Fan. Brother, I haven't said anything. But you explained it first. Besides, what's the big deal about this matter? Who doesn't have a few lovers? After listening to Tang Fei's words, Su Fan shook his head. He found that Huangdao Palace was too messy. Everyone looked serious, but who knew what they were doing behind the scenes? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311. What does this mean? Every invasion of Daluotian is a catastrophe for this world of cultivation. No one of the cultivators of Su Fan's generation can stay out of it. He originally thought that he would become cannon fodder and be stuffed into this huge meat grinder. Who would have thought that he would actually sneak into Huangdao Palace and become an inner disciple? The front line of defense was in flames, and thousands of cultivators died on the battlefield every day, but he stayed in the rear, living a leisurely life every day. How can this be justified? There is no way. The disciples of the super immortal sect are treated like this, and before those small sects die, it is not their turn to fight. Now the situation on the front line has fallen into a stalemate. The first line of defense, where the battle is the most tragic, countless foreign demons from Daluotian are attacking frantically every day. Although the invasion of Daluotian did not follow the routine this time, the battlefield was chosen in the heart of the Central Plains, which caught the major immortal sects in the Central Plains off guard. But the major immortal sects in the Central Plains handled it very well, decisively abandoning hundreds of sects of all sizes within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, causing more than 100 immortal cities to fall. 3 temporary lines of defense were established, sacrificing the lives of countless foundation-building cultivators, and buying precious time for the general mobilization in the rear. It took the major immortal sects in the Central Plains nearly a year to finally build a defense line consisting of more than a dozen walls hundreds of feet high, completely blocking the foreign evil demons in Daluotian. In any case, the major immortal sects in the Central Plains finally got rid of the passive situation and stabilized the war situation. To be honest, although the cultivators of the Central Plains immortal sect are not as good as the magic cultivators and sword cultivators, in terms of war potential, the East China Sea, the West Wilderness, the South Barbarians and the North Frontier are all put together. It's really money and people. Moreover, the major immortal sects in the Central Plains are full of talents. Whether it is the attainments of various skills such as formation, talisman, alchemy, instrument and puppet, it is also unattainable in other regions. The major immortal sects in the Central Plains spent countless resources to build more than a dozen strategic defense lines, almost forming a whole in the east, south, west and north. Every few thousand meters on the hundreds of feet high city wall, there is a magic pillar that soars into the sky, using the local spiritual veins to build a complete 9 heaven seal 10,000 thunder immortal formation that specifically defeats the evil ghosts. Although there are countless foreign evil demons who attack madly and fearlessly every day, they are all blocked outside the defense line. But these have nothing to do with Su Fan. Every day, he is either practicing hard in the cave or making tools in the workshop. Su Fan's days in Jiuxingfang are so comfortable. In the early morning, Su Fan finished his breakfast and sat cross-legged on the futon. The kettle on the red clay stove next to him was puffing with hot steam, and a stick of refreshing incense was lit in the incense burner on the table, curling like fog. A wisp of green smoke lingered in the room. Su Fan took out a wooden box from the ring and put a piece of spiritual tea in the simple teacup. The boiling spiritual spring water was poured into the teacup, making a subtle sound, and the tea leaves floated up faintly. The color of the tea was as green as amber. Su Fan picked up the teacup and smelled it. Before he took a sip, he felt like he was in a plum forest. He took a sip and it was immediately refreshing. His pores opened, as if he was lying on the clouds, watching the wind and clouds change. The world was like chess, and he became an immortal instantly. After a long time, Su Fan finally woke up and felt his soul was clearer than ever before. This tea is really good. He was not like Master Kingayu, who is reluctant to drink such good spiritual tea in his hand. Even if the tea was good, it was for drinking. Why keep it if you don't drink it? The old man was so considerate. Such a good tea, he actually gave it away. Anyway, if it was him, he would definitely not be willing to give it away. Not to mention giving it away, even if he gave it to others to drink, he would not be willing to give it away. There was not much tea in the wooden box, only about 3 or 4 taels, but each time you only need to put a piece in, you can make several brews. Su Fan put away the quaint wooden box. The tea was enough for him to drink for a while. He drank a few cups of spiritual tea leisurely, then left the cave and came to the main street of the market. Su Fan took the teleportation array in the market to Xianyafang and came to the pavilion of King Gaiyu's Henren. As soon as he walked up to the second floor, King Gaiyu's Henren saw him and pointed at him. "You little bastard, why did you run away that day?" Su Fan chuckled and sat cross-legged opposite the old man. "I'm afraid that you will regret it." King Gaiyu's Henren glared at him and said angrily, "I am a Jinden's Henren, and my words can't be counted, but if he hadn't been quick that day, the tea might have been gone." Master Uncle's words, of course count. Su Fan finished speaking, thought for a while and said, "Master Uncle, how is the situation on the front line? What else can we do? Just stay deadlocked?" The old man shook his head and said, "Dalo Ocean has opened more than a dozen foreign space channels, and the evil demons are constantly coming to the Central Plains. It will not be over in a short time." Su Fan frowned and said, "It seems that this battle will not be over in a few years. You don't need to go up now. What are you worried about?" At this point, King Gaiyu's Henren waved at Su Fan, and Su Fan leaned forward quickly. The old man leaned close to his ear and whispered, "It is said that more than a dozen Yuanying's engine of super immortal sects have gathered recently." Su Fan didn't understand. "It's normal for these old monsters to gather together. I heard that the immortal sect may do something big. Do something big? Could it be that the Central Plains immortal sect wants to fight back, so they stabilized the situation? How long has it been stable, and they are going to make trouble? The Zhangin and Xianzong should not be too reckless. With the advantage of the home court, as long as they hold a defense line, Dalo Ocean will not be able to withstand it sooner or later. I also heard it from the people in the Dao Palace. Don't go out and say it nonsense." After listening to the old man's instructions, Su Fan hurriedly said, "Uncle Master, you don't know me yet. What's the point of talking to me? It has nothing to do with him, and it has nothing to do with him at all." The two chatted for a while, and Su Fan said goodbye to King Gaiyu's Henren and took the teleportation array back to Jiuxingfang City. For the next month, everything was calm. Seeing that the major Xianzongs in the Central Plains did not make any movement, Su Fan was relieved. He was really afraid that these old monsters would do something weird again. In the weapon workshop, Su Fan stood in front of the fire-gathering formation, staring intently at a spiritual weapon blank in his hand. This spiritual weapon is called Kingling Haoang Bottle, which belongs to the space-type spiritual weapon. The bottle can hold hundreds of cubic meters of liquid, and can also hold some water-type spiritual objects of heaven and earth. This was the first time Su Fan refined a space spiritual tool, so he didn't dare to be careless at all. The material empty dark stone required for this space spiritual tool is extremely rare, and he doesn't have much on hand. If it weren't for this time, he wouldn't be able to exchange it at all. Any ring with more than 100 square meters needs some empty dark stone, and some weapon-making masters can even use empty dark stone to refine space equipment above the front. After shaping and making the mold, the prototype of a water bottle-shaped spiritual tool has been formed. The following steps of engraving the talisman array, controlling the fire to gather the spirit, and quenching the fire, Su Fan has already been familiar with it. After a period of refining, he finally succeeded in refining the Kingling Haoang bottle. Su Fan held this white jade bottle that was more than an inch high, and his heart was very excited. This successful refining of a space spiritual tool also made Su Fan's attainments in making tools a step forward. He put away the Kingling Haoang bottle, then explained a few words to Sun Yang next to him, and then walked out of the tool-making workshop. Just as Su Fan was about to walk towards the cave, the communication jade talisman on his waist vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Tang Fei. "Brother, I'm at Jiuxing Fang, where are you? I'm at the weapon workshop, I'll come to find you." Su Fan put away the jade talisman and came to the main street of the market, where he saw Tang Fei waiting for him. Seeing Su Fan, Tang Fei hurriedly came up and handed him a stored ring. "These are all the resources I have exchanged in the past few months, and the rewards I exchanged for you, all in it." Su Fan took the stored ring and put his arm around Tang Fei's shoulders. "Come, take it, we'll have a drink tonight." Tang Fei shook his head and said, "Forget it, I have to meet 2 buyers tonight. Let's do it another day." Su Fan nodded and said, "Okay, let's talk about it next time." After saying goodbye to Tang Fei, Su Fan returned to his cave. He sat cross-legged on the futon and took out the storage ring that Tang Fei gave him. Since he heard what King Gaiyu's Henren said last time, Su Fan has always felt unsure, so he asked Tang Fei to exchange all his good deeds for what he needed. Anyway, it's better to be prepared. He has used up all his good deeds, so he shouldn't keep this thing in his hand and exchange it as soon as possible. What Su Fan exchanged the most were the 3rd-level immortal talismans, precious top-grade elixirs, and various top-grade spiritual tools, all of which were top-grade equipment needed on the battlefield. Those who sold evil spirit bones in exchange for rare refining materials, as well as various cultivation resources such as top-grade spiritual stones, don't have to worry about it. After driving away the foreign evil demons in Dalu Ocean in the future, these things will definitely make a fortune. The next morning, Su Fan just got up and found that someone had triggered the defensive formation outside the cave. He walked over and opened the formation, and saw 2 Jinden's Henren standing outside the cave. He knew one of them, the one who summoned him last time. Su Fan didn't dare to neglect it, and hurriedly bowed to the 2 respectfully. "Junior Su Fan, I greet the 2 uncles." The leading Jinden's Henren smiled and said, "Get ready and follow us immediately." Su Fan was stunned when he heard what the other party said. "Uncle, this is, you don't need to ask, get ready quickly." Su Fan had no choice but to turn back to the thatched cottage and put away all the facilities in the cave. For some reason, his intuition told him that this time was not a good thing. Su Fan packed up neatly and followed the 2 Jinden's Henren to Jiuxing Fang, and then took the teleportation formation to leave. The 2 Jinden's Henren took Su Fan to a palace-like building on the front line. At this moment, more than 100 foundation building monks wearing the standard robes of Huangdao Palace had gathered here. There were also several Jinden's Henren standing at the door of the hall, and King Gaiyu's Henren was among them. The old man saw Su Fan and turned his head to look elsewhere as if he didn't know him. "Okay, everyone is here, let's go in." Following the shout of a Jinden's Henren, Su Fan followed the crowd into the palace-like building. After he entered the hall, he found that there was a long-distance teleportation formation in the quiet room. Su Fan turned his head and looked at the foundation building disciple beside him, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. The man smiled bitterly and shook his head at him. It seemed that the other party didn't know where they were going. Su Fan and others stood on the formation. As a dazzling light suddenly appeared, he quickly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he had come to a strange place. Su Fan followed the flow of people and walked out of the hall where the teleportation formation was located. Outside was a square, where more than 100 foundation building monks gathered. Seeing their robes, someone recognized the identities of these people. They are from Taoidan sect. The foundation building disciple next to Su Fan came over and whispered. After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan frowned. Something is wrong. Because his foundation building disciples from Taoidan sect also looked confused. Su Fan knew very well that the foundation building monks gathered here should all be disciples who have just joined the two sects. Several Jiandan monks from Huangdao Palace walked over and exchanged a few words with the Jiandan monks from Taoidan sect, and then led them out of the square. Su Fan glanced at King Gaiyu's Henren in front of him. The old man must know what was going on. But in such an occasion, it was better for the two to pretend not to know each other. This should also be somewhere on the front line. The monks from the two sects walked on the street. And the street was full of disciples wearing various sect robes. This may be the Western theater. Yes, that person is wearing the robe of Take Su Xianzong. Bring us here all the way. What on earth are you doing? Su Fan frowned, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Anyway, it's not a good thing. A group of people came to the valley near the defense line in a mighty manner. The area here is not small, with a size of dozens of acres. There are miniature caves on the mountain walls on both sides. The valley is full of disciples wearing the robes of various immortal sects, and these people are looking at them with scrutiny. Sword cultivators, they are from Linxiao Sword sect. Those are the robes of Haoshan Fairy Palace. I've seen them before. Why are there demon cultivators? They are from the Western Wasteland Demon sect. People from the Linghe Fairy sect in the East China Sea are here too. Su Fan sighed. Those old monsters from the major immortal sects in the Central Plains might be up to something. The cultivators in this valley are either from the major super sects in the Central Plains and the East China Sea, or from the 4 major demon sects in the Western Wasteland. Not far from him, there were several foundation building cultivators wearing the robes of the 9 Nether Demon Palace. Their eyes were fierce and full of aggression. It has been a long time since I saw demon cultivators, and they felt quite friendly. On the other side stood several cultivators carrying swords. One look at their manners showed that they were a group of sword madmen. I don't know if Lao Yu has come. This guy once made it into the top 10 of the Demon Slayer list. There were almost no people around these two gangs. The disciples of the various immortal sects in the Central Plains and the East China Sea did not dare to stand next to them. Su Fan settled down in a cave on both sides of the valley, and he walked out of the cave in the evening. He came to the outside of a cave and looked around. Uncle Master, I want to see you. Come in. Hearing the voice of King Gaiyu's Henren, Su Fan walked into the cave. Come and sit down. Su Fan nodded and sat cross-legged opposite King Gaiyu's Henren. Uncle Master, what does this mean? The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know either. The decree passed down by his Henjin in the Taoist palace didn't say anything else. Just let us gather the top 100 disciples on the Demon Slayer list in the sect to rush here. Su Fan thought for a while and said, Uncle Master, is it that group of yuaning old monsters who want us to do that big thing? After hearing what Su Fan said, King Gaiyu's Henren nodded. I think so too. Let's wait for the news. It's just a matter of 2 days. The two of them had something on their minds and were no longer interested in chatting. After a few words, Su Fan said goodbye. He returned to his cave and sat cross-legged on the ground. Just as he was about to practice his skills, he heard a noisy sound coming from outside. When Su Fan walked out of the cave, he saw a group of sword cultivators carrying swords, who were looking for people in each cave. Although the many foundation-building disciples of Huangdao Palace were a little scared in the face of these sword madmen, they couldn't let them be so unscrupulous. Although they couldn't beat them, they could always reason with them. A disciple of Huangdao Palace, in the middle stage of foundation building, quickly stood up and bowed to the sword madman. My fellow brothers, I am Xiao Xian from Huangdao Palace. I don't know what you are doing. A sword cultivator looked at Xiao Xian coldly, with a sharp edge in his eyes. My name is Zhuang Wuya, from Linxiao Sword Sect. Su Fan is. Xiao Xian was stunned, and suddenly remembered something. He understood why this group of sword madmen came to the Dao Palace to make trouble. It turned out that they wanted to find the top of the Demon Slayer list. Xiao Xian certainly knew that Su Fan was from Huangdao Palace, but no one had ever seen this guy. Brothers, whether you believe it or not, No one here knows Brother Su Fan, and no one has seen his appearance? Zhuang Wuya obviously didn't believe it. He glared, and a strong murderous aura frightened Zhao Xian and made him retreat several steps. Brother Zhuang, we really don't know. If you don't believe it, you can go and ask other disciples of the Dao Palace. Zhuang Wuya snorted coldly, looking at the disciples of the Huan Dao Palace opposite with a cold look. As the top of the Demon Slayer list, why do you hide your identity? Did you do something shameful? After hearing his words, several sword cultivators behind him laughed. Seeing these people laughing at Su Fan, the faces of the disciples of the Huan Dao Palace changed. This group of sword madmen are too much? How can they slander the cultivators of this sect like this? They don't take the Huan Dao Palace seriously. And he insulted the top of the Demon Slayer list. If they hadn't been defeated, they would have turned against each other long ago. At this time, several more demon cultivators came over. I'm Leng Zhuan from the Blood Demon sect. Su Fan is here. Zhao Xian and the others broke out in cold sweats when they heard this. Just now a group of sword maniacs came, and now a group of demon cultivators have come. How can you bully people like this? Do you really think that our Huan Dao Palace is easy to bully? Zhao Xian hurriedly walked up and bowed, saying, It turns out to be Senior Brother Leng. I've heard of your name for a long time. Leng Zhuan didn't give him any face at all, and cursed, Do you know me very well? You've heard of me for a long time. Zhao Xian was so angry that his face turned red, and he gasped heavily, staring at Leng Zhuan. I'll fight you. Although he thought so, it was just a thought. My father-in-law had a cerebral thrombosis today. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, his hands were numb and he couldn't speak. He was in the hospital for nearly a day. I have to update a little late today. Please understand. Chapter 312, A Sword is Enough, Why Bother with Face? Leng Zhuan of the Blood Demon sect looked coldly at the people of the Fire Cloud Palace, with a fierce look in his eyes. Su Fan is here, he said, and when no one said anything for a long time, he sneered. Why, the top of the Demon Slayer list doesn't even dare to show his face. Zhuang Wuya of the Lingxiao Sword sect next to him also snorted coldly. HMPH. I wanted to see the top of the Demon Slayer list, but I didn't expect it to be a cowardly rat. Let's go, he said, waved his hand, and left with a few sword cultivators. Leng Zhuan also shook his head and said, What the hell is the top of the list? He doesn't even dare to show his face. This guy laughed and left with his people. A group of disciples of the Fire Cloud Palace were humiliated and their faces turned red, but despite this, no one dared to stand up. Sword cultivators are the craziest, and demon cultivators are extremely cruel. No one dares to provoke these two types of people easily. Once provoked, there is no way to end it peacefully. Even though the disciples of Huan Dao Palace crawled out of the dead on the battlefield, they still dared not to turn against these two groups. There was no way. The disciples of the major immortal sects in the Central Plains were really cowardly. At this moment, many disciples of Huan Dao Palace were groping back and forth in the crowd. They wanted to find Su Fan. Especially those disciples in the middle stage of foundation building, they received the most attention, but no one stood up and admitted that they were Su Fan. These people were all recruited into the sect by Huan Dao Palace on the battlefield, and several batches of people have been recruited before and after. Moreover, these people usually belong to different areas of the front line, so few of them know each other. Su Fan is the most inconspicuous one in the crowd, so no one pays attention to him. Looking at the backs of the two groups of people on the opposite side leaving, Su Fan was amused. Anyway, he would not show his head. These people are either crazy or mentally ill. What is there to talk about with them? It's nothing more than finding a place to exchange ideas. They are just fucking idle. What else can't they do with this time? Su Fan shook his head, turned around and left, returning to his cave. Next, several more waves of people came to the Huan Dao Palace, all looking for Su Fan. The people from the major immortal sects in the Central Plains were still polite, but the sword cultivators and the demon cultivators were not so easy to get along with. They were clearly looking for trouble. Su Fan did not go out again, allowing the group of people to clamor outside. But he did not show up, and the other party left cursing after a while. Su Fan came from the demon sect, and he knew this group of sword cultivators. He did not want to pay attention to this group of people, and there was no normal. There was no way. Who made him stay at the top of the Demon Slayer list for several months, which made many cultivators from other sects very angry. Especially the disciples of the sword sect and the demon sect, they had long wanted to see what kind of person the top of the demon slayer list was. The next day, Su Fan left the cave and strolled around the valley. He wanted to learn some information from the disciples of other sects to see if they knew what they were asked to do this time. The whole valley was full of disciples from various sects. Many cultivators gathered together and exchanged information with each other. Su Fan also came over and found that everyone had similar ideas as him. It was no wonder that even King Gaiu's Henrin didn't know much, let alone these foundation-building disciples. Su Fan wandered around for a long time and didn't get any useful information, so he didn't want to waste any more time and prepared to go back to the cave to practice. But before he turned around and walked far, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Su Fan, who the hell is this? How could anyone recognize him here? Fortunately, there were not many people nearby. If he was in the crowd just now, he would definitely be watched by people. He turned his head and saw Yishian standing not far away, looking at him with a smile. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, looking at old Yi opposite him. His mind seemed to have returned to the small courtyard in Shaoyuan Market back then. Before he could recover from his thoughts, old Yi walked over in a few steps, punched him hard, and then hugged him tightly. "It's really you. Why are you here?" Su Fan pushed old Yi away with a look of disgust on his face. What a sight it would be for two men to hug each other. He was not as bold as old Yi. Although he was very excited, he didn't know how to express it for a moment. "Old Yi, I saw your name on the Demon Slayer list." Old Yi hugged him and laughed. "Haha. I'm fourth, and I can't go any further." He suddenly remembered something after he finished speaking, and looked at Su Fan with a strange look on his face. "By the way, the top of the Demon Slayer list is also called Su Fan. It can't be you." Su Fan chuckled and said, "I thought so too, but it's a pity that we just have the same name." He saw that old Yi wanted to ask more, so he quickly changed the subject. "Let's go to my place. We haven't seen each other for a while. Let's get drunk tonight." Yishian was immediately spirited when he heard this. "Do you have skewers?" "What skewers? Let's have hot pot today." "What the hell, don't worry about it. I just happen to have 2 bottles of spirit wine in my hand. I have never been willing to drink them. Let's make them today." Su Fan led Lao Yi to his cave, and then took out the cooking utensils and various ingredients and seasonings needed for hot pot from the ring. The two sat in front of the mud stove, ignited the spirit wood charcoal, and put a pot on it. There was a king table next to it, which was filled with mutton, fat beef, tripe, duck intestines, duck blood, bean curd leaves, duck intestines, meatballs, yellow throat, spirit mushrooms and other ingredients. Su Fan simply mixed a few refreshing side dishes and prepared several hot pot ingredients. The king table was full and looked very rich. After finishing all this, Su Fan took out 2 jars of spirit wine from the ring. "Old Yi, try this wine. I have had this wine for many years." Yishian grabbed a jar of wine, slapped the mud seal, and then smelled it. "Not bad. Where did you get this wine?" At this time, the water in the pot on the clay stove was already boiling. "I got it from an elder." Su Fan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a few slices of mutton and put them in the boiling pot. "Old Yi, let's eat first, like me." After he said that, he dipped the cooked mutton slices in the mahjong condiments, and then stuffed them into his mouth. "Oh my god, it's so addictive." Old Yi also imitated Su Fan, picked up a few slices of meat and put them in the boiling pot, and then dipped them in the condiments and took a bite. "What's this called?" "Shabu shabu. This name is quite appropriate. How did you figure this thing out? It's a pity for you not to practice sword with your understanding." Su Fan curled his lips, and said, "Please talk nonsense. I don't want to be a sword cultivator. They are just a group of mental patients. Just eat. I haven't seen you for a few years. You talk too much nonsense." "Hey, you've become capable. Let's have a fight tomorrow." "Who the hell wants to fight with you, sword madman? You're just bored." Su Fan picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Lao Yi. "Come, let's have a drink." Lao Yi raised his head and drank the wine in the glass. He made a hiss sound, closed his eyes and silently tasted the aftertaste of the spirit wine. "Good wine." Su Fan picked up the wine jar and poured another glass for Yishian. "Take out this wine." "Now I regret it a little." Lao Yi picked up the wine glass and drank it all, then wiped his mouth and laughed. "Haha, it's too late to regret it now." The two of them drank one glass after another, and each time they drank until the glass was empty. In a short while, The two of them drank up a jar of wine. Su Fan picked up another jar of wine, broke the mud seal, and poured a glass for Lao Yi. Old Yi, I see your sect on the Demon Slayer list has become Linkxiao Sword Sect. Old Yi sighed and said, Zhonggyun Xianzong and the Demon Sect made peace, and Jiang Sword Sect moved from Zihuan to Zhonggyun. Master took me and several junior brothers to join Linkxiao Sword Sect. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Su Fan, then picked up the wine glass and took a sip. As soon as I entered the sect, I was spotted by Yuaning Zhenjin, who cried and begged me to become his disciple. Old Yi has not changed at all. No one can match him in terms of pretending to be cool, and his realm has reached perfection. After hearing that Yuang Zhao fell, I went to Shaoyuan Market on purpose. I thought you were dead. After listening to Yi Xiang's words, Su Fan felt a sense of sadness from him. Although Old Yi did not elaborate, Su Fan also knew that Yuang Zhao was occupied by the demon sect back then, and Old Yi must have taken a great risk. The process of this trip was inevitable, and it must have been bloody. In any case, Old Yi really had nothing to say to him. Tell me about yourself, how have you been through these years? Su Fan smiled and said, it's a long story, I don't even know where to start. Old Yi understood what he meant, so he didn't ask any more questions. He chuckled and said, I remember that year, you were only in the middle stage of key training, it's only been a few years, and you have already broken through the foundation. Well, there was indeed an opportunity. Anyway, it's good that you are alive. This matter has become a headache for me. Brother, is it that serious? Why not? If I took you away back then, At this point, Old Yi couldn't say anything more, picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Su Fan was also full of emotion. If he had left Shaoyuan Market earlier, perhaps his fate would be different. At this moment, the atmosphere in the cave was a little low, and Su Fan quickly changed the subject. Old Yi, do you know what we are here for this time? Yi Xian shook his head and said, I don't know either. I specifically asked the leader of the sect, but even he didn't know. At this point, Yi Xian leaned forward. He whispered, however, Uncle Master heard from the elders of the sect that every time Dalaotian invaded the world of cultivation, the elite disciples of each sect would enter the fighting arena. What the hell, fighting arena? Do they have to fight with foreign evil demons on the stage? Brother, what is the fighting arena? Old Yi shook his head and smiled bitterly. How would I know? Uncle Master also heard from the elders of the sect. Su Fan was a little confused. What kind of battle is this? While he was thinking about it, the communication jade talisman on Old Yi's waist vibrated. Yi Xian took off the jade talisman, and then a tender voice came out of the jade talisman, so greasy that it could squeeze out water. Brother, where have you been? Old Yi was quite pleased to hear this. His face was full of smiles, like an animal in estrus. I'm drinking with a little brother. Where is it? I want to go too. Why are you here? We're almost done drinking. I'm just going over. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly, then glanced at Su Fan, meaning, can she come over? What the hell? What else could Su Fan say, so he had to nod. Old Yi told the other party the location, then put away the communication jade talisman. A junior sister from our sect insisted on coming over. Damn, Old Yi is a womanizer everywhere, and he's so attracted to girls. Come on, she's not bad. After a while, the communication jade talisman on Yi Xian's waist vibrated. He quickly stood up, walked out of the cave, and then led the three girls in. Several female cultivators were carrying long swords, but their auras were extremely sharp, as if they were famous swords out of their sheaths, with a sharp edge. Su Fan thought of the girl who had a crush on Old Yi's girl. This guy was a scum who abandoned her after having sex. Maybe after entering the Super Sword sect, he had forgotten about the girl. The leading female cultivator was in her 20s. Her eyes were lively and cold, like rippling water waves. When she flickered, the spiritual light and aura around her danced with her. Especially when she looked at Yi Xian, she was so charming. Looking at Old Yi again, he also looked like he was in estrus. You don't need to ask to know that this is a pair of dogs. Man and woman. The other female cultivator smiled warmly, like a spring breeze, like a clear spring in midsummer, but without the slightest softness and frivolity. She was graceful and noble, and would not allow others to be disrespectful. It's a pity for such a girl. A good girl, why not do anything else, but she has to be a sword cultivator. The last one wore a plain white Taoist robe, with satin black hair, a pair of clear eyes as calm as water, like smoke and fog, with a cold and distant look, revealing a coldness that kept people away from her. There is really no way out for this. Even if she doesn't become a sword cultivator, she will definitely have a future if she enters the magic sect. She is a natural witch. Su Fan only glanced at them and didn't dare to look at them again. The girls who are sword cultivators are not normal. They seem to be filled with cold and sharp sword energy. Although the 3 female cultivators are very beautiful, Su Fan can't muster up the slightest interest. Anyway, such girls are not worth getting for free. What if one day he offends them and then gets cut off by a sword? Isn't it unfair? Yi Xian pointed at Su Fan and introduced him to the 3 junior sisters. He is Su Fan, the little brother I met in the West Wilderness. Su Fan stood up and nodded to the 3 girls as a greeting. The girl in the lead was quite polite and waved to Su Fan with a smile. The other 2 just glanced at him lightly, nodded slightly at him, and then ignored him. Su Fan, this is my fellow junior sister, Ding Lan. After Yi Xian introduced the leading sister, he pointed at the other 2 female cultivators. These 2 are fellow junior sisters, Liu Chengyi and Chu Ting. Su Fan took out 3 stools from his ring and handed them to Yi Xian. Everyone, please sit down. Old Yu made room for the 3 sisters and asked them to sit down. Su Fan took out some ingredients in a jar of spirit wine. 3 junior sisters, do you want spirit wine or juice? Senior brother, I want to drink spirit wine too. After Ding Lan finished speaking, she looked at Yi Xian with a smile, and her eyes were full of deep affection. Old Yu was almost softened by her look, and he laughed foolishly. Fuck. The 2 of them exchanged glances, and sprinkled dog food all over Su Fan's face. This is fucking. The girl named Chu Ting smiled faintly and said, spirit wine. Liu Qingyi next to him raised her eyebrows and glanced at Su Fan, as if to say, what are you thinking, actually letting a sword cultivator drink juice? Wine. Su Fan nodded quickly and poured a glass for each of them. Can't afford to offend, can't afford to offend. Next, Ding Lan had no one else in her eyes, and kept talking to Yi Xian. Liu Chengyi took out a silk scarf and tied up her long hair, and then didn't say anything, just drinking by herself. Only Chu Ting could chat with Su Fan. Brother, which sect are you from? I'm from Huangdao Palace. Chu Ting was stunned for a while, and it took a long time to spit out a sentence. Oh. Brother, you must have a high attainment in the way of weapons. If I refine a flying sword in the future and ask you for help, don't forget to recognize me. Although Chu Ting was very polite, it was a pity that the sword cultivators had low emotional intelligence, so it was better not to say this. Well, that broken sect has nothing to show for itself except for refining weapons. Liu Qingyi next to him was much more straightforward. She glanced at him with a smile. The meaning couldn't be clearer. It was obvious that she looked down on you. Su Fan pretended not to see it and took a sip from the wine glass. It's no wonder that they looked down on Huangdao Palace. Even he looked down on it. Apart from money, there was nothing else left. He didn't want to argue with these 2 girls. Sword cultivators are amazing. Your name is Su Fan, Liu Chengyi suddenly said this. Su Fan was a little confused. Did old Ji introduce you just now? What are you asking? Chu Ting was also a little confused. She glanced at Liu Qingyi. Didn't senior brother Xian introduce you just now? At this point, she seemed to remember something all of a sudden. She turned her head to look at Su Fan, and her eyes instantly became sharp. When Liu Qingyi looked at Su Fan, her eyes also changed. She was excited like a chicken blood. She smiled and picked up the wine glass. Brother, I toast to you. The changes in the 2 girls made Su Fan nervous. This is going to ruin the relationship. It's all old Yi's fault. He had to bring these women here. I'm afraid there's no way to get around this. He picked up the wine glass and said with a smile, Let's drink first. Su Fan didn't know what to say, so he just drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Chu Ting also picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Su Fan. Brother, I heard that the top of the Demon Slayer list is from your Huangdao Palace. His name is also Su Fan. Could it be that he has the same name as you? Indeed, he has the same name as you. Su Fan's face didn't change. He just lied and wouldn't admit it anyway. Liu Qingyi, who was standing next to him, lifted her hair and looked at Su Fan with a smile. Brother, since he is from the same school as you, can you introduce him to us? Su Fan made a bitter face and pretended to be emotional. 2 junior sisters, this is difficult for me. No one has seen this number 1 on the Demon Slayer list since he entered the sect, not to mention you. Even the senior brothers and sisters in the sect are looking for this person. Liu Chengyi and Chu Ting looked at each other, and then looked at Su Fan at the same time. I heard that several senior brothers in our sect went to find the number one on the Demon Slayer list last night, but they were so scared that they didn't dare to show up. Really? That's the number one on the Demon Slayer list. He didn't even dare to show his face. Is he still a man? Damn, these two women don't look like good people. You haven't slept with me, how do you know if I'm a man? Su Fan touched Yushian below. These are all the people you brought here, can't you take care of them? But this guy and Ding Lan are having an affair, and his mind can't hold anything else. Helplessly, Su Fan had to continue to play dumb. Two junior sisters, that Su Fan might be a fraud who has stolen the reputation. Don't bother with him. Liu Chengyi's eyes were like knives when she heard this, and Su Fan almost subconsciously wanted to dodge. The achievements of the Demon Slayer list are all recorded by the Dao Weapon Demon Suppression Monument. How could he deceive the world and steal the reputation? Su Fan chuckled and said, it's too easy. He can grab a few heads and pick up a few loopholes. The Demon Suppression Monument will also record the achievements under his name. Pucci. Chu Ting next to her couldn't help laughing. Senior brother, do you want to make me laugh to death? He has been on the Demon Slayer list for several months. How many heads must he have grabbed and how many loopholes must he have picked up? After that, no matter what the two said, Su Fan would never admit it. Finally, Yushian and Ding Lan were almost done with each other, so they said goodbye to Su Fan. Before leaving, Chu Ting looked at Su Fan with a smile. Brother, let's talk about this another day. Liu Chengyi went even further, coming over and secretly pinching Su Fan's arm, and gave him an ambiguous smile. Looking at the backs of several people, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. This place can't stay any longer. These two women will come to the door tomorrow morning. The wind is strong, it's ridiculous. Thinking of this, Su Fan hurriedly left the cave and came to the outside of the cave of Master Kingayu. Uncle, are you there? The next day, Liu Chengyi and Chu Ting came to Su Fan's cave again, but after knocking on the door for a long time, there was no movement from inside. Chu Ting stamped her feet and said angrily, oh no, this guy got away. Liu Chengyi sneered and said, you should have listened to me and came here last night, but you didn't listen. We are two female cultivators, running to his place in the middle of the night. What will happen if the news gets out? So what? I slept with the top of the Demon Slayer list, so what if it gets out? I don't know how many sisters in the sect will envy us. Liu Chengyi, you are shameless, haha. I am a sword cultivator, a sword is enough for me, why do I need a face? Chapter 313 Never mind, let it be. Su Fan found Kingayu's Henren and asked him to help him change his cave. After all, he was a Jinden's Henren, so the old man still had a say here, and he got the job done easily. The new cave was not on the Huangdao Palace's residence, and the location was quite remote, so there was almost no one around to disturb him. In the next few days, Su Fan stayed at home and never went out again. He knew in his heart that if the two sword cultivators couldn't find him again, they would tell the Lingxiao sword sect's fellow disciples about this matter in a few days. By then, the Huangdao Palace's residence would definitely be in chaos. Su Fan was not worried. Anyway, these people couldn't find him, so let them make trouble. He sat cross-legged on the futon, and finished practicing Hununguang with the 9 turns of Gongxing. He took another look at the progress of practice, which was negligible. Okay, he was already pretty good. It would take more than 10 years for a normal cultivator to break through from the middle stage of foundation building to the late stage. At this time, the communication jade talisman on Su Fan's waist vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Yushian. Where are you? Why is there no one in the cave? Su Fan smiled, cut off the communication jade talisman, and then put it away. He didn't want to reply at all. This guy is now in a state of adultery, his brain is full of muddle, and his intelligence may be negative. He knows without guessing that it must be the two sword cultivators who bribed Ling Lan to let the idiot Lao Yi contact him. This is obviously a trap for him. Anyway, Lao Yi wants to meet him, and he has to refuse, so he just pretends to be stupid and doesn't reply. After being bored in the cave for several days, Su Fan decided to go to the valley to see if there is any news. Su Fan took out the Shura ghost mask and put it on, and successively performed the void spirit method and hidden breath technique, and then changed his body shape. He walked out of the cave and came to the square in the valley. Every day, a lot of people gathered here, all disciples of various sects, and they all had similar ideas to Su Fan, wanting to find out some news. What on earth are those yuanying old monsters going to do by gathering the elites of various sects together? Not only Su Fan, everyone has this doubt. The square was full of cultivators from various sects. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, exchanging information they knew about each other. Su Fan approached a group of people and listened to their discussions. Yesterday, I heard from the real people in the sect that the Yuanying Zhenjun who summoned us here seem to want us to go to a fighting arena. Fighting arena? What is that place? Why haven't I heard anyone talk about it before? I've heard about it. It seems that someone in our sect went to the fighting arena more than 10,000 years ago. Unfortunately, it has been too long, and no one in the sect knows about it now. This fighting arena, won't it let us fight with the evil demons of Dalaocean? I also heard from the elders of the family that it seems that every time Dalaocean invades, a fighting arena will be opened. As for where the fighting arena is, no one knows. Su Fan stayed in the square for a long time and learned some information, but it was not very reliable. He heard about a place called Fighting Arena again. Could it be that they really let them go to the fighting arena to fight with foreign evil demons? And every time Dalaocean invades the world of cultivation, someone will enter the fighting arena. Could it be an agreement between the world of cultivation and Dalaocean, that in this way, the elites of each world would enter the fighting arena? It's not impossible. Never mind, let it be. Anyway, he has this ability to defeat foreign evil demons, and he will be done when the time comes. Su Fan strolled in the square for a while and wanted to return to the cave. Who knew that after a few steps, several sword cultivators stopped him, probably because they saw him wearing the robes of Huayandeo Palace. One of them took out a portrait, looked at him, and then waved at him. Let's go. For some reason, Su Fan's heart burst out with evil fire. Damn, these sword cultivators take themselves too seriously. At this time, the purple heart mysterious water jade pendant on his chest shook slightly, and a cool breath rushed into his mind instantly. Su Fan suddenly recovered from his resentment. The inner demon is really omnipresent. Although he has temporarily recovered his calm, he is still a little indignant. The 2 sword cultivators actually drew his appearance and distributed it to the disciples in the sect, looking for his whereabouts everywhere. To be honest, although the sword cultivators are strong in combat, they are not afraid of these crazy sword cultivators. Su Fan is afraid of trouble. Forget it, I won't argue with these mentally ill people. He let out a long breath and suppressed his anger. I don't know if it was the inner demon, but Su Fan's chest felt like a fire was burning. Su Fan returned to the cave, sat cross-legged on the futon, took out the clay stove tea set, and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for himself. He picked up the teacup, put it to his mouth and took a sip, closed his eyes and tasted it slowly. Huh? Su Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. It's so refreshing. The fragrance of the spiritual tea is rich, and he feels like he has been baptized, and even the anger in his heart has disappeared. At this time, the communication jade talisman on his waist vibrated again. Su Fan sighed, took off the jade talisman from his waist, and kept rubbing it in his hand. Just now in the square, the jade talisman had vibrated several times, but he didn't pay any attention to it, and didn't want to refuse Lao Yi. But just now, those sword cultivators were holding the portraits and looking for him everywhere. I don't know why, but it made Su Fan a little angry. Even now, he is still unhappy. Su Fan thought about it and picked up the communication jade talisman in his hand. Lao Yi, why are you looking for me? What are you doing, kid? I have contacted you several times, what else can I do? I don't want to pay attention to you. Oh. I just went out and didn't bring the communication jade talisman. Su Fan is now talking nonsense without changing his expression. Where did you move to? Why is there no one in your cave? Nonsense, I was forced to run away by your 2 junior sisters. I went to do something for an elder in the sect. When will you come back? I will be at the door of your cave. No, those 2 sword cultivator sisters must be by this guy's side. I guess I won't be able to go back these 2 days. I'll contact you when I get back. I always feel like there's something wrong with you. Are you hiding from me? Old G was screwed, and had been bewitched by his junior sister. Why should I hide from you? You won't hurt me. Outside Su Fan's original cave, Yi Xian cut off the communication jade talisman, then shook his head at Ling Lan. Chu Ting next to him snorted coldly and said, this kid is slippery, he even lied to you. That's right, this kid is telling the truth. Liu Chengyi on the other side also followed up with a knife. But the words of the two made Yi Xian frown. What right do you have to say that about your brother? How can you two talk like that? That's my brother, Old Yi glared, and the murderous aura burst out with a boom. Liu Chengyi and Chu Ting were so scared that they took a few steps back. Although Yi Xian always smiles on weekdays, no one dares to provoke him even in the entire Ling Xiao sword sect. Although he has just arrived in Central Plains, he is notorious for his viciousness and has killed many people. Ding Lan quickly took Yi Xian's arm and buried her face in his chest. Brother, this is all my fault. Being blamed by his junior sister, Old Yi suddenly lost his energy and there was no murderous aura in his body. Okay, he will contact me when he comes back in a few days. Liu Chengyi wanted to say something else, but Ding Lan winked at her and she closed her mouth. Since he saw Su Fan's name on the Demon Slayer list, he always thought it was the same name. His impression of Su Fan has always remained at the time when he was in the courtyard, so he easily believed it when Su Fan didn't admit it. But apart from him, Liu Chengyi and Chu Ting were not so easy to deceive. Especially after Su Fan ran away, they had already determined that he was the top of the Demon Slayer list. These sword cultivators are arrogant and self-proclaimed to be the strongest in the world. But since the war began, the top of the Demon Slayer list was actually a cultivator from the Immortal sect, which was absolutely a great shame for them. Moreover, this cultivator actually came from the eastern part of the Central Plains, where the combat power was the weakest. What was even more unacceptable to them was that the top of the list for several months was a scumbag from the Huayandao Palace. So since the Huayandao Palace came to this valley, the disciples of several major sword sects and the Western Wilderness Demon sect all came to see what kind of person Su Fan was. Of course, they had to compete with him to see if his strength was worthy of the top of the Demon Slayer list. Who would have thought that this guy didn't even show up? So they have been looking for trouble with the Huayandao Palace, trying to force Su Fan to show up. Unfortunately, Su Fan didn't care at all, and he didn't have any sense of belonging to the Huayandao Palace. No matter how you make trouble, I just won't meet you. Who knew that the two female cultivators, Liu Chengyi and Chu Ting, accidentally found Su Fan? They wanted to find Su Fan the next day, but he was even more ruthless and simply ran away. The top of the Demon Slayer list actually ran away, can you believe it? Anyway, Su Fan would not show up. He knew in his heart that once he showed up, he would not stay here quietly. After that, Su Fan never left the cave. He stayed in the cave every day to practice hard. In his spare time, he would draw talismans or drink tea. Sometimes he would make some delicious food and drink it by himself. I thought I would meet Lao Yi here and sit with him to chat. Who knew that Lao Yi actually fell in love and had an affair with his junior sister every day? Now he has lost his mind. He is such a smart person. Now that he has been sold by his junior sister, I am afraid he has to help her count the money. And Su Fan didn't want to be a light bulb, and he didn't want to be sprinkled with dog food every day, so he simply turned a blind eye. It's a pity that senior sister and Gu Qinghuan didn't come, so he went to the Nine Nether Demon Palace to ask someone. It's a rare opportunity to come to the Western Theater. I don't know if I will have the chance to see them this time. Su Fan misses them a little. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out a jade talisman from his ring. What are you doing? He Bin always replied to Su Fan's messages in seconds. Brother, I'm killing evil demons on the front line. Su Fan curled his lips. You're just bragging. The people from the 4 major demon sects in the Western Wasteland must be staying in the rear. Where is the base of your 9 Nether Demon Palace? What's the matter? You want to come and see me? I want to see you. How free do I have to be? If I have the chance to go there one day, I'll see you by the way, haha. You're not coming to see me, are you coming to see your 2 lovers? Nonsense, I know you're asking. You're asking the wrong person. Your 2 lovers are not from the same base as me. They have been staying in the rear with the master. Where are they? I heard that it seems to be Chushinfang. When you come here, ask about a base of Taixu Xianzong and you can find it. Thanks, buddy, you are just talking, there is no reality at all. Since he wants something real, why not give him a chance to make a fortune? It can also be regarded as a favor to him. Evil spirit bones, do you know? What, do you have them? I want as many as you can. This guy is really not stupid. As soon as I said something, he smelled something. I don't have it, but I know someone who is selling it. Unfortunately, he is from the Eastern Theater, and you can't come. Who said I can't come? I have been on duty in the sect's external affairs hall, and have made a lot of connections. This guy was just bragging, and as soon as he smelled something, he exposed his underwear. Go to the Huangdao Palace's resident Xian Hofeng and find a man named Tang Fei. Mention my name. Does that man have many evil spirit bones? As many as you want, thanks, brother. This time I owe you a favor. You can't say that. I'm not helping you, but I want to cut your leaks. Su Fan put the communication jade talisman into his ring. He was in a very good mood. He had one more sales channel. Had better be more powerful. I hope he can help him sell those evil spirit bones to the 4 major demon sects in the Western Wasteland. Anyway, he still has a lot of evil spirit bones in his ring. Su Fan was thinking about it. The communication jade talisman on his waist vibrated again. He quickly picked it up and saw that it was a message from King Gaiyu's Henrun. Gather at the square right now, Uncle Master. Did the higher-up say where we're going this time? The decree issued by a true lord of the Dao Palace didn't say anything, just that we won't go with you this time. Su Fan frowned immediately after hearing this. What on earth did these yuaning old monsters want them to do? Thank you, Uncle Master, I'll be there right away. Take care, kid, be careful. Su Fan shook his head, put away the communication jade talisman, then stood up from the ground and walked out of his cave. When he arrived at the square, there were already quite a few people there. Su Fan saw that the disciples of his sect had already arrived, and several giant and true lords were standing there talking about something, so he ran over quickly. Everyone was listening carefully to the words of a giant and true lord, and no one noticed Su Fan's arrival at all. At this time, Su Fan felt that someone was looking at him. He turned his head and saw Liu Chengyi and Chu Ting standing in the distance, looking at him with a smile. Seeing Su Fan turn his head, the two waved at him. Su Fan nodded to the two of them, and just as he was about to turn around, he found that the group of sword cultivators from Lingxiao Sword Sect all cast stern eyes at him. He didn't care, it was a matter of time. At least during this time in the valley, no one came to disturb him. As for the future, just let them come. If anyone dares to provoke him, he will be beaten to death. Several giantins Henrin from Huangdao Palace selected a giant and mid-stage cultivator to serve as the captain temporarily. In fact, they wanted Su Fan to lead the team, but they gave up because of the strong opposition of Zhenrin Kingayu. Su Fan glanced at Zhenrin Kingayu opposite him, and the old man nodded to him imperceptibly. He smiled, with a confident expression on his face, and a sharp look in his eyes. Zhenrin Kingayu smiled with relief, turned his head and ignored him. All sects gather disciples and leave the valley one after another, at this time, followed by a shout. The disciples of various sects, led by several giant and monks, walked out of the valley in teams. At this moment, a huge super-flying boat was parked in an open space outside the valley. The material of this flying boat was completely different from what he had seen before. The whole flying boat was streamlined, the surface was smooth as fat, and it was engraved with dense magic patterns. The more than 10 huge doors of the super-flying boat had all been opened, and Su Fan walked into the flying boat with a flow of people. After all, they were elite disciples of various super sects, and the treatment was different. Every disciple who boarded the flying boat was assigned an independent cabin, and the conditions inside were not bad. Su Fan walked into the cabin and nodded with satisfaction. The cabin was about 40 to 50 square meters, with all kinds of facilities, and the quality was quite good. What made Su Fan most satisfied was that there was a porthole several meters in size in the cabin. Sitting on the recliner in front of the window, he could enjoy the scenery outside comfortably. Su Fan walked to the door of the cabin and found that the cabin door was actually set up with a formation, which had several functions such as defense and sound insulation. He couldn't help but feel a little curious. This flying boat was definitely not simple. Bang! Bang! At this time, a series of dull sounds came, and the hatches of the flying boats closed one after another. The huge boat's body shook, and the flying boat began to slowly leave the ground and whistled away into the distance. Su Fan activated the formation on the hatch, and as a series of spiritual lights flashed, the noise from outside the cabin stopped abruptly. He turned and walked to the recliner next to the porthole, and lay down on it, feeling very comfortable. Su Fan took out a red clay stove and a complete set of tea sets, placed them on the low table next to the recliner, lit the spiritual wood charcoal and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for himself. He poured himself a cup, picked up the teacup and took a sip, and then admired the scenery outside through the porthole. It's so cool. At this time, the formation on the hatch suddenly flickered. Su Fan smiled, ignored the people outside the door, turned his head and continued to admire the scenery outside the window. Since he has been exposed, he definitely doesn't want to communicate with anyone before getting off the ship. Let them wait outside. I don't have the time to hang out with you guys. Chapter 314. He is not a good person. The super flying boat has been flying for 3 days. Su-fan is not familiar with the Central Plains, so he doesn't know where to fly. Every day he sits on the recliner in front of the porthole, brews a pot of spiritual tea for himself, and enjoys the scenery outside the window while sipping the tea. Or he makes a few side dishes and opens a jar of spiritual wine to drink with relish. Although the future is uncertain and they don't know where their next stop will be, they have to take advantage of these few days to stay comfortably. Su-fan is like this by nature, and he has a big heart. In his world, even if it is the last dinner, he has to eat heartily. The light of the hatch array has never stopped in the past few days, but he just ignores it. Why not do something else with this free time? Why do he have to argue with a bunch of mental patients? At this moment, outside Su-fan's cabin, Liu Chengyi and Chu Ting were so angry that their faces turned pale. Junior sister, let's go. It's better not to see this coward who hides his head and shows his tail. After hearing what the senior brother Zhuang Wuya said, Liu Chengyi stamped her feet in hatred, turned around and left angrily. Chu Ting took a deep breath and said, Senior brother Wuya, I don't believe he will never come out. Zhuang Wuya glanced at Su-fan's cabin door and nodded helplessly. Let's go. Now that we have found him, there will be many opportunities in the future. After he finished speaking, he took a group of sword cultivators from Lingxiao sword sect and left in a hurry. After a while, the cabin doors next to them opened one after another. Heads popped out of the cabin one by one, and they all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the group of sword cultivators leaving. In the past few days, a group of ferocious sword cultivators blocked the outside of this cabin every day, scaring the disciples of Huangdao Palace so much that they dared not go out. They are not like Su-fan, who stayed in the room for a year without any problems. These people were almost going crazy after being held in the room for a few days. They all walked out of the cabin and gathered in front of Su-fan's cabin door, and began to discuss. What happened to this junior brother? How did he offend so many sword cultivators? He is in trouble. Once he is targeted by the sword madman, there will be no end in the future. You know nothing. The two female cultivators came first. He must have abandoned them after having sex with them. This junior brother is amazing. He dares to ride on sword cultivators. He is really a warrior. A group of disciples from Huangdao Palace gathered in front of Su-fan's cabin door for a while. Seeing that the door was not opened, the crowd gradually dispersed. It is unknown which disciple of Lingxiao sword sect leaked the news. Several groups of people came and found Su-fan's cabin. As a result, Su-fan did not even leave the door for a few days. This kind of shit spreads the fastest. Within 2 days, everyone on the flying boat knew about it. The long journey is hard to endure. The disciples of the major sects are bored every day. They have to find something to do when they have nothing to do. Now, there is finally a topic. The disciples of various sects on the flying boat gather together to eat melons. Anyway, there are all kinds of things to say, some slander and abuse, some spread rumors and slander. And some do not mind the big deal and join in the fun. No matter what is said, Su-fan's reputation is bad. At least he can't wash away the label of cowardice for the time being. Except for Yishan, this guy is in the cabin with his junior sister every day, immersed in the gentle country, and can't extricate himself, and has no idea about these things outside. Even if Ding Lan knew, she would not tell him, and she had to cover up for her 2 girlfriends. Men and women in love are all the same. In the past few days, he also used the communication jade talisman to send messages to Su-fan, but how could Su-fan reply at this time? Olji sent a few messages and stopped. The super flying boat flew for more than half a month. Such a long journey is very boring. No matter how beautiful the scenery outside the window is, it is boring. Some monks who can't stay in the cabin began to make trouble. Especially those demon cultivators and sword cultivators, they had conflicts within a few days. If there were no giant and cultivators on the flying boat to suppress them, they would have fought long ago. Fortunately, the facilities on this super flying boat are very complete. It is equipped with a space Taoist device and seals several small secret realms. Each small secret realm is not small in size and has various scenes. During this period, there was no time for the small secret realms to be vacant. They were all packed with people fighting in them almost every moment. Some cultivators got angry in them and even injured many people. If it were not for the protection mechanism of the Taoist device, many people would have died. Su Fan knew nothing about what was happening outside. He stayed in the cabin every day and lived a leisurely life. At dusk, the sky was like a clear sky with sunset clouds all over the sky, and the bright red light was like a dream. Slowly, the sky darkened, and the inky night rolled in from the horizon, covering the entire world. For dinner today, he made several cold dishes, namely, smashed cucumbers, cold tripe shreds, beef tendons, stir-fried bamboo shoots, pig ears and a smoked sauce platter. The staple food was bacon rolls, freshly baked gluten rolls, brushed with sweet noodle sauce and hot sauce, and then rolled with scallion, bean sprouts, potato shreds, bacon, egg shreds and cucumber strips. The taste was amazing. A gluten roll the size of a faceplate was rolled with various ingredients, and Su Fan could make dozens of them in one meal. Su Fan took out a jar of spiritual wine from his ring, broke the mud seal and poured himself a cup. Now there are 100 or 200 jars of various spiritual wines in his ring, all of which are spoils he seized from other monks. Su Fan picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then picked up a piece of beef tendon with chopsticks and ate it happily. Suddenly, he felt that the cabin was tilted a little, and the flying boat was climbing to the sky. Moreover, the speed of the super flying boat began to increase, and it rushed into the sky with a roar. The little lights and fires on the ground became smaller and smaller, and it was no longer clear. Su Fan frowned immediately, stood up and leaned on the window to overlook the scenery on the ground. The cruising altitude of a super flying boat is usually only 2,000 to 3,000 meters, but in just a short while, it must have reached nearly 10,000 meters, which is almost the same as the altitude of a civil aircraft in the previous life. The flying posture of the super flying boat finally stabilized, but the speed did not slow down. It was pitch black outside the window, and nothing could be seen. All that could be heard was the whirring noise of the wind, whistling through the porthole. Why fly so high? What if it falls down? Su Fan sat down again, took a sip of wine to calm down, and then ignored it. After a while, the originally dark night suddenly brightened. Su Fan stood up again, leaned on the porthole and looked out, and saw a light spot in the distance. As the flying boat continued to rush forward, the light spot became larger and larger, and it became dazzling. Soon, the huge super flying boat had already flown to that light spot. It was not until it got closer that Su Fan could see clearly what the light spot was. It was a halo-shaped thing with a diameter of several miles, emitting an extremely dazzling light. The space in the middle of the halo was like a rippling lake, constantly rolling and creating waves. Su Fan was stunned. Could this be a space channel? By passing through this halo, the flying boat could travel to another time and space? At this time, the huge flying boat plunged into the rippling space in the middle of the halo. Su Fan felt a black screen in front of his eyes, just like the feeling of falling sharply from a skyscraper. Fortunately, time passed quickly, and the feeling of falling disappeared in just a few breaths. Then, the super flying boat seemed to have come to an unfamiliar time and space. The height of the flying boat decreased and the speed slowed down. Su Fan walked over and looked out the window. This was a gray world with a thin layer of fog in the air. The whole world gave people a very depressing feeling. He lay down by the porthole and looked down, and saw that the ground was covered with the mountains and jungles, dark and endless. At this time, a sound came from the cabin. This is the time and space arena. You have 1 month to kill all the foreign demons you see, just like that. Su Fan frowned. This is the so-called time and space arena. You don't need to ask to know that Ocean will also send a large number of foreign demons to fight bloody battles with human cultivators. Just as Su Fan was thinking about it, the porthole suddenly slid to the side, and the breath outside the flying boat instantly spread in the cabin. Su Fan stretched his hand out of the window, and there was a dampness in the gloomy breath. A place without spirits, the human cultivators in the world of cultivation will definitely suffer some losses here. Fortunately, these people are elite disciples of various super sects, and they are not short of various cultivation resources such as top-grade ki-boosting pills. At this time, a scream came from outside, and several cultivators flew out of the cabin. Looking at their embarrassed appearance, they seemed to be thrown out. Next, every time the flying boat traveled a distance, several cultivators were thrown out of the cabin. It seems that this is the rule of the time and space arena. Everyone must be dispersed to various areas of the arena. This is a melee. Suddenly, Su Fan felt a strong suction force, which threw him out of the cabin. But he did not panic, but quickly took out the King Mu Yufang shuttle and threw it into the air, instantly turning it into a shuttle-shaped flying boat several feet long. Su Fan's feet flashed with lightning. And he was already standing on the King Mu Yufang shuttle, and then swooped down with a magic weapon. When he was dozens of meters away from the ground, he slapped the Taiyin Ghost Order on his waist, summoned Sister Zhen, and asked her to go down to scout. Su Fan was suspended in the air, patiently waiting for news from Sister Zhen. It was not until Sister Zhen sent back a thought that he drove the magic weapon to the ground, and successively performed the hidden breath technique and turtle breath technique, and then began to look at the surrounding environment. This is a completely unfamiliar world, with a thin layer of mist in the air. Not only is the temperature very low, but the humidity is also very heavy. There are many peaks and gullies here, and the terrain is very complicated. There is a towering cliff nearby, which is covered with some very humid moss. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he completely released his spiritual sense, and he could see the surrounding area of hundreds of feet. The whole forest gave people a very ancient feeling. There were plants that Su Fan couldn't name all around. There were many big trees that were thicker than a few people's arms, and hundreds of feet of ancient trees towered into the sky. The twisted roots and huge branches were crisscrossed with gullies on the surface. Various strange plants were entangled and coiled. The thick fallen leaves on the ground were piled up layer by layer, and a smell of decay was slowly evaporating. Su Fan took a deep breath and let Sister Zhen lead the way in front. He followed behind and explored the front with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. In various squares on the front line of the central plains, countless huge light curtains rose into the sky almost at the same time. In the western theater of the central plains, the Nine Nether Demon Palace was stationed in Shushanfang. A large number of disciples of the Nine Nether Demon Palace were also attracted by the light curtain, pointing at it. At this time, there was no image on the light curtain, but it was constantly refreshing various information about the Space-Time Arena. Space-Time Arena, what is that place? I haven't heard of it. Is it an arena for some sect to fight? I seem to have heard of the arena. It seems to be a long time ago. At this time, the huge light curtain suddenly darkened, and then a row of shining big characters appeared on it. Space-Time Arena, Zuanluo Realm vs. Dalu Ocean. The disciples of the Nine Nether Demon Palace under the light curtain were all confused. They were thinking in their hearts that they all knew about Dalu Ocean, but where was Zuanluo Realm? Not only the disciples of the Nine Nether Demon Palace, but also the disciples on the battlefields of the entire Central Plains were also confused at this moment. But then, everyone knew where Zuanluo Realm was. Because the information on the huge light curtain began to refresh, and began to list the names of the various sects in Zuanluo Realm. Elite disciples from super immortal sects, sword sects, and demon sects in the Central Plains, the Western Wasteland, and the East Sea appeared in the light curtain one after another. When the disciples of the Nine Nether Demon Palace appeared in the light curtain, the people under the light curtain stared with red eyes at the appearance of each name, and almost at the same time, they followed and read the name of the disciple loudly. Everyone was like a chicken blood. And they were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. Senior Sister and Gu Qinghuan came to the Master's cave. The two were just chatting, and they were called by the Master. The two walked into the Master's cave. Nanan saw her mother and ran into Gu Qinghuan's arms. "Mom, why did you come just now?" The senior sister next to her looked at her dotingly, pinched her cheek, and then leaned her face against her. Nanan kissed the senior sister and said in a baby voice, "Auntie, why did you two come just now? You are so slow." After hearing the Master's words, the senior sister hurried over, sat cross-legged beside the Master, and hugged her arm. "Master, why did you ask us to come here?" Luo Guan pushed the senior sister away with a look of disgust, and scolded, "You are so old, but you are still so clingy." Seeing Gu Qinghuan put the child down, she stretched out her hands to Nanan. "Nanan, come to grandmother." The little girl was very good at dealing with things, and laughed and threw herself into Luo Guan's arms again. The senior sister rolled her eyes at the side, "And you are not clingy at this time?" Gu Qinghuan sat down cross-legged and asked, "Master, you asked us here, what's the matter?" Luo Guan put Nanan on his legs, stretched out his hand and waved gently, and a light curtain appeared in the cave. Seeing the information constantly refreshed on the light curtain, the senior sister was stunned. "Master, where's the Zuanluo realm? We are here in the Zuanluo realm." "What? The senior sister and Gu Qinghuan were all stunned. Luo Guiyan teased Nanan for a few times, then looked at the light curtain and smiled. In our world, only when you reach the nascent soul realm will someone tell you about this. Senior sister nodded and said, I remember that I saw a book at home before, called Zuanluo Chronicle. Some things you don't need to know, you will naturally know when you reach the nascent soul realm. At this time, the list of personnel from various major sects appeared on the screen, and each disciple who entered the space-time arena was introduced in great detail. Master, what is the space-time arena? Our star domain is called Qingquan Star Domain, which is composed of large and small planes. The smaller ones are called realms, just like the Zuanluo realm where we are, and the larger ones are called heavens, such as the Daluo heaven that is invading us. After listening to Master's words, senior sister was a little confused. Isn't Daluo heaven fighting with us? Why go to the space-time arena? Just fight on the front line. This is the tradition of Qingquan Star Domain. If a war breaks out between two planes, both sides will send elite disciples to the space-time arena. At this point, Luo Guiyan smiled. It's not just us who are watching now. Some of the larger planes in the Qingquan Star region are watching. Gu Qinghuan thought for a while and said, is there no war between other planes? Why didn't we see the space-time arena before? Luo Guiyan smiled bitterly and said, our Zuanluo realm is too small and we don't have the qualifications. After hearing what the master said, the two of them were silent. Originally, they thought this world was very powerful, but they didn't expect that they didn't even have the qualifications to watch the space-time arena. At this time, the list of people in Huayandao Palace appeared on the screen. The first name that appeared was Su Fan. Senior sister and Gu Qinghuan looked at each other and laughed. The two had seen this name on the Demon Slayer list a long time ago, but they thought it was the same name. Every time they saw this name, they laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their waists. In their opinion, Su Fan had already gone to Nanman, so how could he appear in the Central Plains? And when they separated last time, he was only at the 7th level of key training. It's only been a few years. With such a poor qualification, how could he break through the foundation building stage? Seeing Su Fan's name, Luo Guiyan couldn't help but sigh. This kid is too troublesome. He was quite capable in the West Wilderness. He was only in the key refining stage, but he caused chaos in the Zhou family and was listed on the evil cultivator bounty list of major demon sects. Originally, they wanted to send him to the most remote area in the Central Plains and let him fend for himself there. Who would have thought that he would flutter again? It has only been a few years, but this kid has actually built his foundation, and has been on the top of the Demon Slayer list for several months. It seems that this is also a person with great luck and great opportunities. Before the time and space arena began, Luo Guiyan had some thoughts and wanted to confine the two disciples so that they would not see Su Fan. But then he thought, forget it. Since this kid is so capable, let nature take its course. The top of the Demon Slayer list is called Su Fan, right? When senior sister and Gu Qinghuan heard this, their faces all changed. They guessed what the master meant by this. Originally, they thought that they had concealed it well, but who would have thought that the master might have known about Su Fan for a long time? Seeing the two disciples lowering their heads and not speaking, Luo Guiyan sighed. When she thought of the two precious disciples being harmed by this kid, she was full of anger. Luo Guiyan took a deep breath and calmed down her emotions. Last time you sent him to Nanman, I saw him. Senior sister's face turned pale and she lowered her head quickly. Gu Qinghuan's face was so red that it was almost dripping with blood. She also lowered her head and covered her face with her hands. Alice. Luo Guiyan sighed again and shook her head. He didn't go to Nanman, I sent him to Zhongyan. Hearing the words of the master, the two raised their heads almost at the same time and looked at the master in amazement. Luo Guiyan smiled and said, can't you contact him? I took away his jade talisman for sending messages. Senior sister was not happy at that time. During this period of time, Su Fan had not replied to the message. The two kept blaming him and scolded him countless times. Who would have thought that it was not Su Fan's fault, but the master had been interfering. Master, why are you like this? Luo Guiyan glared and cursed. Look at how useless you two are. What's so good about that kid? He has no family background and no qualifications. What do you want from him? Gu Qinghuan gritted his teeth after hearing this, stood up and knelt in front of Luo Guiyan. Master, I will not marry anyone else in this life. Senior sister also crawled over, knelt beside Gu Qinghuan, and kowtowed heavily. "Master, me too, I will be his person in life and his ghost in death." Seeing the two precious disciples' determined faces, Luo Guiyin was almost angry to death. She took a deep breath and said, "You can marry him if you want, but if this kid breaks through the golden core within 100 years, I will agree to you." Senior sister was so angry that she stood up all of a sudden and said angrily, "Master, if you don't agree, just say it clearly, don't make it so difficult." Luo Guiyin snorted coldly and said, "It's only been a few years, and that kid has already established his foundation, and has been on the Demon Slayer ranking for several months. Is it difficult to break through the golden core within 100 years? Before Master finished speaking, senior sister was a little confused. What? Gu Qinghuan was also confused, and asked in confusion, "Master, are you saying?" The two looked at each other, and quickly got up from the ground, sitting cross-legged opposite the light curtain, staring at the light curtain. Seeing that her mother and her grandmother quarreled, Nanan sat beside her and watched coldly. She crawled to Gu Qinghuan's side, leaned over to her mother's ear and asked quietly, "Mom, who are you talking about?" The senior sister next to her also came over and said with a smile, "We are talking about your father." Nanan was a little confused. The name father was still very unfamiliar in her young mind. "My father." Luo Guiyin couldn't stand it anymore, and said unhappily, "Nanan, don't listen to your aunt's nonsense, you don't have a father." Gu Qinghuan couldn't stand it anymore, turned his head and said, "Master." Luo Guiyin hugged Nanan in his arms, glared at her, and then began to tease the little girl, no longer paying attention to the two disciples. Senior sister rubbed against Gu Qinghuan and whispered, Hey, that guy, I didn't misjudge him." Gu Qinghuan blushed after hearing this. "He has always been a good person, but he is low-key and doesn't like to show off. Well, this guy is really a thief. From the first time I saw him, I could tell that he is not a good person." Chapter 315 I've been on guard against you. Su Fan trudged through the dim forest with difficulty. Not only was his spiritual consciousness completely released, but Sister Zhen was also constantly floating around. In such a strange place, he didn't dare to fly with a magic weapon. He would rather spend some effort than take risks easily. He wandered around for a long time, but didn't find any trace of the foreign evil demon. Su Fan found a hidden place, sat down on an ancient tree that several people hugged, and asked Sister Zhen to continue to be on guard around. He was also very strange. Why didn't he find even a trace of the evil demon's breath? Su Fan took out a jade talisman from his waist. He thought for a while, and then sent a message to Yi Xian. "Old Yi, where are you? Have you encountered the evil demon? I don't know where this is, and I haven't found any trace of the evil demon. How about you? There is a cliff nearby. I'm in the forest below. Wait a minute, I'll go to the tree to see." After a while, Old Yi sent a message. "Are you at the edge of that mountain? I just met a fellow disciple. I'm going to your side." Hearing that Old Yi had met a fellow disciple, Su Fan immediately gave up the idea of joining him. "Forget it, you should join your fellow disciples first." "That's fine. When I find my junior sister, I'll go find you." Su Fan curled his lips. If he didn't find Ding Lan, how could Old Yi have the heart to think about anything else? The two chatted for a few more words, then cut off the jade talisman for transmitting the message, and then hung the jade talisman on his waist. Suddenly, Su Fan raised his head sharply, looked at the layers of leaves above his head, and instantly released his consciousness and scanned back and forth. I don't know why, I always feel like something is staring at him. But then he thought about it, and Su Fan understood a little bit. This is the time and space arena. The scene of the human cultivators fighting and killing with the foreign evil demons will definitely be transmitted back in real time. Thinking of this, he sent a thought to Sister Zhen, asking her to remain invisible and never show her ghost body. Although the demon sects in the western wilds have entered the central plains, the leaders of the major immortal sects will not tolerate the disciples of the immortal sects practicing the magic techniques. Su Fan took out a black hooded robe from his ring and put it on the outside of his 9-pattern cloudlight robe. Then he put on the hood to cover most of his face. He thought for a while and took out a black silk scarf from his ring. This was a magic weapon that Sister Zhen had found from some female cultivator during the disaster in Haoyun Immortal City. He tied the silk scarf on his face, covering his appearance and revealing only a pair of eyes. Boom! Just after tying the silk scarf, a dull sound came from the sky, which sounded a bit like thunder. Su Fan frowned. He didn't believe it was thunder. He quickly stood up from the ground, with a flash of lightning under his feet, and teleported several times in succession, and he had already arrived at a branch at the top of the ancient tree. He looked up and saw halos appearing in the sky, constantly flashing. Su Fan finally understood. No wonder there was no evil spirit here. These guys hadn't come yet. Thinking of this, he jumped from the ancient tree to the ground, cast 9 nether demon shadow, and hid in a shadow behind the tree. At this moment, among the layers of leaves of the ancient trees around him, several things that looked like fruit slightly opened up and were scattered all around Su Fan. With a flash of dazzling white light, black dots fell from the halo. Boom! Boom! A few feet tall 4 evil spirits fell to the ground, and one of them fell more than 10 feet away from Su Fan. Before the evil spirit could recover, Su Fan, who was hiding next to him, had a flash of lightning under his feet and was already behind the evil spirit. Whirlwind slash, the Tao seed in Su Fan's body exploded, and the extremely hot deep purple thunder roared out of his body and wrapped up the magic sword. He used his feet as the axis, and the whole person instantly rotated, swinging the big sword wrapped in lightning for a full circle. The sword's momentum was like the roar of an angry dragon. The sword swept past, and the space seemed to be cut open, shaking violently. The sword's momentum stirred up endless fierce winds, like a wild storm, and the thick rotten leaves on the ground were rolled up, whistling and swirling in the air with the wind. As soon as the several-foot-tall evil demon landed on the ground, he hastily raised his right arm and blocked himself. Puff! The sword whistled past, cutting off half of the evil demon's right arm with one sword. The evil demon used half of his arm to buy time, took advantage of the situation to retreat a few steps, and barely avoided Su Fan's fierce sword. The response of this evil demon just now surprised Su Fan. Judging from Su Fan's previous experience, the aura of this evil demon is equivalent to the strength of the human race's foundation-building realm. But this evil demon is not ordinary, and is completely different from the evil demons he has seen on the battlefield. The low-level demons on the battlefield, apart from their strong bodies and extremely fast speed, fought almost instinctively, without any moves or tactics. He was reckless. And since he killed 2 foreign demons and absorbed the demon energy of the huge altar, the sword in his hand has long been different. If it were an ordinary low-level demon, the sword just now would have cut off its head. But the demon opposite was different. In such a hurry, he actually abandoned his right arm and escaped the sword. This also aroused Su Fan's interest, and he looked at the demon carefully. The ferocious inverted triangle head, with 2 curved demon horns on the forehead, and the elbows, shoulders and back were covered with terrifying bone spurs. The scarlet skin seemed to be peeled off alive, and countless flesh buds were squirming wildly. The only left arm was as thick as a water tank, and the huge demon palm had 5 claws more than 1 foot long. Shit. This is the Black Bone Horn Demon. When Zhou Chang was in the trial in the 10,000 miles demon abyss, he merged with the blood of this evil demon. Come to think of it, this is not a battlefield. How could Yellow Ocean send a group of low-level evil demons into the time and space arena? They must select some elite evil demons from their own clan. It seems that it is the same everywhere. The low-level evil demons have to be consumed on the battlefield before the elite evil demons will appear. Ouch! The Black Bone Horn Demon on the opposite side suddenly howled at Su Fan, and a fierce and violent aura instantly rushed to his face. Yelling, "You still want to play this trick with me? He suffered a loss last time when he fought Zhou Chang to death. I have been on guard against this trick of yours." As soon as the Black Bone Horn Demon opened his mouth, Su Fan's figure disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared beside the evil demon. Infinite slash, the sharp sword edge seemed to tear the space apart, and the scene in front of him was distorted, and countless broken branches and fallen leaves were rolled up. At this moment, his entire body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, slashing all the stubborn enemies in the world. Kill gods if they stand in the way, kill Buddhas if they stand in the way. The Black Bone Horn Demon reacted very quickly. Instead of advancing, it retreated. Its huge body, several feet tall, turned around in an instant, and used the shoulder on the side of its broken arm to meet Su Fan's sword, and crashed into it. At the same time, the right shoulder of the Black Bone Horn Demon suddenly swelled a little, and at the moment when the sword fell, the demon driver twisted violently. Puff! Su Fan's sword swept away the bone spurs on the right shoulder of the Black Bone Horn Demon, and several thick bone armors were also chopped to pieces, and the sword blade slashed fiercely on the right shoulder of the evil demon. The sword wrapped in purple electric light did not cut a Black Bone Horn Demon in half, but got stuck on the bones of the evil demon. This was obviously a magical power, temporarily improving the protection of the evil demon's right shoulder. The black bone-horn demon took advantage of the situation and swung his left arm violently, with 5 claws more than 1 foot long stabbing at Su Fan. Su Fan's feet flashed with lightning, and he disappeared from the spot, even abandoning the magic sword in his hand, and narrowly avoided the 5 claws. It must be said that the black bone-horn demon is really cruel. Risking being cut in half by Su Fan, he launched his magical powers to resist Su Fan's magic sword. Moreover, at the moment when the magic sword was cut, the evil demon also adjusted the angle of his body, greatly improving the shoulder's bearing capacity. Then he took this opportunity, intending to exchange injuries for injuries, and attack Su Fan with his claws. Maybe someone else would have been killed, but fortunately Su Fan reacted very quickly and launched teleportation in the blink of an eye, avoiding this fatal blow. This black bone-horn demon has extremely rich combat experience, and it is estimated that he also fought his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But even so, that's it, because Su Fan will not give this black bone-horn demon another chance. At this time, Su Fan had already appeared behind the black bone-horn demon. With a flash of lightning under his feet, he had already appeared on top of its head. Violent tiger collapse, stone-breaking strength, Su Fan's body shrank, and he arched his back, like a bow that collapsed. In a flash, he had finished his accumulation of strength, and all the bones in his body had cracked, and a huge phantom of a violent tiger appeared behind him. He swung his arm violently and punched down. Bang! Su Fan's punch actually hit the hideous head. With this powerful and heavy punch, a gloomy and strange force instantly poured into the head of the black bone-horn demon. The huge demon was shaken and almost fell to the ground. Su Fan's figure disappeared again and appeared beside the black bone-horn demon. He pulled out the big sword on its shoulder and swung it. Rage slash! The atmosphere around was instantly infected by an extremely angry emotion, and the air was almost stagnant. Puff! The huge and ferocious head of the black bone-horn demon was cut off by Su Fan's sword. Su Fan held a big sword in both hands, watching the huge demon several feet tall fall to the ground in front of him. Awoo! Awoo! As soon as the black bone-horn demon fell, waves of evil demons roared in the distance. Perhaps these elite evil demons sent by Ocean to the space-time arena may have a strange way of communicating with each other. All the evil demons in the space-time arena may now know that this black bone-horn demon was killed by the human cultivators. At this moment, the huge light screens in various places on the Central Plains frontline also refreshed the information one after another. Space-time arena, the first kill, Su Fan of the Fire Cloud Deo Palace, killed the black bone-horn clan Buddha. Then, on the huge light screen, the image of Su Fan killing the black bone-horn demon was repeatedly played, and there were images from all angles. The battle between Su Fan and the black bone-horn demon just now was actually just a few breaths. Fortunately, the scene of this battle was repeatedly played on the huge light screen from all angles, otherwise some details would not be visible. At this time, almost all the cultivators from all over the Central Plains gathered under the light screen and watched this battle repeatedly. Damn, he is a physical cultivator. Are physical cultivators so powerful now? No wonder, this person is the top of the Demon Slayer list. This evil demon doesn't look that difficult to kill. Stupid, that's the black bone-horn demon, a high-level evil demon in Dalo heaven. The inheritance of physical cultivation has long been in decline in the Zuanlo realm for many years. Now physical cultivation is a joke in the eyes of many cultivators. Unexpectedly, today Su Fan made everyone recognize physical cultivation again. Especially those sword cultivators and magic cultivators who claim to be strong in combat power have always regarded Su Fan's dominance on the Demon Slayer list as a great shame. After watching Su Fan's battle to kill the black bone-horn demon, they all recognized his strength. Of course, they only recognized Su Fan's strength. In their eyes, Su Fan's dominance on the list is just luck. At each of the frontline garrisons of the Hoyandeo Palace, under each light curtain, it has completely turned into a sea of joy. The strength of the disciples in the sect has always been criticized. They haven't been so happy for a long time. Today, Su Fan finally made them feel proud. After so many years, the Hoyandeo Palace finally produced a disciple who can fight. The only thing that made them disappointed was that they didn't see Su Fan's appearance clearly. This guy not only put on a hood, but also tied a black scarf on his face, revealing only a pair of eyes. Even if Su Fan returned to the sect right now, No one would recognize him. At the Taeksu Xianzhuang garrison, Li Maiaxu stood under the light curtain, staring at Su Fan. Although Su Fan covered his face, she knew this person too well. Li Maiaxu was sure that the guy on the light curtain must be Su Fan. The two had been apart for so long, and whenever they had free time, they would always think of him inexplicably. It's not that Li Maiaxu has never seen excellent disciples of the Xianzhuang, but compared to Su Fan, she still likes the evil guy. Alice. What a bad fate. In Luo Guan's cave, the senior sister had already jumped up and was shouting there. Even the cold-natured Gu Qinghuan was so excited that she couldn't help herself. Luo Guan looked at the two prodigal disciples and was so angry that his liver hurt. How old are you? Shouting, the senior sister was scolded by the master. Not only was she not afraid, but she also snatched Nanan from the master's arms, holding the little girl and pointing at the light curtain. Nanan, look, that's your dad. The little girl didn't know this. She was also infected by the mood of the ant, and ran around on the ground happily clapping her hands. Daddy is so powerful. Luo Guan couldn't bear to say that to the little girl. She took a deep breath. A barbarian who cultivates the body, what's good about it? The senior sister was unhappy when she heard it. She pouted. That's the black bone horn demon. If the brothers in the sect encounter it, they dare not say they can take it down. Luo Guan glared at her and didn't want to deal with these two prodigals anymore. Although Su Fan guessed that the space-time arena would use some means to transmit the battle video back to the central plains, he didn't expect that so many people would watch it. How could he know that many planes in the entire King Kwang Star region were repeatedly playing the scene of him killing the black bone horn demon? Although physical cultivation has declined in the Zuanlo realm, the physical path has been thriving in the human world of many planes. So the image of him killing the evil demon just now was also recognized by many physical cultivators. In the entire King Kwang Star region, the human cultivators have weak bodies, and even the physical cultivators can't be compared with the demons, insects and monsters. Su Fan was able to easily kill the high-level evil demon of Daluocean in a few breaths. For all the physical cultivators of the human race, it was indeed a morale-boosting thing. Su Fan certainly knew nothing about these things. He didn't even think that he could get the first kill in this time and space arena. Su Fan put away his magic sword. He looked at the corpse of the high-level evil demon in front of him, and waved his hand to put the huge demon into his stored ring. The corpse of the high-level evil demon will definitely sell for a good price when it returns to the central plains. Suddenly, Sister Zhen, who was on guard in the distance, sent a thought. Su Fan raised his head suddenly and saw a foreign evil demon standing on the top of the nearby cliff. Compared with other evil demons, this foreign evil demon was not big in size, and had a pair of flesh wings on its back, which were gently flapping. Flying evil demon, no wonder it found me so quickly. It turned out to be the Air Force. Su Fan recognized this flying evil demon, which was also a high-level evil demon in Daluocean, named Black-Winged Ghost Demon. Cry, the Black-Winged Ghost Demon on the top of the cliff suddenly let out a shrill scream, and Su Fan quickly covered his ears. Hearing this shrill scream, Su Fan felt like a needle pierced into his brain, and he twitched in pain. Fortunately, the Black-Winged Ghost Demon only screamed once, allowing Su Fan to recover quickly. At this time, the Black-Winged Ghost Demon retracted the pair of flesh wings behind it, and then plunged down from the top of the cliff. The Black-Winged Ghost Demon with its magic drive was like a sharp sword, whistling and stabbing down to the ground. The cliff hundreds of feet high was approaching in an instant, and just as it was about to hit the ground, the Black-Winged Ghost Demon suddenly spread its pair of flesh wings. With the help of inertia and wind, it rushed towards Su Fan fiercely, at an incredible speed. Su Fan took out a magic sword from the ring, held the hilt tightly with both hands, and looked at the Black-Winged Ghost Demon who was about to pounce with a firm look. At this moment, the huge light screens on various battlefields in the Central Plains had transmitted the images here in real time. The monks of various sects gathered under the huge light curtain, all held their breath, and watched nervously as the Black-Winged Ghost Demon pounced on Su Fan. Everyone was worried about Su Fan. Although Su Fan's combat power was extremely strong, he was a physical cultivator after all, and had no advantage over the ferocious flying evil demon. This Black-Winged Ghost Demon was also a veteran. It seemed to pounce on Su Fan, but this was just a means to confuse the opponent. It didn't want to fight Su Fan head-on, but when it was 40 or 50 meters away from Su Fan, the black bone spurs on its back stood up one after another. The black-winged ghost demon was ready to use its magical power and shit hundreds of bone spurs on its back at Su Fan on the opposite side. But before it could use its magical power, a dazzling electric light was seen, and it rushed towards it in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the thunder sword wrapped in heavy purple thunder had already arrived. One sword pierced through the magic drive of the black-winged ghost demon. Bang! The huge demon fell to the ground, and the huge inertia made it roll on the ground continuously, and it rolled not far in front of Su Fan, and then it barely stopped. At this moment, under the huge light curtains in various parts of the central plains, there was complete silence. After a long while, no one knew who shouted first, which completely ignited everyone's emotions. Sword cultivator. He is a sword cultivator, a sword pierced through the throat. This kid is actually a sword madman. Isn't he a physical cultivator? How did he become a sword cultivator? This is a flying sword with thunder attributes, and its power is boundless. Seeing Su Fan cut down the black-winged ghost demon with one sword, the countless light curtains in various parts of the central plains were completely blown up. Especially the sword cultivators of the major sword sects in the central plains, all of them were silent. If he was just a physical cultivator, they would certainly look down on him, but this guy actually cultivated both sword and body. This is too outrageous. Chapter 316. There are so many people. Eastern Theater of the Central Plains, Zhuyi Ferry Palace Station. Chengzai sat cross-legged in the cave, watching the scene of Su Fan killing the black-winged ghost demon being played over and over on the light screen in front of her. At this moment, no one could understand her feelings. Now Chengzai's intestines are almost green with regret. If she had known that Su Fan was so awesome, she would have tied this kid up even if she had to. He topped the Demon Slayer list twice, and each time he dominated the list for several months. Now he has entered the time and space arena again, and completed the first and second kills in this arena. There was once a person standing in front of her, but she did not cherish him. She regretted it when she lost him. This is the most painful thing in the world. Alice. Chengzai sighed for a long time. This is an opportunity to become famous in the entire Xuanluo world, but she missed it. In the end, Huayndao Palace took advantage of it and snatched the person away. Chengzai glanced at the two precious apprentices beside him, who were looking at the light screen excitedly, and there was an excitement in their eyes. No wonder, only he can train such a good disciple. She laughed at herself. She was still stubbornly thinking that some master had cleansed their bodies. Su Fan's flying sword with thunder attribute just now was heavily wrapped in purple lightning, which was the most excellent power of thunder and lightning. Master, we should go to practice. At this time, Shen Yu stood up and saluted Chengzai obediently. Chengzai smiled bitterly. These two children are sensible. She was afraid that she would think too much and didn't want to show too much excitement in front of her. You go. Meng Zhao and Shen Yu respectfully left the master's cave, turned around and ran out. Junior sister, go slowly, slow down. Master will definitely kill a lot of people in a while. You won't be able to see it if you go too late. The 9 nether demon palaces stationed in Luo Guan's cave. Seeing Su Fan pierce the throat with a sword and kill the black-winged nether demon on the spot, senior sister and Gu Qinghun were also confused. Gu Qinghun touched the senior sister and said, when did he become a sword cultivator? The senior sister was also confused. This guy hit it too deeply. How would I know? I haven't heard him talk about it. Luo Guan, who was next to her, had been watching the images on the screen repeatedly. Of course, she saw more details. Does that kid have some kind of thunder attribute magic weapon? Last time I looked at his qualifications, he didn't have thunder spiritual roots. The senior sister curled her lips and said with a proud face, Master, you still don't understand him. This guy has a lot of trump cards. Luo Guan rolled her eyes at the senior sister and felt a little regretful. Last time, she didn't take Su Fan seriously. She should have found out more about this kid's background. To be fair, this kid's fighting ability is indeed strong. That thunder attribute flying sword is a top-grade product that has been nurtured in a thunder environment for many years, which means that this kid has had this trump card for a long time. And the sword in his hand is also very strange. Even Luo Guan, a Yuanying Zhenjin, can't tell the difference. In fact, this kid only has the means of sword cultivation. Strictly speaking, he is not a pure sword cultivator at all. As a sword cultivator, you should cut through thorns and move forward. The emphasis is on nothing outside the sword. In the two battles just now, because he used swords, people mistakenly thought that he was practicing both sword and body. Based on Luo Guan's understanding of this kid, he is not practicing both sword and body. As far as she knows, in addition to the way of sword and the way of body, there is nothing he can't do in the immortal sect, the demon sect and the evil way. It's just a hodgepodge. In the entire Xuanluo world, which sword cultivator can have all kinds of means? He dares to call himself a sword cultivator, and he is not worthy. But no matter what, this kid is really something, always unexpected. If this kid hadn't gone to the time and space arena, I really didn't know that he actually had so many trump cards. He is just a little bitch. Su Fan took back the thunder sword, walked to the side of the black wing ghost demon, and waved his hand to collect its corpse into the ring. Awoo! Awoo! At this time, there were bursts of shrill howls in the distance. It seems that these elite evil demons who entered Dalu Ocean really have ways to communicate with each other. In fact, before entering the time and space arena, each of these human cultivators in Xuanluo realm was also assigned a microarray disk. As long as this microarray disk is activated, the position of each human cultivator can be seen, which is convenient for joining the nearest cultivator. In a place like the time and space arena, it is of course safest to form a team. The powerful sword cultivator must be the main attacker, super controlling the flying sword all the way. The ferocious demon cultivator can unscrupulously perform all kinds of obscene and treacherous secret methods, and it can be said that he will do everything he can. The immortal sect cultivators rely on upright magic, talisman, array and other means, both offensive and defensive, and can also play auxiliary. Once a team is formed by sword cultivators, demon cultivators and immortal sect cultivators, the combat effectiveness of each cultivator can be fully exerted. Even the combat effectiveness will increase exponentially, achieving the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Of course, Su Fan had no intention of forming a team with others, and he had not activated the microarray disk at all. He took off the microarray disk from his belt. When he just entered the time and space arena, the microarray disk kept flashing and vibrating. Su Fan put the microarray disk into the storage ring, and then took out the array disk of 10 Langpo Junqi Sha sword array and pinned it on his belt. The monk's belt is also a space magic weapon. A belt can store more than 100 Jade talismans of various types in microarray disks. Because each monk has a lot of Jade talismans, such as the communication Jade talismans that the monks use to communicate with each other, they are all in groups of 2, and can only communicate with each other through a single line, so the monks must have a lot of communication Jade talismans alone. At this time, another shrill howl came from the vicinity, and other foreign demons had already rushed over. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time, nonsense. Thinking of this, Su Fan turned around and left, disappearing into the dense forest behind him. Not long after he left, a foreign demon several feet tall rushed out of the dense forest. The evil demon looked at the marks on the ground, lay on the ground and sniffed, then raised his head and howled loudly. Awoo! Awoo! There were continuous roars from the distance, as if responding to the call of this evil demon. The foreign evil demon turned his head and looked at the direction where Su Fan left, kicked the ground fiercely, and the huge demon rushed into the dense forest. At this moment, in the time and space arena, the human monks also encountered foreign evil demons, and the elite monks of the 2 planes began to fight bloody battles. Although the time and space arena is vast, the human monks and foreign evil demons are very scattered. But there are still many human monks who have joined together to form a team to fight with the foreign evil demons. Once the war started, the time and space arena was full of battlefields, and human monks and foreign evil demons were constantly killed. At this time, countless monks from various sects had gathered under the huge light screens on the front line of the central plains. The images of various battle scenes in the time and space arena kept changing on the huge light screen, making them excited. Zhuang Wuya of Link Xiao Sword Sect killed Longda of Three-Eyed Clan, Leng Zhuan of Blood Demon Sect killed Kunba of Giant Stone Clan, Yi Xian of Link Xiao Sword Sect killed Balan of One Horn Clan, Li Dongyan of Takesum Immortal Sect killed Wuj of Violent Bear Clan. Every time a human cultivator killed a foreign demon, the huge light screen would refresh it in real time. Especially after the names of the disciples of the major super sects appeared, the sect station where he was located became a sea of joy, and the shouts shook the earth. Almost all the disciples of Huangdao Palace gathered under the huge light screen, but there had been no news of Su Fan killing demons for a long time. Su Fan trudged carefully in the dense forest, and Sister Zhen floated back and forth around, constantly sending back thoughts, allowing him to avoid many battlefields. Although he was not afraid of these elite demons, he had just killed two, which was worthy of Hyundai Palace. Next, find a hidden place and hide comfortably for a month. You guys can fight as much as you want. Anyway, Su Fan is not going to get involved anymore. He hates fighting and killing the most. Su Fan had a beautiful idea, but how could things develop as he thought? He wandered in the dense forest for a long time and finally found a relatively hidden place. If the Green Shadow Mihun Array and Thousand Trees Mishapping Array were set up here, even Jinden's Henring would not be able to find his hiding place. Just as Su Fan was about to set up the formation, Sister Zhen suddenly sent him a thought. He quickly hid behind an ancient tree, cast the hidden breath technique and 9 nether demon shadow hidden in the shadow, and waited until the evil demon passed before setting up the formation. Then, a foreign evil demon several feet tall rushed out from the dense forest next to it. This was also a black bone horn demon. It stopped near Su Fan, sniffed around, and then roared to the sky. Awoo! Awoo! At this time, there were continuous howling sounds coming from all directions, as if responding to its call. At this moment, the huge light screens on the battlefields of the central plains switched the screens almost at the same time, and the image changed to the dense forest where Su Fan was. The monks under the light screen were also confused. They were enjoying the battle just now, but why did it suddenly disappear and change to the current scene, where there was only a black bone horn demon standing there? What the hell is there to see? Su Fan hid in the shadows, and when he saw the black bone horn demon stopped, he already felt something was wrong. When he saw it start to call the evil demons from other places, even if Su Fan was stupid, he could guess what was going on. This evil demon came for him, and he was so shameless that he waved people around. Su Fan didn't understand, why didn't you look for so many human cultivators in the time and space arena, but only stared at me? Did I dig up your ancestral graves or steal your wife? How big a grudge is this? I wanted to find a place to relax and hang out for a month, but it just didn't go as I wished. Thinking of this, Su Fan suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart, and endless resentment accumulated in his chest, making him almost explode. The inner demon has been born. A thought becomes a demon, an obsession arises. At this moment, the purple heart mysterious water jade pendant on his chest shook slightly, and a cool breath instantly rushed into his sea of consciousness. Su Fan stretched out his hand and pulled off the jade pendant and put it into the stored ring. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Su Fan's body flashed with blood, and he disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared in front of the black bone horn demon, holding the hilt of the sword with both hands high. Rage slash, Su Fan slashed with a sword, and the endless resentment actually triggered the power of heaven and earth. The whole space was instantly filled with an extremely depressing atmosphere, even the air seemed to stagnate, and time seemed to stop at this moment. Swish, a violent sword seemed to cut through space, and even the surrounding scene was almost distorted. Although the black bone horn demon was very cautious, Su Fan's sudden appearance still caught it off guard. This evil demon was also a veteran of hundreds of battles and had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Facing such a fierce sword, it aroused its boundless ferocity. The black bone horn demon did not retreat but advanced, with magic smoke rising and spreading on its body. The huge demon suddenly swelled a little and slammed into Su Fan. Puff! Although the black bone horn demon launched a berserk magical power, Su Fan's sword still broke several pieces of thick bone armor and left a deep wound on the front of the demon. At this time, one of the evil demon's claws had already fallen down with a bang. Su Fan did not use teleportation to avoid it, but turned his body along the trend, and the ferocious claws passed by him dangerously. Whirlwind slash, Su Fan turned a full circle by inertia and swung the big sword. Boom! The sword's momentum stirred up an endless fierce wind. The sudden storm swept up the dead branches and leaves on the ground, and the branches and leaves of the bushes and ancient trees within a radius of dozens of feet were blown up. Puff! Su Fan cut off the thigh of the black bone horn demon with a sword, and the huge demon fell down with a bang. Before the evil demon could react, Su Fan's body bounced violently and he jumped high. Rage slash, the big sword whistled down. Carrying a terrifying murderous intent that destroyed the world, filled with extremely suppressed sword intent, and instantly crossed the sky and the earth. The endless grief and anger in his chest exploded, and Su Fan's endless resentment, which was accumulated, was also vented unscrupulously with his sword. Boom! The whole space was like a rippled lake, rippling with waves, as if it was split in half by this sword full of resentment and sadness. The black bone-horn demon showed a trace of fear in its eyes. It raised its right arm in panic, trying to block Su Fan's sword. However, the evil demon's right arm could not withstand the power of the sword, which was already infused with evil thoughts, and was easily cut off. The big sword went down and whistled through the neck of the black bone-horn demon. Puff! Su Fan cut off the neck of the black bone-horn demon with the sword, and the huge and ferocious head rolled to the side. Wow! Under the huge light curtains of the battlefields in various parts of the Central Plains, the atmosphere boiled again. Although the battles of other human cultivators in the time and space arena were exciting, Su Fan's head-on close combat was even more exciting. Too damn fierce. I didn't expect that a physical cultivator would be so fierce. Oh my god, that claw of the evil demon just now made me sweat coldly. That sharp claw almost scratched his face. My heart was lifted. I didn't expect that a high-level evil demon would be killed so easily by him. No wonder the scene was switched over. This is the top of the Demon Slayer list, the first kill in the space-time arena. Of course the space-time arena must be played first. But the next image made everyone nervous. Because they saw that there were more than a dozen foreign evil demons, coming from all directions to Su Fan. Run! There are evil demons coming over there, run quickly. What are you shouting? Can you hear me? With so many foreign evil demons, where can he run now? This is bad, he has been surrounded, it's too late to run. Su Fan had just collected the corpse of the black bone-horn demon when Sister Zhen sent several thoughts in succession. Before Su Fan could react, he saw several huge figures of evil demons roaring out from all directions in the surrounding dense forest. Su Fan sneered, it's amazing to have so many people. He took out a third-level immortal talisman from his ring, but something happened that made him desperate. No matter how he activated it, the third-level immortal talisman had no reaction. Su Fan didn't believe it, so he took out another bone talisman, and the result was the same. It seems that this is the rule of the time and space arena, and you can't use cultivation resources that exceed the realm of cultivators. This is so unreasonable. The time and space arena is so unreasonable. Why can they beat me with more people, but I can't activate the third-level immortal talisman and bone talisman? Looking at several crazy evil demons, they were roaring and rushing towards him, and there were more roars coming from a distance. Seeing so many foreign evil demons coming to surround him, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. It's really amazing to have so many people. Su Fan could have used blood escape to escape from here, but these evil demons were obviously coming for him. He will not rest for a month unless he solves them. Moreover, Su Fan has developed evil thoughts, and his heart is filled with endless violent emotions, which need to be fully released, otherwise he will really become a demon. They are just a few evil demons, and it is not that he has not killed them before. He has killed foreign demons before. Sword of Annihilation, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the thunder sword turned into dazzling light, whistling and stabbing at the evil demon closest to him. This evil demon is nearly 3 meters tall, and its biggest feature is that it has a long horn on its forehead. Because of its manic nature, it is called Unicorn Maniac Demon, and it is a mid-level evil demon in Dalroshan. Unicorn Maniac Demon runs on all fours, and its speed is extremely fast, so it is the first to arrive at the battlefield. Because it rushed too fast, it had no time to react to the sudden thunder sword. Moreover, Su Fan used the Annihilation Sword, the most powerful one in the Purple Sky Thunder Sword art. With a sword as fast as thunder, it pierced the one-horned crazy demon through the river. The huge demon fell to the ground and rolled on the ground for several times before stopping. The other flowing sand demon next to it was not so reckless. Seeing that the one-horned crazy demon was killed by a sword, it stomped on the ground fiercely and activated its magical power in an instant. Bang! With a loud noise, Su Fan felt the ground tremble violently. A wave of earth was like a violent tide, and the ground fluctuated violently, rolling towards Su Fan in an instant. He had seen this move when he first went to the front line. But compared with the magical power launched by the foreign demon, this wave of earth was simply weak. Su Fan's feet flashed with lightning, and his figure appeared more than 10 meters away. He pinched his fingers with his right hand and chanted a spell and pointed forward. He offered an ancient seal that was about an inch in size. The seal grew in the wind and instantly became several feet in size. It smashed down at the flowing sands demon and forced it back more than 10 steps. Su Fan's feet flashed with lightning, and he dodged the attack of a black bone-horn demon that had just rushed over. But just as he stabilized his body, he felt the sky darken. A huge figure suddenly fell from the sky. The pair of sharp claws of the black-winged phantom demon grabbed Su Fan fiercely. Su Fan had just teleported over, and it was too late to use his magical powers. He fell to the ground and rolled to the side, then his body suddenly bounced up. Bang! The pair of ferocious claws of the black-winged phantom demon fell down with a bang, smashing a deep pit where Su Fan had just been. The moment Su Fan's body bounced up, he took advantage of the momentum and swung the big sword in his hand towards the black-winged phantom demon. Puff! The pitch-black sword suddenly pierced into the head of the black-winged demon. The black-winged ghost demon wailed, flapping its huge flesh wings like crazy, struggling for a while, and then fell to the ground and did not move. Su Fan was about to use teleportation to get the big sword back. But his scalp exploded, and without thinking, he used the Tibei Zhengjin shield to block himself. Bang! Su Fan felt a huge force like a heavy hammer hitting him, and he took a few steps back. A vague figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Fan. This is the Shadow Demon, damn. Su Fan never thought that he would meet such a difficult guy here. If he was just a little slower just now, he would be gone. The Shadow Demon is a mid-level evil demon in Dalroshan. It is vicious and cunning, good at stealth and sneak attacks, and is hard to guard against. There are very few such evil demons, but once they appear, human cultivators will suffer heavy losses. The figure of the Shadow Demon just flashed and disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. Although Su Fan wanted to kill this guy, another evil demon had already rushed up. This kind of evil demon was nearly 2 meters tall, but nearly 3 meters wide. Its entire body was like an oval teapot, and its body was covered with pieces of jagged bone armor. This is the giant stone demon that is said to be extremely powerful. I don't believe in evil, and I will definitely fight you today. Su Fan's evil thoughts had already arisen, and the resentment accumulated in his heart was about to explode. Facing the attacks of the evil demons, his ferocity was completely aroused. His eyes were red as blood, and he roared to the sky. His body shook violently, and his momentum suddenly changed. Behind him, a huge shadow of a gray bear appeared instantly. Shang Shenkyo, Su Fan kicked the ground fiercely, and with a bang, he stepped on the ground to create a deep pit. His body was like a violent gray bear, and he rushed towards the giant stone demon regardless of anything. Boom! With a dull thud, the huge stone demon was knocked flying by him and fell heavily to the ground. Su Fan's bear mountain lean just now also incorporated a fierce and domineering explosive force. Not only did it knock the stone demon flying, but it also took advantage of the situation to penetrate a trace of sinister and strange force into its body and exploded. Dragon Elephant Step. Su Fan did not stop at all. He took advantage of the situation and rushed forward, raised his right foot high, and stepped down fiercely. Behind him, the shadow of an ancient giant elephant appeared, and his right foot was like a mountain, pressing down overwhelmingly. Bang! Su Fan smashed the head of the stone demon with one foot, and penetrated a trace of sinister and strange stone-crushing force into it. Crack! The huge head of the stone demon was crushed by Su Fan's foot. At this time, Su Fan's scalp exploded again, and he waved his hand to block the Tibei Zhengjin shield in front of him again. Bang! The sneak attack of the phantom ghost demon failed again, and his figure disappeared instantly. And his top-grade spiritual weapon Tibei Zhengjin shield also lost its spirituality and completely dimmed. Tang! A surge of anger surged from the bottom of Su Fan's heart and rushed to the top of his head in an instant. Damn it! Su Fan took a miniature array plate from his waist, and he pinched his right hand and pointed to a deserted place a few meters away. 3 rays of light whistled out from his danshin. Pojun, the sword array composed of 3 top-grade flying swords strangled it crazily. The air suddenly shook a few times, and a vague figure emerged, but the 3 top-grade flying swords had already arrived and smashed the phantom ghost demon into pieces. Although the shadow demon is vicious and cunning, and is good at stealth and sneak attacks, it is only less than 10 feet tall, which makes it a dwarf among the evil demons that are several feet tall. Moreover, its body is very fragile. As long as it can lock the position of the shadow demon, it can't withstand the strangulation of the sword formation Pojun. As for how Su Fan locked the shadow demon, of course, it was the smell the fragrance technique that has been refreshed to the state of formation. At this time, the flowing sands demon once again launched a magical power, causing the ground around Su Fan to suddenly sink and turn into a piece of quicksand. After solving the shadow demon, Su Fan had no scruples. There was a flash of lightning under his feet, and his figure instantly appeared more than 10 meters away, easily escaping from the sinking quicksand. Su Fan held the microarray disc tightly in his left hand, pinched his right hand, and pointed forward fiercely. Gam-lang, 3 dazzling lights, with a terrifying murderous aura, whistled towards the flowing sand demon. The flowing sand demon is not good at close combat, but has many magical powers. It instantly launched a magical power, and the earth suddenly arched up, instantly forming a slope of earth in front of it, blocking the violent Gan-lang sword formation. But at this moment, a flash of lightning suddenly came. The thunder sword that had been hiding nearby came in an instant, piercing the head of the flowing sand demon, and the huge demon fell to the ground with a bang. At this moment, dozens of densely packed black bone spurs shot out from all directions. This is the innate magical power of the white bone thorn demon. Once it is activated, the white bone thorn demon will be weak for a long time. On the other side, a ball of gray magic smoke suddenly rose up and quickly spread to Su Fan. The magical power of the tarsal poison demon also reached Su Fan. Su Fan killed several elite evil demons in succession. His fierce and violent fighting power frightened other evil demons. A group of violent foreign demons actually stopped and surrounded Su Fan. They used their magical powers, but none of them dared to rush forward. Chapter 317 Come on, and die. Time and Space Arena, 6 consecutive kills. Su Fan of the Fire Cloud Palace, killed Menda of the Black Bone Horn Clan. Su Fan of the Fire Cloud Palace, killed Kankan of the Giant Stone Clan. Su Fan of the Fire Cloud Palace, killed Jejen of the One Horn Clan. Su Fan of the Fire Cloud Palace, killed Baron of the Flowing Sand Clan. Su Fan of the Fire Cloud Palace, killed Aodong of the Black Wing Ghost Clan. Su Fan of the Fire Cloud Palace, killed Zoding of the Shadow Ghost Clan. Under the huge light curtains in various places on the Central Plains front, all the cultivators opened their mouths wide, staring at the constantly refreshing information on the light curtains. Since Daluo Ocean invaded Zuanlo realm, the cultivators of the major sects have made up for all kinds of knowledge of Daluo Ocean before going to the battlefield, and have long been familiar with the characteristics of various evil demons. Needless to say, the Black Bone Horn Demon and Black Winged Ghost Demon are high-level evil demons in Daluo Heaven. The One-Horned Mad Demon and Flowing Sand Earth Demon are slightly inferior, and can only be regarded as mid-level evil demons, but their status in Daluo Heaven is not low. Especially the Shadow Demon, according to the inheritance materials of the major sects, this kind of sinister and treacherous evil demon is the most difficult to deal with, and it is simply elusive, and a natural killer. 6 elite evil demons from foreign lands besieged Su Fan, but he slaughtered them all. I didn't expect that such a fierce man would appear in our Central Plains. That was the Shadow Demon, and he also killed it easily. These are all elite high-level evil demons. If I meet any of them, I can only run away. Physical cultivators, sword cultivators, disciples of the immortal sect, what else can't he do? Under the huge light curtain, the arrogant sword cultivators were silent after watching Su Fan's 6 consecutive kills. They knew very well that although they claimed to be the strongest, they would not be able to withstand the siege of so many elite evil demons. Not to mention 6 consecutive kills, they would be able to brag about their lives if they escaped unscathed. But many people still felt sour in their hearts. With so many tricks, he was not a real sword cultivator at all. Maybe this was the only thing that could comfort them. Even the most shameless people had to admit that Su Fan was powerful. At this moment, the disciples in the various garrisons of the Huayandao Palace were so happy that they jumped and jumped like crazy. That was 6 consecutive kills. Many disciples in the sect probably had never killed even 6 chickens. King Gaiu's Henrin sat cross-legged in the cave, feeling even more relieved. He drank a few more glasses of spirit wine while he was happy and got himself drunk. Several Yuanying old monsters in the Huayandao Palace got together to discuss. Such a person must be retained no matter what. As for Su Fan, a new foreign disciple, he would be hit hard with spirit stones. They just didn't believe that there were cultivators who couldn't be beaten by spirit stones. There might be such a person, but it's definitely not Su Fan, who is just a money grubber. Meng Zhao and Shen Yu were standing in the crowd, and their blood was boiling. The little girl was shouting and screaming until her voice was hoarse. The same was true for Meng Zhao. He was originally very calm, but he also followed the people around him and screamed loudly. It was not until now that the two of them saw the true fighting power of the master. They were secretly glad that meeting someone like the master was definitely the greatest opportunity in their lives. The 9 Nether Demon Palace headquarters, Luogu Ein's cave. The senior sister pointed at the light curtain, turned around and shouted at the master. Master, look, 6 consecutive kills, 6 consecutive kills. Luo Guai inflict his fingers, and with a bang, a stream of energy bounced on the senior sister's forehead. Ah! Master, you want to kill me, HMPH. You are so disrespectful, you will have to go into seclusion tomorrow. After being beaten by the master, the senior sister immediately became timid. She crawled over on her knees, hugged the master's arm and shook it. Master, you can't be so cruel, I still have to watch my man kill evil demons. Luo Guan's face turned green with anger, and she pushed the senior sister aside. You don't know how to be ashamed, give me your man. The senior sister laughed and turned to look at Gu Qinghu next to her. Such a strong man, what's wrong with being our man? Gu Qinghu's face turned red when she heard it. She covered her mouth and laughed, and pushed her hard. You are too shameless. Luo Guan took a deep breath and kissed the girl in his arms. Little girl, these two things are hopeless, and the master's grandmother will only have you in the future. The things that the adults said, the girl didn't understand at all, but she understood what the master's grandmother said. Grandmother, if they don't want you anymore, Nanan will be filial to you in the future. The little girl's words melted Luo Guan's heart, and she kissed Nanan fiercely. At this time in the space-time arena, more than 10 foreign evil demons were scattered around, surrounding Su Fan. The leading black bone-horn demon took a few steps and came to the opposite side of Su Fan. This black bone-horn demon was obviously much taller than the other evil demons, and the aura on his body was also dangerous. It looked at Su Fan coldly, raised its right fist and hit its chest, and nodded slightly to Su Fan. The black bone-horn demon said a few words to Su Fan. His voice was extremely hoarse, as if he was tearing a piece of craft paper hard. Although Su Fan didn't understand a word, he could roughly understand what the other party meant. Although he killed several foreign evil demons in succession, he still got the respect of the other party. As for what to do next, of course, continue to fight to the death, and do it. Su Fan finally understood that the black bone-horn demon he killed at the beginning must have something to do with this group of evil demons, otherwise so many evil demons would not come after him. Ouch! The leading black bone-horn demon howled to the sky. The surrounding foreign evil demons all roared and raised their right arms to hit their chests. Boom! Boom! With the dull sounds, countless black magic smoke rose from the bodies of the evil demons. Ouch! Ouch! These foreign evil demons began to howl loudly, and the sound was extremely shrill and sad. Su Fan knew in his heart that these guys were going to fight to the death. He sneered, walked to the side of the black-winged ghost demon, and pulled the big sword out of its head. Su Fan took out a jade bottle from the ring, poured out a scorching sun bloodthirsty pill, and stuffed it into his mouth. As the pill entered his stomach, it exploded with a boom, and he only felt a stream of hot air bursting in his body. At this moment, Su Fan's eyes were red as blood, and his whole body was filled with thick blood mist. Countless negative emotions such as despair, fear, anger and resentment rushed out from the bottom of his heart. All the scenes that made him unwilling in his two lives flashed in his mind frame by frame. Boom! The resentment accumulated in Su Fan's chest exploded, an endless anger surged, and the majestic momentum suddenly soared into the sky. The thick bloody breath around him has formed a swirling storm, roaring wildly and rolling up the dead branches and leaves within a radius of hundreds of feet. The fierce murderous intent that permeated Su Fan's body has almost condensed into substance. A trace of madness appeared on his face, and he raised his right hand and pointed his sword at the black bone-horn demon who was leading the opposite side. Come over, die. At this time, a one-horned crazy demon next to him suddenly roared and rushed over. Looking at the evil demon that was madly rushing towards him, Su Fan didn't even move, raised his hand and swung it violently, and instantly activated his magical power. Bone-eroding wind rolls, with a whoosh, an extremely cold whirlwind whizzed past the unicorn demon. The flesh and blood on the huge body of the unicorn demon were torn off by the extremely cold bone-eroding wind, but it did not stop and continued to roar and rush over. Whirlwind slash, Su Fan used his feet as the axis, turned his body in a full circle, and swung the big sword fiercely. The fierce sword force suddenly generated a whirlwind around, causing the sky and the earth to change color, and flying sand and rocks were blown up by the wind. Puff! Su Fan cut the unicorn demon in half with a sword, and the upper body of the demon whizzed past him. The long sharp horn on the opponent's head almost brushed against his face, and fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times in succession. Ouch! At this time, other foreign evil demons also moved, roaring and rushing over. Su Fan activated the micro-magic circle with his left hand and pointed forward fiercely. Heavenly Wolf. 3 top-grade flying swords rush towards the black bonehorn demon, who was leading the opposite side, whistling wildly. With a flash of lightning under his feet, his figure had already appeared beside the tarsal poison demon. The opponent's demon was shaken, and countless gray demon smoke quickly spread around. Purifying World Red Lotus. A hot breath suddenly exploded on Su Fan's body, and with a bang, it shot out to the surroundings. With him as the center, the gray poisonous smoke within a radius of several feet was instantly burned to ashes by the extremely hot anode ground evil. Not only that, because the tarsal poison demon was too close, the extremely hot breath instantly penetrated into its body. The anode ground evil was specially used to defeat evil things, and the tarsal poison demon immediately wailed. Ghost wheel slash. Su Fan passed by the tarsal poison demon at a high speed, and with a sweep of the sword, the opponent's huge head soared into the sky. Pojun. At this time, the leading black bonehorn demon had been forced back by the sword formation. Su Fan waved his sword finger, and the 3 top-grade flying swords staggered and stabbed at it again. His eyes focused, and the thunder sword turned into a flash of lightning, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, with a dazzling purple thunder, instantly piercing the head of the white bone thorn demon. 7 kills. Su Fan once again activated the micro-array in his left hand, and the 3 top-grade flying swords continued to surround and kill the leading black bonehorn demon. There was a flash of lightning under his feet, and he barely avoided the giant palm of a giant stone power demon. He instantly appeared behind it and swept up with a big sword. Title slash. With one sword, the giant stone power demon was cut in half, and the huge demon fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up endless dust. At this moment, 2 evil demons came at the same time, waving their hideous claws and sweeping towards him. Su Fan suddenly disappeared, narrowly avoiding the combined attack of the 2 demons. He swung his sword to cut off one demon in half, and then controlled the thunder sword to pierce the magic drive of another demon. At this time, the giant claws of another demon had already smashed down. Su Fan slightly turned his body and barely avoided the opponent's giant claws. His eyes were fixed. Shock soul stab. The eyes of the foreign demon went black, and his head buzzed and suddenly became a mess. Swish. Su Fan passed by him, and the sword had cut off its head. After killing this demon, he teleported again and escaped from the double teaming of several demons. Su Fan raised his left hand and pointed at the black bonehorn demon, who was leading the opposite side, and performed the most fierce move of the Tanlang Pajun 7 killing sword formation. Kill, break, wolf. 3 top-grade flying swords instantly soared into the sky, gathered together, and then swooped down fiercely. Boom! The 3 flying swords merged into one, fell down with a bang, and fiercely pierced into the head of the leading black bonehorn demon. Boom! The fall of the several-foot-tall black bonehorn demon also made the other demons completely crazy. Ouch! Ouch! The remaining demons roared and rushed towards Su Fan, but how could they withstand this perverted Su Fan? Whirlwind slash, raging slash, boundless slash, ruthless slash. After a while, the remaining demons were all killed by Su Fan. Su Fan leaned on the big sword, looking at the corpses of demons from foreign lands, panting heavily. The bloody battle just now almost exhausted his physical strength. After all, controlling the Tanlang Pajun 7 killing sword formation and the thunder sword at the same time consumed a lot of his spiritual consciousness. Moreover, Su Fan had to deal with more than a dozen evil demons. 9 Extremes Chain Slash was also a very physically demanding sword technique, and each sword consumed a lot of energy. Su Fan thrust the sword into the ground, then opened his arms, and his whole body exploded with blood. He pounded his chest with his hand, raised his head and roared to the sky, venting all the resentment and unwillingness in his chest. At this moment, under the huge light curtains in various places on the central plains front, all the cultivators also imitated Su Fan, pounded their chests hard, raised their heads and roared. Many people's voices were hoarse, and they released their inner excitement. The scene of Su Fan's bloody battle with more than a dozen evil demons just now was too exciting. All the cultivators in Xuanluo realm were excited by Su Fan's passionate battle. Time and Space Arena, 13 consecutive kills. At this time, a few blood-red characters appeared again on the huge light curtain. Then came the message of the 13 foreign demons that Su Fan had killed, which made the Central Plains cultivators under the light curtain roar wildly again. At this time, in a cave on the front line of the Central Plains, dozens of Yuanying Xianjin gathered here. The two engines of Huayandao Palace watched Su Fan killing people in the light curtain and laughed so hard that they couldn't close their mouths. An old Yuaning demon from the blood demon sect next to them couldn't stand the two of them showing off. Fellow Taoist Hongda, the technique this kid practices should be the blood path of the demon sect. The two engines of Huayandao Palace were immediately dissatisfied. How could they say anything? Not to mention that he practiced a technique of the demon sect. Even if he was an evil cultivator, the Dao Palace would have to spend money to help him wash it white. Fellow Taoist Guyang, this kid is a disciple of my immortal sect. How could he practice the evil methods of your demon sect? I'm not blind. This kid is covered in blood. Isn't it the blood mist of my demon sect's blood Dao? This kid took the scorching sun blood pill, so what's the big deal about spilling some blood? Our immortal sect has many inheritances. How can we look down on those low-level things of your demon sect? The old demon didn't give them much face. Isn't this a slap in the face of their Huayandao Palace? Even if this kid practiced magic skills, you shouldn't say it. Besides, practicing the magic sect skills is nothing. Even if he was a magic cultivator before, so what? Huayandao Palace still cares about that. The two true monarchs of Huayandao Palace were really angry, and they had already opened their necks and started to scold regardless of their status. Kuya, the old demon of the blood demon sect, couldn't stand this, and stood up to fight with it too. Fortunately, several true monarchs next to him persuaded him, so he flicked his sleeves and left angrily. At this moment, the Dalua Ocean Plain. This is a gloomy world. The whole world is gray and the dark ground is lifeless. In a rough stone hall, a black bonehorn demon more than 10 feet tall is standing, looking at the light curtain opposite with gloomy eyes. Under the steps of the stone hall, there are densely packed foreign demons kneeling, trembling and not daring to look up. The huge black bonehorn demon lowered its head, looked coldly at the many demons under the steps, and said something in a hoarse voice. It waved its hand fiercely, and the many demons kneeling under the steps were swept away. The black bonehorn demon smashed the stone pillar next to it with another claw, then turned and left the stone hall, leaving a group of foreign demons in a panic. At the same time, in the King Star region, a high-level plain full of spiritual energy, Milu Ocean. Several old men were sitting cross-legged in a monastery, and on the light curtain in the room, Su Fan's 13 consecutive kills were repeatedly played. Senior brothers. Is this boy worthy of your attention? His aptitude is a little poor, but it's still okay. In Xuanlo realm, it's rare to build up a physical body to such a level. It's too early. Let's see in 100 years. This boy is not bad, and he will be summoned to join the sect after he breaks through the golden elixir. In the King Star region, a plain far away from Xuanlo realm, Tongai Ocean. A middle-aged man in a black robe looked at Su Fan on the light screen with a stern look. He turned his head and glanced at the monk standing behind him. Zugu, why do I feel familiar with the body method that this kid practices, uncle? The method he practices is exactly the heavenly demon saint body art of our sect. There was once a branch of our sect's inheritance in Xuanlo realm, I remember it, but there are not many people who practice this set of methods in the sect who survived. With the 10 directions 9 yin soul locking array of our sect, only 1 out of 100 survives. After hearing the words of Zugu, the middle-aged man in a black robe suddenly became energetic. Interesting, then how do you think this kid survived? As far as I know, the few branches that drifted to the lower realms have now lost their inheritance. Although this method is dangerous, there are always people with great luck in this world. The middle-aged man in black robe smiled and said, okay, this kid is not bad. Wait until he breaks through the golden elixir and summons him to the mountain gate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318. I'd rather not go over and hold you back. Under the huge light curtain at the Linxiao Sword Sect's residence, countless sword cultivators were shocked. The Tangling Pajin Kisha sword formation that Su Fan had just controlled actually came from the Linxiao Sword Sect. It is said that this sword formation has been passed down for a long time, but now it has been shelved by the disciples in the sect. The biggest reason is that this sword formation requires too much mental power. Although the lethality of this sword formation is extremely fierce, it is indeed a bit difficult for cultivators in the foundation building stage. And when the cultivator breaks through to the golden elixir stage, The power of this sword formation is not enough. So this is also the reason why the Tanlang Pajankisha sword formation was neglected in the Linkseo sword sect. To put it bluntly, it is a chicken rib that is tasteless to chew and a pity to throw away. At the beginning, Li Han of the Huayandao Palace was also ignorant and thought he had obtained a treasure, but in fact he was fooled by that sword cultivator. Today, this fierce sword formation finally saw the light of day again in the time and space arena. This also allowed all the sword cultivators of Linkseo sword sect to witness the ferocious power of this sword formation, and even many sword cultivators who boasted of their strong spiritual consciousness had the idea of practicing. But most of the sword cultivators could only envy it. There was no way. Not to mention that it was difficult to gather 3 top-grade flying swords. The mental power alone made more than 90% of the sword cultivators discouraged. Brother Lu Feng, you have a strong mental power. You can try to practice this sword formation. I'm afraid I can't. Even if I practice it, it's a bit reluctant. I see this kid controlling the sword formation. It seems to be always at ease. Are you stupid? This kid not only controls the sword formation, but also his flying sword is idle. This kid is really an outlier, controlling the sword formation and the flying sword at the same time, and close combat is not delayed at all. Many sword cultivators of Linkseo sword sect are analyzing Su Fan's fighting style. But the more they analyze, the more desperate they are. The physical strength of a monster, as well as the strong mental power, the mysterious secret magic, and the super close combat lethality. A man walks alone with a sword, making the first kill, the second kill, the 6th kill, the 13th kill. Who among the cultivators of the same level in the world can compete with him? In the end, they could only classify Su Fan as an alien, or the kind of alien that could not be surpassed at all. Fortunately, in the past thousands of years, the Central Plains Immortal sect has only produced such a freak. If there were more, they, the sword cultivators, would not have to mix in the future. Under the light curtain of the 9 Nether Demon Palace, many demon cultivators did not have so many ideas. Although demon cultivators are cruel and cunning, they extremely worship the strong. As long as they can fight, these demon cultivators admire them from the bottom of their hearts. Especially Su Fan's fighting style, which is quite similar to the style of demon cultivators, is very suitable for the appetite of these demon cultivators. Why do I feel that the name Su Fan sounds so familiar? Have you forgotten that there was a Su Fan in the top 10 of the evil cultivator bounty list a few years ago? Who made the Zhou family a mess back then? I remember that Su Fan on the evil cultivator bounty list is also a physical cultivator. Are they? Actually, I thought so too. Look at the blood mist all over his body. Does it look like the evil method blood mist? Damn. Really? What do you mean? I don't mean anything. I didn't say anything. Don't make random guesses. In fact, many people with intentions in the 4 major demon sects in the Western Wilderness have already thought of this. Su Fan was notorious in the Western Wilderness back then, and many people have studied his situation specifically. These 2 people are physical cultivators, with elusive teleportation skills, brutal close combat capabilities, strong mental strength, and the evil method blood mist used to massacre the mortals of the Zhou family back then. Moreover, the 2 have similar personalities. They are both low-key and unwilling to show off. Although they are ruthless, few people have seen his appearance. It has to be said that the 2 people are too similar in many aspects. There is no such coincidence in this world. How could those cowards in the Central Plains Immortal sect cultivate such a cruel and ruthless person? This matter was spread in a small range at the beginning, and then almost everyone knew about it, which also made many demon cultivators excited. Although Su Fan is now a member of the Huayandao Palace of the Central Plains Super Immortal sect, he is also a demon cultivator from the Western Wilderness. Even the disciples of the 9 Nether Demon Palace were very excited, because the Yingluo sect where Su Fan was located was a lower sect of the 9 Nether Demon Palace, so they were considered their own people. Although he killed many disciples in the trial and devoured the flesh and blood of tens of thousands of Zhou family members. But Su Fan's experience was still a big deal in the eyes of the disciples of the 9 Nether Demon Palace. Every time the disciples of the demon sect were tested in the 10,000 miles demon abyss, a lot of people died. On the contrary, the Zhou family frantically hunted down Su Fan for a illegitimate son, which attracted criticism from many disciples in the sect. As for the fact that Su Fan slaughtered tens of thousands of Zhou family mortals, it was too cruel. In the eyes of the disciples of the demon sect, this matter was even less of a big deal. Which demon cultivator is not cruel? Those who are kind-hearted and soft-hearted are looked down upon in the western wilderness. Moreover, it was the Zhou family that colluded with the evil cult to slaughter hundreds of thousands of mortals in Luoshu County in order to capture Su Fan. The most infuriating thing is that they put the blame on Su Fan. No one can tolerate this. So when Su Fan slaughtered tens of thousands of Zhou family mortals, although the cultivators of the Nine Nether Demon Palace did not say it, they still admired him in their hearts. If this kind of thing happened in the Central Plains, the East China Sea, and the Nanman, Su Fan would definitely never be able to wash it off in his life. Only in the Western Wilderness, all the demon cultivators have to give Su Fan a thumbs up. Demon cultivators should be so fierce. You are allowed to do it on the first day of the month, but you can't let others do it on the 15th day. This matter became more and more weird in the four major demon sects in the Western Wilderness, and even the top leaders of the demon sect knew about it. Several old demons in the Western Wasteland even went to talk to several true lords of the Fire Cloud Palace about this matter. The Fire Cloud Palace would definitely not admit it even if they were beaten to death. Even if you said that Su Fan was a disciple from the Fire Cloud Palace. This kind of thing spreads the fastest. In a few days, it spread all over the battlefields. In fact, for many Yuanying true lords, it is nothing to find out these things. Even the Yuanying true lords of the Fire Cloud Palace know it clearly. If it were a super immortal sect, they might still consider the impact, but the Fire Cloud Palace has always only considered interests. For fame and fortune, they can do anything shameless. Now the information of Su Fan's identity J talisman has been changed beyond recognition by the Fire Cloud Palace, and he has become a disciple of the Taoist Palace with a good family background. Anyway, you can check it out. No matter how you check, Su Fan is a disciple trained by the Fire Cloud Palace since childhood. If even the Yuanying true lords of the sect's high level are so shameless, what else can you do? So in the end, these things had to be left unresolved. Although everyone knew what was going on, it was not worth it for a foundation-building disciple, so no one would tell him. Su Fan was in the time and space arena, and he had no idea that so many things were happening outside. Just after venting, the evil thoughts in his body began to stir again, and a trace of resentment rose in his heart again. Su Fan hurriedly took out a purple heart mysterious water jade pendant from the storage ring, and a cool breath instantly rushed into his mind, suppressing those negative thoughts. He was still a little worried, so he stuffed another Minghua Kingxin pill into his mouth, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Fan glanced at the corpses of more than a dozen evil demons scattered around. These were all elite evil demons of the Daluo heaven. Whether it was their flesh or their blood, they would be worth a lot of money if they were taken outside. Thinking of this, he began to clean up the battlefield. He put all the foreign evil demons into the storage ring. Fortunately, he got 100 square storage ring from the Huayandao Palace, otherwise so many huge evil demons would not be able to fit. Before collecting the demon corpse, Su Fan would carefully collect the evil demon's heart essence and blood. Each evil demon's heart essence and blood are not much, but after all, the demon is huge, so it must be a container as big as a bucket to hold it. Fortunately, Su Fan had a Kingling Haoine bottle that he had just refined. This thing can hold hundreds of cubic meters of liquid. And it can also distinguish different liquids and will not mix them together. When Su Fan came to the side of the black-winged ghost demon, the beast bag on his waist suddenly shook. He smiled slightly. The little guy ghost crow has been sleeping recently, and he didn't expect to wake up at this time. Su Fan released the ghost crow from the beast bag, and saw that the little guy was obviously bigger, and his feathers became more and more black like ink. Quack, quack, the ghost crow flew around Su Fan for a few circles. Then landed on the black-winged ghost demon and pecked the evil demon's chest with its beak. Unfortunately, the bone armor on the chest of the evil demon was the hardest part, and the mouth of the ghost crow could not peck it open. Quack, quack, the ghost crow flew to Su Fan's shoulder and pecked at Su Fan's neck anxiously, as anxious as anything. Su Fan shook his head, picked up the magic sword and split the bone armor on the chest of the black-winged ghost demon, and then cut the skin of the evil demon. Then the ghost crow plunged into the wound on the chest of the black-winged ghost demon. Su Fan understood that the heart blood of this high-level evil demon was probably gone, and it all went into the stomach of this little guy. But he didn't take it too seriously. If the heart blood of the black-winged ghost demon could help the ghost crow advance, it would be much better than selling spirit stones. The ghost crow is his contracted magic beast, but it must follow his lifelong partner. Not only that, He also has a black-winged ghost demon in his hand, and the heart blood will also be left to the ghost crow. The ghost crow was so small that it couldn't completely devour the blood of the evil demon in a short time, so Su Fan walked towards the other evil demon. Su Fan had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly remembered something. In Zhou Tong's ring, Su Fan got the Zhou family's secret collection method, a blood fusion secret technique passed down from ancient times. So could he also fuse the blood of some high-level evil demons? But when Su Fan thought of the appearance of Zhou Cheng and Zhou Tong after they were transformed into demons, he couldn't help but shudder. It's too bad. Forget it, don't even think about this thing. After Su Fan put more than a dozen demon skeletons into the ring, he returned to the corpse of the black-winged ghost demon and saw the ghost crow squeezed out of the wound on the evil demon's chest with blood all over his body. Oh. So disgusting. Su Fan grabbed the ghost crow by one of its legs, lifted it up, and took out a cleaning talisman to clean the ghost crow. At this time, the ghost crow was in a state as if it was drunk. Not to mention flying, even standing was shaky, and he kept dozing off. Su Fan knew that the ghost crow had just devoured the essence of the black-winged demon and needed to sleep for a while to absorb the energy of the evil demon's essence. He smiled and put the ghost crow into the beast bag, hoping that it would give him a surprise after waking up. At this time, a sudden feeling of fatigue spread in Su Fan's body. The power of the scorching sun blood pill was about to dissipate, and then his body would enter a period of weakness. At this time, it is better to find a safe place to hide. Thinking of this, Su Fan looked around, then turned and went into the dense forest. He asked Sister Zhen to be alert around and walked carefully through the dense forest. At this moment, the time and space arena was almost full of battlefields. Su Fan tried his best to avoid the battlefields of both sides. After a long time, he found a place to hide in the nearby mountains. This is a secluded valley, and the entrance to the valley is blocked by dense bushes. If it weren't for Sister Zhen, Su Fan himself would never have found such a narrow and cramped valley. Su Fan took out the green shadow illusion formation, 4 symbols black tortoise formation and thousand trees mystery formation from his ring, and arranged the 3 formations in the valley. Anyway, there is no other cultivator as careful as him. After a long time, Su Fan finally arranged the 3 formations, and then he felt relieved. After dealing with a dozen or so foreign evil demons, Su Fan no longer worried about other foreign evil demons finding him. Anyway, before the end of the time and space arena, Su Fan was not going to leave this valley, and he would stay here quietly for a month. He hated fighting and killing the most, so why not do something else with his time? In fact, he originally entered the time and space arena just to fish, but he had to kill an evil demon anyway to report back. Who would have thought that he only killed a black bonehorn demon and attracted a large group? Moreover, this group of foreign demons not only have close connections with each other, but can also accurately find his traces through some strange foreign secrets. This is also the reason why Su Fan is desperate to destroy this group of demons. Su Fan found a slightly flat place in the valley and activated a purifying red lotus to clean up the weeds on the ground and the insects underground. He took out the tent and set it up, and then put a recliner inside. The effect of the scorching sun blood pill has completely disappeared, and Su Fan's physical strength is obviously a little weak. After tossing for so long, Su Fan has been holding on. He lay down on the recliner and fell asleep in a while. I don't know how long he slept before Su Fan slowly opened his eyes. He stood up from the recliner and stretched his waist hard. It was so comfortable. Gurgle. Gurgle, Su Fan's stomach growled, and he remembered that he had consumed so much energy in the bloody battle with the demons and slept here for so long, and he hadn't eaten yet. The world is big, but eating is the biggest. Dry rice. Su Fan took out a Kang table and placed it next to the recliner, and took out various ingredients from the ring to carefully prepare a table of sumptuous meals for himself. After eating and drinking, he took out a small red clay stove and a set of tea sets and brewed a pot of spiritual tea. Su Fan poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, took it up and took a sip. Oh my god. At this moment, Su Fan felt that his life was complete again. At this time, the jade talisman on his waist vibrated. Without asking, he knew that it must be that guy Lao Yi. This guy is really good. I didn't think of him until now. Otherwise, don't do things with a man in love. The brain is flooded, there is no hope. Su Fan picked up the jade talisman, and as he expected, it was indeed that guy Lao Yi. Brother, where are you? Damn, it's been so long. If it was someone else, he would have become the father of the evil demon. Brother, I just found a place and hid. Are you okay? Are you hurt? You're asking now. If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeve, I would have buried you long ago. I just encountered an evil demon. I risked my life to escape the pursuit. After hearing what Su Fan said, Lao Yu was obviously a little guilty. Brother, where are you? I'll go find you now. Come on, I'm fine here, don't come and get involved. Forget it, it's safe here. Brother, I just met up with my junior sister and a dozen disciples of the sword sect. I'll take people there soon, don't come. I'm quite comfortable staying alone. Forget it, with my strength, I'd better not go over and hold you back. I'm worried about you being there alone. Su Fan interrupted Lao Yi before he finished speaking. Brother, don't worry. I don't have much other ability, but as for finding the whereabouts of the enemy, there is no problem at all. Brother, if you join us, we can help you get some achievements. I have killed more than a dozen evil demons, and I still lack your achievements. Forget it, I don't like fighting, and fame and fortune are nothing to me. Is that so? Then you must be careful, and contact me immediately if anything happens. Su Fan cut off the jade talisman and curled his lips. You guys fight, I won't play with you. Su Fan picked up the teacup and drank a sip of spiritual tea happily, and his body couldn't help but shudder. It feels so good. In the next few days, in the time and space arena, the human cultivators of Xuanluo realm and the foreign evil demons of Dalu Ocean fought fiercely. Su Fan hid in this hidden canyon and lived a very comfortable life. He was bored, so he took out the ring from his stored ring. A jade slip was placed on his forehead. After a long while, Su Fan put down the jade slip and fell into deep thought. The jade slip recorded the Zhou family's blood-melting secret technique, called blood-melting magic sutra. Although Su Fan rejected this blood-melting secret technique, ever since he had this idea, his heart felt like it was growing grass, and it was always itching. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation and took out the jade slip to study it carefully. Unexpectedly, after reading this set of secret techniques, Su Fan suddenly became excited. After some study and speculation, he found that this set of blood-melting magic sutra was not simple, and it should be of great origin. After all, it takes practice, or not practicing. It's better not to practice. After all, he is a disciple of the super-immortal sect. When he returns to the Hoenn Taoist palace, he will have all kinds of secret techniques. Yes, not practicing. It's just an ancient inheritance of the demon sect. If he doesn't want to practice, then don't practice. In fact, you can try it. If you feel it doesn't work, stop immediately. Let's try it. A few days later, a miserable wailing was heard in the valley. Fortunately, Su Fan arranged 3 sets of formations, which have completely covered up the sound, so as not to attract the evil demons outside. Su Fan still couldn't resist the temptation and practiced a blood-melting magic sutra. He did not choose the powerful black bone horn demon. Instead, he chose to fuse the blood of the shadow demon. Although the black bone horn demon was powerful, Su Fan, who was a sinister old man, certainly valued the invisibility of the shadow demon. Su Fan followed the secret method and poured a bucket of evil demon blood into the red phoenix cauldron and refined it repeatedly. In the end, there was only a small bowl of the blood essence of the shadow demon, which was then fused according to the secret method. The blending blood magic sutra was indeed an extremely clever secret method, but the process of fusing the blood of the shadow demon was too painful. The whole process of fusing blood was like purgatory, and Su Fan was almost tortured to death. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't stop after the secret technique was running, he would have stopped playing long ago. Fortunately, he had experienced the triple baptism of the heavenly demon Saint Ba'art, the thunder of heaven and earth, the extreme anode and a bone-eroding wind. No matter which one, was 100 times more painful than melting blood. It was finally over, and Su Fan let out a long breath. Other people who practice immortality eat wind and drink dew, ride on clouds and control air, and enjoy the supreme freedom in the world. Look at him, what kind of thing is he practicing? He is either suffering or risking his life. Chapter 319, Fighting and killing is so boring. Su Fan panted heavily, and finally made it through. It was too painful to fuse the blood essence of the shadow demon. Since he crossed over to this world of cultivation, he has not had a good life and has suffered a lot. Su Fan's eyes focused, and his spiritual sense swept through his body, but he did not find anything abnormal in his body. Perhaps the blood essence of the shadow demon has completely merged with his own blood. Su Fan took a deep breath, took off his robe, and then performed the blood fusion secret method according to the blood fusion magic sutra. Boom! The blood in his body seemed to explode and boiled instantly. Ah, it hurts so much? Then, Sufan's body was like a chemical reaction, and his whole body swelled several times in an instant. Fortunately, this process was very fast. In just a few breaths, his body had completely completed the magic transformation. Sufan activated a water mirror talisman, and a mirror with flowing light appeared in front of him instantly. He stood in front of the mirror, looking at his demonized appearance. A cheetah-like face, hideous and ugly, a pair of dark green eyes, a slightly open mouth, revealing sharp teeth. The shriveled skin was covered with tangled muscles, countless flesh buds squirmed crazily, and the scarlet muscles turned outward and entangled, as if wrapped around its body like a python. The legs were extremely thick, the back was arched, the forearms were thick and powerful, and the pair of sharp claws seemed to tear everything in front of it. Because the shadow demon is good at invisibility, the demon exorcist is not as exaggerated as other evil demons, and does not have those hideous bone armor and bone spurs. Despite this, his current honor is also quite shabby, and it makes people sick to look at it. I just don't know if the blood of the shadow demon can inherit its invisibility ability. As soon as the thought came up, an inexplicable information suddenly flooded into Sufan's mind. Sufan's eyes condensed, and his demonized body slowly disappeared in front of the mirror, as if it had not appeared at all. Invisible, he suddenly became excited, walked a few steps in the valley, and then sent a thought to Sister Zhen, who was on guard outside. Swoosh! Sister Zhen suddenly rushed out of the air, and her ghostly shadow floated around in the valley, constantly sending thoughts to Sufan. Sufan nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the blood fusion was good, and he had inherited the invisibility magic of Shadow Ghost Demon. He suddenly appeared behind Sister Zhen's ghost, which scared her so much that her soul almost scattered. Swoosh! Sister Zhen instantly put on the soul-hiding veil, and the ghost disappeared into the air. It was not until Sufan removed the demonized body that Sister Zhen's soul carefully appeared, but still did not dare to get close, floating back and forth more than 10 meters away from him. Sufan waved his hand and sent Sister Zhen back to continue to be on guard. Ghosts are most sensitive to breath. Sister Zhen didn't find him, which means that the invisibility effect is quite good. From now on, this magical power will be called Hidden Trace. In the next few days, Sufan studied this set of secret methods in the valley every day, repeatedly performing the demonized body. As the blood fusion became more and more complete, the speed of the demonization of the flesh body became faster and faster. And he inherited 2 more magical powers in the past few days. One is a bit like the critical strike in the game of the previous life, which is to release several times the explosive power in an instant to deliver a fatal blow. He suffered it a few days ago. If he hadn't reacted quickly at that time, he really couldn't resist a fatal blow of the shadow demon. Another magical power is the art of stealth, which is silent while walking and can approach the enemy secretly. Although the size of the shadow demon is small among the evil demons, it is at least more than 10 feet tall, but when it was invisible and touched Sufan, he didn't notice it. Among the many evil demons in Ocean, the shadow demon is a killer-like existence, and its magical powers are also inclined to assassination. Sufan did not give these 2 magical powers any fancy names, but named them Critical Hide and Stealth, which were quite similar to the style of the games in his previous life. Even in Ocean, the number of ghost demons is extremely rare. Compared with other evil demons, the reproduction capacity of the ghost clan is extremely low. In the past, every time Ocean invaded Zuanlo realm, as long as the traces of ghost demons were found, it would cause great panic on the front line. Of course, in order to activate these 3 magical powers, one must first demonize one's body. And each time the body is demonized, it does not last long, only about 2/4 of an hour. But for Sufan, it is enough. In addition, after being demonized, other spells and magical powers cannot be used, and after the body is demagicized, there will be a period of weakness for nearly a day. Despite this, compared with these 3 heaven-defying magical powers, it is really nothing. Time passed quickly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. That evening, Sufan had just finished dinner, and the communication jade talisman on his waist vibrated. He thought it was Oldie, but as soon as he picked it up, he heard a strange voice. Tomorrow at 3:30 p.m., board the boat at the designated area. Sufan put away the message talisman and took out a miniature array disc from the ring. After activating the miniature array disk, a light curtain popped up instantly. A red dot on it should be the place to board the boat, which is quite far from here. Su Fan took a deep breath, and the time and space arena was finally over. At this time, there was another vibration from his waist, and Su Fan took out a message J talisman from his waist. "Brother, we will board the boat tomorrow, come and join us." "Forget it, I'll go by myself. Those foreign demons are already killing us. They will definitely intercept us crazily tomorrow." "It's okay, I can hide from them." "How can you escape from the interception of foreign demons alone?" "Brother, I have a secret method of invisibility. The demons can't catch me." "You?" "No, I'm worried." "It's okay, don't you know me yet? I'm most afraid of death. If there's any danger, I will contact you immediately." "Okay, I will wait for you at the boarding point. If you don't come, I won't board the boat." Su Fan cut off Lao Yi's jade talisman. He didn't want to get involved with those people. The next morning, Su Fan collected the formation and left the valley. He summoned Sister Zhen to scout ahead, try to avoid the foreign demons along the way, and rush to the boarding point. Along the way, he found many corpses of human monks and foreign demons, and the cruelty of the time and space arena can be seen. Not long after he left, Sister Zhen suddenly had a thought that someone was flying towards him with a magic weapon. Su Fan was about to hide when he saw two figures whizzing past his head. "Brother, run away, the evil demon is catching up," one of them reminded him loudly. Before Su Fan could react, two black-winged ghost demons had already flown over him. One of the evil demons swooped down, stretched out a pair of ferocious claws, and grabbed Su Fan fiercely. Just as the black-winged ghost demon was about to swoop in front of Su Fan, a flash of lightning pierced through the black-winged ghost demon's magic drive. Bang! The huge magic drive of the black-winged ghost demon fell headfirst and fell heavily to the ground. Su Fan turned around and hid in the shadow behind an ancient tree, performing the hidden breath technique and 9 nether demon shadows. The black-winged ghost demon that had already rushed to the front suddenly screamed shrilly, spread its wings violently, and turned around nimbly, flying towards Su Fan. As soon as the black-winged ghost demon flew over, a flash of lightning whistled out. The result was no different. Although the black-winged ghost demon was extremely ferocious, it was still killed by the thunder sword. Su Fan walked to the side of the two demon corpses and began to collect the heart essence and blood of the evil demon. At this time, two monks wearing immortal sect robes flew over with magic tools. Seeing Su Fan was extracting the essence and blood, they quickly landed on the ground. They looked at the corpses of the two evil demons on the ground and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Who is this person? He killed two black-winged ghost demons on the spot by himself. His strength is too tyrannical. One of them came over and bowed to Su Fan. "Thank you for your help, senior brother." Su Fan collected the heart essence and blood of the black-winged ghost demon into the kindling wine bottle and turned to look at the two people. He smiled and said, "It's a coincidence. You two brothers, you're welcome. Which sect are you from?" "We are disciples of Taixia Xianzong. My name is Chen Chang, and this is my brother Zhou Senator." After listening to the introduction of the two, Su Fan nodded with a smile. "I'm from Huangdao Palace. You guys go and get busy. I'll be here for a while." Chen Chang waved his hand and said, don't worry. We can wait for you." "Brother, do you need our help?" They had just experienced a brutal bloody battle and got separated from the other members of the team. Next, they rushed to the boarding place. They might encounter many evil demons along the way. With their strength, it must be difficult to kill them. The strength of this brother in front of them is so strong that he must hold on to this big thick leg. But they were all a little confused. Are the disciples of Huangdao Palace so fierce now? Su Fan glanced at them and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Okay, follow him if you want to. He can't drive people away." "Okay, wait for me for a while," Su Fan said, and then he came to the corpse of another black-winged ghost demon and collected the evil demon's heart essence and blood. He had just put the kindling wine bottle into the ring, and Zhou Sen next to him handed him a cleaning talisman. "Brother, use this to wash." Su Fan was embarrassed by the other party. He took the cleaning talisman and washed the blood on his hands. "Let's go, we will rush over as soon as possible." "Well, we will listen to you." Su Fan almost laughed. "Do you really have to do this?" The three of them did not fly with magic tools, but trudged through the dense forest. Chen Chang took out a micro-magic circle and kept leading the way according to the route indicated on it. Because Sister Zhen was scouting in front, They avoided several groups of foreign evil demons and finally arrived at the boarding point before noon. At this moment, the special super flying boat was already docked there, and many disciples from major sects had gathered around it. Chen Chang and Zhou Sen breathed a sigh of relief, finally arriving. Before they met Su Fan, the two had completely despaired. Even if they got rid of the two evil demons behind them, they would probably miss the deadline for boarding the boat. At this time, several disciples of the Taixu immortal sect next to the super flying boat were calling the two to come over. Chen Chang bowed to Su Fan and handed him a jade talisman for sending messages. "Brother, I cannot repay you for saving my life. This is my jade talisman for sending messages. If you need us in the future, just let me know." Su Fan thought about it and took the jade talisman handed over by the other party. "It's just a small favor, you two brothers don't have to be so polite." The two thanked Su Fan again, turned around and were about to leave, but were stopped by Su Fan. "Two junior brothers, do you know where Chushan Feng is?" Chen Chang laughed and said, "You've asked the right person. This is a station of our Taixu Xianzong. If you want to go there one day, I can take you there." Su Fan nodded and said, "Then I'll trouble you, senior brother, you're welcome. In the future, no matter what happens in Taixu Xianzong, we can help you." Su Fan said goodbye to the two and walked towards the flying boat. He looked around and didn't see Lao Yi's people, so he had to take out the jade talisman for sending messages. "Brother, where are you? I'll be there soon. And you?" "I'm already at the boarding point. You're quick. I'll be there in a while." In just a moment, Su Fan saw more than 20 cultivators, arrogantly driving flying swords, whistling and flying over. When they landed on the ground, Su Fan walked over. Lao Yi was looking for him everywhere, and when he saw him coming, he punched him hard. "You kid, I'm glad you're okay." At this time, Ding Lan and her two best friends came over, followed by several sword cultivators from the Lingxiao sword sect. Su Fan knew one of them, Zhuang Wuya, who went to Huayandao Palace to find him. The other party came over and looked at Su Fan with a stern look in his eyes. Ding Lan, Liu Chengyi and Chu Ting stood by, watching the excitement with gloating. "You are Su Fan?" Su Fan nodded and said, "Yes, it's me." Zhuang Wuya chuckled and said, "I've looked for you several times, but I didn't see you. How about we spar one day?" Su Fan secretly complained that this group of sword madmen were really hopeless and were just bored. The problem is that he only knows how to kill people, not spar. The two of them had no grudges, so Su Fan really couldn't do it. Thinking of this, Su Fan shook his head. "Forget it, fighting and killing is so boring." "What, are you scared?" After Zhuang Wuya finished speaking, all the sword cultivators behind him laughed, and even Ding Lan, Liu Chengyi and Chu Ting covered their mouths and laughed. Su Fan really didn't want to argue with these idiots. It was a waste of time to argue with them. "Okay, then give him a chance to show off, so that he doesn't have to bother me every day." "Well, just think of me as scared." Old Yi didn't understand it from the side, but from the attitude of Zhuang Wuya and several fellow disciples, he felt something was wrong. "Old Zhuang, this is my brother, if you have anything, come to me." Zhuang Wuya ignored Yi Xian. He laughed. "How did you get the top spot on the Demon Slayer list? How did you get it? I'm afraid it will scare you to death. I don't have the skills of you sword cultivators. I can only rely on picking up leaks and robbing monsters." Haha, haha. Zhuang Wuya and a group of sword cultivators laughed, then stopped bothering him and turned away. Old Yi was a little confused. Could this guy really be the top of the Demon Slayer list? "Brother, you are so unkind. You are so stupid. Blame me." Su Fan didn't know what to say. Old Yi used to be such a smart man. "When I was on the battlefield, several giants besieged an altar of evil demons. I happened to be at the side, so I took advantage of it." Old Yi laughed and punched Su Fan again. "You are good, you can even catch up with this." Su Fan rolled his eyes. "It's over, this guy is hopeless." He chuckled and said, "Of course, my luck is second to none." Old Yi put his arm around Su Fan's shoulders and said, "Let's go to my room, let's have a drink." Before Su Fan could say anything, Ding Lan next to him also spoke. "Yes, I ate that thing from last time. Yes, the pot." Chu Ting also clapped her hands and said, "I didn't eat enough last time." Liu Chengyi didn't say anything. She was originally quite interested in Su Fan, but after seeing what happened just now, Su Fan was probably not even as good as a passerby in her heart. Su Fan was almost annoyed by these three women now. How could he get together with them again? He stretched out his hand and rubbed his temples a few times, pretending to be short of blood. Forget it, I was chased by several evil demons just now, and finally I used the blood escape to escape. I lost a lot of blood and ki, and now my head is still confused. Old Yi hurriedly took out a bottle of blood replenishing pills from his ring and stuffed it into Su Fan's hand. This is the Demon Dragon Blood Training Pill, which has the best effect of replenishing blood and ki. You should go back and cultivate well, don't hurt the foundation of cultivation, and when you are healed, we will meet again. Su Fan took the pill, then said goodbye to Old Yi, boarded the flying boat and returned to his cabin. He activated several formations on the hatch, then sat down at the porthole, took out the red clay stove and a set of tea sets, and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for himself. In fact, he hated Ding Lan, but since Old Yi liked her, he couldn't say anything. And her two besties were also annoying. Anyway, except for Yi Xian, he didn't have a good impression of this group of sword cultivators. None of them could even speak human language. In fact, Old Yi was the same, but the two of them were friends. At this time, the teapot on the red clay stove had begun to puff and steam. Su Fan took out a box of spiritual tea from the ring, picked up a piece and put it in the quaint teacup, then picked up the teapot and brewed a cup. A piece of fresh and stretched tea leaves swirled at the bottom of the bowl, and the mist was diffused and elegant, forming an umbrella over the teacup. Su Fan picked up the teacup and smelled it, and a wisp of tempting fragrance refreshed him. He tilted his head back and drank the cup of spiritual tea. He couldn't help shivering a little, then closed his eyes and savored it carefully, with a look of intoxication on his face. Chapter 320. Who else could it be except him? At 15:30, the dozen huge hatches of the super flying boat began to slowly close. Although many people have not returned, the flying boat will not continue to wait. Because the space-time channel will not wait for you. If you delay, everyone on the flying boat will be trapped in this strange plane. After leaving the space-time arena, the super flying boat returned to the Zuanluo world through the space-time channel. Those who survived the space-time arena, whether they were sword cultivators, magic cultivators, or disciples of the major super-immortal sects, have experienced a lot of fierce battles. What they faced were not ordinary foreign evil demons, but elites from Daluotian. According to statistics, more than half of the elite disciples of the major sects in the Zuanluo world who participated in the space-time arena did not board the flying boat in the end. The space-time arena is cruel, with a mortality rate of more than 50%. If Su Fan had not destroyed the elite team of the Black Bone Horn Demon alone, it would be estimated that more people would have died. Just by destroying the Shadow Demon, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he indirectly saved more than 100 human cultivators. On the following journey, Su Fan threw all the jade talismans for transmitting messages into the storage ring and stayed in the cabin. Every day, apart from practicing and eating, he would sit in front of the porthole and leisurely taste the spiritual tea, living an extremely free and easy life. During this period, Lao Yi could not contact Su Fan, and he came to find him once, but he did not ask him to open the door, which made Lao Yi very angry. During this period, Zhuang Wuya of Lingxiao Sword Sect was very proud. He showed his power in the time and space arena and killed more than a dozen foreign evil demons. Such a record, among all the people who participated in the time and space arena, this record is definitely crushing others. At least in his own opinion, he was the only one who won the top spot on the time and space arena. Moreover, Zhuang Wuya also challenged Su Fan, the top of the Demon Slayer list, but the other party did not dare to accept the challenge. No one expected that Su Fan, who had dominated the Demon Slayer list for several months, was such a coward. This also made the disciples of Lingxiao Sword Sect feel proud. Within a few days, the news spread throughout the entire flying boat, and almost all the elite disciples who participated in the time and space arena knew about it. Seeing that Su Fan did not dare to accept Zhuang Wuya's challenge, the sword cultivators and magic cultivators on the flying boat also lost interest in Su Fan. In their opinion, if someone did not dare to accept the challenge, what could he do even if he was the top of the Demon Slayer list? And it is said that since Su Fan entered the time and space arena, he found a place to hide and did not dare to come out until the last day. Not only that, there are all kinds of other news about Su Fan, and many of the news are simply rumors and slander. In any case, they are all spread with details. At least in this super flying boat, Su Fan's reputation is getting worse and worse. Su Fan knows nothing about this. In fact, even if he knew, he would not refute it, and even hope that there will be more and more rumors and slanders. Reputation is of no use to him. The following journey was very lively on the flying boat. And the disciples of the major sects were not idle. Especially those energetic sword cultivators and magic cultivators. There would be some quarrels from time to time, and they would enter the secret realm to fight almost every day. The elite disciples of the super immortal sects increased their personal connections by organizing various exchange activities. There was no way that the special flying boat they were riding was good in everything, but they could not keep in touch with the outside world during the voyage. There was nothing to do every day except practicing. Su Fan didn't care about what happened on the flying boat at all. He didn't even go out during the nearly 1-month journey. It was not until the super flying boat landed that he put on the Shura ghost mask, changed his body shape, and got off the flying boat in the crowd. As soon as Su Fan got off the flying boat, he saw Lao Yi, Ding Lan and others waiting for him below. But he had changed his appearance, walked past them, and walked straight to the original valley. When passing another square, he saw a huge light curtain, and many people gathered below. Su Fan looked up at the light curtain and was immediately confused. On this huge light screen, the image of himself killing foreign demons in the space-time arena was repeatedly played. The first kill, second kill, sixth kill, 16 kills in a row. The battle scenes on the huge light screen stimulated the blood of the monks gathered here. When he saw the picture of himself beating his chest and roaring to the sky, he felt that his action was so stupid. At that time, Su Fan just wanted to vent all the negative emotions in his chest, which was a purely subconscious action. Who would have thought that this light screen would record this picture completely? This is so. Su Fan covered his face and felt so ashamed. The monks under the light screen saw Su Fan's action, and they were like crazy. They also imitated Su Fan, constantly beating their chests with fists, raising their heads and stretching their necks to roar loudly. At this time, the huge light screen refreshed the record list of this space-time arena. Su Fan was at the top of the list, and his name was obviously several times larger than others. This time it was over. Su Fan never thought that he could be on the top of the time and space arena's battle list. God knows, he only participated in the battle on the first day in the time and space arena. For the next month, he has been hiding in that valley to fish. Su Fan thought, well, he was so idle, it would definitely not be his turn to be on the top of the time and space arena's battle list this time. After all, the cultivators participating in the time and space arena are all elite disciples of major sects. They have been fighting in the time and space arena for a month, so their record should definitely surpass him. Who would have thought that these people would be so scum? What sword cultivators and magic cultivators, they always boast of their strong combat power on weekdays. They are just bragging. Aren't they just a bunch of elite evil demons? Are they so difficult to kill? In fact, it's not his fault that he is Versailles. In his eyes, those elite evil demons are really nothing. It's not like chopping melons and vegetables, but it's really easy to kill them. But Su Fan can do it, but it doesn't mean that others can do it. Zhuang Wuya tried his best in the time and space arena, exchanging injuries for injuries several times, and with the cooperation of many fellow disciples, he finally killed more than a dozen elite evil demons. This record is already considered a heaven-defying existence in the eyes of all the sect elites participating in the time and space arena. Su Fan sighed and decided to go back quickly. During this period, try to find a place to hide, otherwise he will not be able to leave the square. Fortunately, when he was fighting in the time and space arena, he covered his face with a scarf, otherwise he would not be able to walk out of the square. Thinking of this, Su Fan quietly withdrew from the crowd and left the square without making a sound. Zhuang Wuya, surrounded by a group of disciples from the sect, walked down from the flying boat in a high-spirited manner. From time to time, people greeted him, including some elite disciples of the sword sect and the demon sect on the return journey. Zhuang Wuya fought in the secret realm of the flying boat and set a record of 15 consecutive victories, which also won the respect of everyone. At this moment, Zhuang Wuya was already a little flattered. He saw Yi Xian, Ding Lan and others, and walked over with a smile. Junior brother Xian, why hasn't the number 1 on the Demon Slayer list come down yet? Is he too ashamed to show his face? After hearing his words, many sword cultivators from the Lingxiao sword sect nearby all laughed. Old Ji had a very bad temper, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. He would not tolerate his faults at all. Su Fan is my brother. If I hear you slander him again, I will kill you. After hearing what old Yi said, Zhuang Wui's eyes became sharp. There was no way. Sword cultivators were belligerent and had very bad tempers. This group of sword madmen not only treated others like this, but also their fellow disciples. If it weren't for the strict rules of the sword sect, which forbade harming fellow disciples, who knows how many people would die every year in private fights between the disciples of the sword sect. The two of them didn't say a few words here, and there was already a smell of gunpowder. What? Let's have a sparring match someday. I've heard that junior brother Cheyenne is unparalleled in strength, and I've always wanted to see it. Let's. Before he could finish, Ding Lan, who was next to old Yi, stood up. Zhuang Wuya, you're really powerful, right? My brother will be out of retreat soon. I'll let him spar with you someday. Yi Cheyenne had just entered the sect a few years ago. Although he was a disciple of the nascent soul, he didn't have any foundation or connections in the Lingxiao sword sect. Zhuang Wuya was also a disciple of the nascent soul, so he didn't take old Yi seriously at all. But Ding Lan was different. Her father was a nascent soul old monster, and her eldest brother Dingfeng was known as the most powerful person in the foundation establishment realm in the sect. So Ding Lan stood up, and Zhuang Wuya couldn't be too presumptuous. Even so, he was also a sword cultivator and couldn't retreat. I've wanted to spar with senior brother Dingfeng for a long time. Since junior sister said so, I'll trouble junior sister to pass on a message from me. At this point, Zhuang Wuya's eyes were narrowed, and endless murderous aura was released from his whole body. Junior sister, do you want to stand up for junior brother Cheyenne today? The sword cultivators were all very fierce. Ding Lan pulled out a flying sword from her back. I'm not afraid of you. Come on. Liu Qingyi, Chu Ting and others beside them hurriedly separated them. Zhuang Wuya snorted coldly, turned around and left with his men. A group of sword cultivators from Lingxiao sword sect came to the square and saw the huge light curtain. They were immediately excited. Senior brother Wuya, the battle record of the time and space arena should have been released. Let's go and take a look. Yes. Let's go and take a look. The top of the list must be senior brother Wuya. Senior brother Wuya killed 15 elite evil demons. Who can compare with such a record? The disciples of Lingxiao sword sect around were all sword cultivators. There were no flatterers. They really believed it. Zhuang Wuya smiled and said, then let's go and take a look. After he said that, he waved his hand and brought a group of sword cultivators to the bottom of the huge light curtain. At this moment, the battle record list of the space-time arena was refreshed on the huge screen. When he saw the name at the top of the list, his head buzzed, and his first feeling was that it was impossible. How could this guy be at the top of the list? Not only was Zhuang Wuya surprised, but the other disciples of Lingxiao sword sect were also confused. Impossible. How could this guy be at the top of the list? Brother Wuya has killed more than a dozen evil demons. Let's take a look at his record. That person is as timid as a mouse. How could his record be better than Brother Wuya? Is there a mistake? As soon as the sword cultivator finished speaking, he felt that the people around him were looking at him like an idiot. The space-time arena is the public arena of the entire King Kwang Star region. It is the means of the Daos and of the God transformation. How could it be wrong? At this time, the image of Su Fan killing the evil demon appeared on the huge screen. Fuck, is this guy Su Fan? Too fierce. This guy is actually a physical cultivator. Are all physical cultivators so fierce now? Damn. Thunder attribute flying sword. Is this guy a sword cultivator? Isn't this sword formation from our Lingxiao sword sect? It's worthy of being the top of the record list, completing 16 consecutive kills alone. Zhuang Wuya stared at the huge light curtain, and the words of his fellow disciples beside him were like slaps in the face. Zhuang Wuya felt that the people around him seemed to be laughing at him, and his face was almost swollen. He was a little embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Originally thought he was powerful in the time and space arena, but until now he realized that his record was a joke in front of others. The reason why others didn't want to spar with him was that they thought he was not qualified. Despite this, Zhuang Wuya still watched the image of Su Fan killing the evil demon from beginning to end. As a sword cultivator, his mind must be open. Although he was filled with humiliation, Zhuang Wuya quickly accepted it. It's not shameful to be inferior to others, just practice. Zhuang Wuya was not worried about this. He knew very well that after this time, his sword heart was no longer perfect. If he couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart, his sword cultivation path would be cut off. In fact, it's not a bad thing for a sword cultivator to encounter some setbacks. Once the thorns in front of him are cut, The road of sword cultivation will inevitably go further. Thinking of this, Zhuang Wuya took a deep breath and left the square alone in silence. At this time, Yi Xian, Ding Lan and others also came to the square. When old Yi saw the image on the huge light screen, he was stunned by the shock. Although Su Fan had his face covered, he recognized this guy at a glance. He knew Su Fan too well. The fighting style of the guy on the light screen was almost exactly the same as Su Fan who fought with him in the courtyard. After so many years, this kid still uses the swordsmanship of the ancient body cultivator. Old Yi shook his head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The little brother back then is no longer the same as before, no longer the low-level key training cultivator. Now even if it is me, I probably can't resist for a while in front of Su Fan. This kid has too many means, and his fierce fighting style is similar to the demon cultivators in the western wilderness. As long as he can win, he will do anything. Seeing his little brother so powerful, Lao Yi is not jealous, but very pleased. Not only that, it also aroused Lao Yi's competitive spirit. He couldn't help but feel guilty. He has indeed been a little slack in the past 2 years. Since entering the Lingxiao sword sect, worshipping under the Yuanying's engine, and meeting junior sister Ding Lan, Lao Yi suddenly found that he seemed to have changed. It seems that his edges and corners have been worn away, his sharpness has been lost, and the initial high-spirited momentum has been lost. Sometimes people are affected by the environment and change subtly. This is a silent process that may not even be realized by themselves. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. He is a sword cultivator, and he shouldn't be like this. At this moment, Yi Xian's temperament suddenly changed, as if he had completely changed into a different person. Ding Lan, who was beside him, was immersed in love. Her heart could not hold anything else except old Yi. She instantly felt the change in old Yi. The change in old Yi's temperament made Ding Lan a little worried. She thought about it and found a topic. Brother, this person is really Su Fan. Yi Xian nodded and said, who else can it be except him? Old Yi's tone made Ding Lan feel a little strange. In the past, the senior brother had never used this tone when talking to her. Obviously he has such combat power, why does he still hide it? You don't know him, this kid hides it deeply. Since he was a young cultivator, I have never seen through him. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Ding Lan deeply. Junior sister, when I return to the sect, I will go to the front line. For some reason, Ding Lan felt like she was about to lose something. Okay, I'll go to the front line with you. Old Yi shook his head and took a deep breath. Junior sister, I'm going alone this time. I want to go deep into the forefront of the battlefield. Ding Lan was stunned. She grabbed Yi Xian's arm tightly. Senior brother, it's very dangerous there. Yi Xian didn't wait for her to finish, and interrupted her with a wave of his hand. I'm a sword cultivator. He felt that his words were a bit heavy after he finished speaking, and continued after thinking for a while. I can't go on like this. If I go on like this, my sword will rust. At this time, Chu Ting and Liu Chengyi were also staring at the huge light curtain, but their mentality was completely different. Chu Ting thought that she didn't expect this guy to hide so deeply, and she was actually deceived by him. Tried to find her way to make up for it during this period. I treated him a little bit slowly before. Liu Chengyi's idea was much more bold. Looking at Su Fan's brutal fighting style on the light curtain, her blood was hot. This is a real man. No, I'm determined to get this man, even if I have to use force, I'm going to find him now. Thinking of this, Liu Chengyi took a deep breath, turned around and left the square. At this time, almost all the disciples from various sects who participated in the time and space arena came to the square, and they all stared at the huge light curtain in amazement. Especially Su Fan's shocking 16 consecutive kills, they almost knelt to watch it. Su Fan returned to the cave, sat cross-legged on the futon, and exhaled deeply. After tossing for several months, he finally came back. Su Fan took out the communication talisman from the ring and checked them one by one, and found that Lao Yi had the most messages, with more than a dozen. He didn't want to read the messages sent by Lao Yi at all. Chen Chang, the disciple of Taixu Xianzong who he rescued, also sent him a few messages. These messages were all Chen Chang inviting him to participate in some gatherings and exchanges. The participants were all elite disciples of various super-immortal sects. Disciples of various super-immortal sects in the Central Plains particularly like to organize some exchange activities to increase their personal connections. Su Fan has no interest in accumulating personal connections. But he wanted to ask for leave from the sect these days to visit his senior sister Ngu King Hun in Shushan, so Su Fan sent a message to Chen Chang. After all, that place is the sphere of influence of Take Some Immortal sect. It is much more convenient to have someone familiar with the situation lead than to ask around by himself. The two chatted politely for a few words, and Su Fan found that the other party's tone was a little too restrained. Even when he rescued him, he didn't see Chen Chang like this. But he thought about it and understood the reason. It must not be that simple to become an elite disciple of Take Some Immortal sect. Chen Chang must have guessed his identity. Although he knew Su Fan's identity, the two chatted for several sentences, and the other party didn't mention it. Yes, this person can get along. At this time, the communication jade talisman on Su Fan's waist vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was another message from Lao Yi. He thought about it and picked up the jade talisman. Just as he activated the jade talisman, he heard Lao Yi's voice. "Brother, where are you? Hey." For some reason, Su Fan sensed something different in old Yi's tone. "Why, want to drink? Stop talking nonsense, tell me the place, I'll be there soon. You are alone?" "Nonsense, of course I'm alone, okay." Su Fan told old Yi the location of his cave, then cut off the communication jade talisman, and smiled with relief. Old Yi, who is in the small courtyard of Shaoyuan Market, is back again. Chapter 321, Disciple of the True Lord. At noon, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed his swollen and aching head and wanted to get up from the ground, but finally laid down. Last night, Su Fan and Lao Yi drank all night, and the spiritual wine was like free. Anyway, the floor of the room was full of empty wine jars. Su Fan turned over and sat cross-legged on the ground, using his power to dissolve the alcohol. After a while, he exhaled a long breath of alcohol and felt refreshed. In fact, when a cultivator drinks, he can easily use his magic power to dissolve the alcohol, but in this way, he will lose the feeling of being full of hearty. Only by completely restraining the spiritual power around the body can one truly appreciate the dizzy and excited pleasure after drinking. Last night, the two of them chatted all night, as if they were back to the small courtyard in Shaoyuan Market, talking about everything without any scruples. It turned out that Lao Yi was back again, which made Su Fan very happy. Su Fan couldn't say for sure. Anyway, this guy's previous state was indeed a little wrong, and it felt that his temperament had completely changed. Maybe he's still a sword cultivator, but he doesn't have the same enthusiasm as before. How could a person like Lao Yi disappear in the vast sea of people? Sooner or later, he will soar into the sky and become an existence that everyone looks up to. Of course, the road of sword cultivation is lonely and long. Only by moving forward courageously, overcoming all obstacles, and cutting off all fetters with one sword, can one go on. A sword cultivator has nothing else in his heart except the sword, and is destined to be lonely all his life. Before Lao Yi left last night, he crushed all the jade talismans in front of him, went to the battlefield alone, and prepared to go deep into the front line. In the days to come, he will walk on the edge of crisis and move forward by touching death. In the great terror between life and death, he will realize the true meaning of sword cultivation. This guy even crushed Su Fan's jade talisman, saying that if you want to know his news in the future, you can find his name on the Demon Slayer list. Alice. This guy is a sword madman. Su Fan couldn't stop him, and didn't know how to persuade him. Okay, let him do whatever he wants. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is in the hands of God. Before the two of them parted, Su Fan searched the ring for a long time, but couldn't find anything to give him. Although Su Fan had a lot of good things in his hands, sword cultivators didn't look down on external things. After thinking about it, he found a few precious refining materials from the ring, and took out a large piece of evil spirit bone to give to Lao Yi. If there is a chance in the future, let him integrate these precious refining materials and evil spirit bone powder into his flying sword. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the futon for a while, and got up from the ground. He took out the Ashura ghost mask from the ring, changed his body shape, and then left the cave. Su Fan came to the cave of King Gaiyu's Henren and knocked on the formation in front of the door. "Come in." Su Fan walked into King Gaiyu's Henren's cave and saw the old man sitting cross-legged there brewing tea. "Senior, I'm back." Seeing Su Fan's changed appearance, the old man was stunned at first, but then looked at him with satisfaction, smiled and stretched out his hand. "Sit down." He poured a cup of spiritual tea and placed it in front of Su Fan. Su Fan quickly took it with both hands and said, "Senior, I want to tell you something." "Go ahead." Su Fan thought for a while and said, "I want to take a few days off from you to visit a friend." After hearing this, King Ayu's Henrin was stunned, but immediately thought of something. He shook his head and said, "If it were anyone else, this wouldn't be a big deal, but it's different for you. Now, without the nod of Deo Palace's engine, no one dares to agree to you." After the old man finished speaking, he thought for a while and said, "It just so happens that Hongda's Henjin and Heodong's Henjin of Deo Palace have just issued a decree to summon you. You should talk to them." After hearing what King Ayu's Henrin said, Su Fan nodded. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. Because of his performance in the time and space arena, Hoyan Deo Palace should be afraid that he would be lured away by other sects. "That's fine, I'll go and pay my respects to the two true lords." Under the guidance of True Lord King Ayu, Su Fan drove his magic weapon to a temporary cave behind the battle line. This place used to be the immortal gate of a certain immortal sect, and it was requisitioned as soon as the war started. When he arrived in front of the cave of the two true lords of Hoyan Deo Palace, the old man stretched out his hand and pointed to the thatched cottage in the distance. "Go ahead, the two true lords are waiting for you," True Lord King Ayu said, patted Su Fan on the shoulder, and then turned and left. Su Fan glanced at the thatched cottages in the distance, took a deep breath, and walked over. It was the first time for him to be summoned by True Lord Yuanying, and it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. When Su Fan arrived in front of the thatched cottage, he saw two old men sitting in the small courtyard in front of the thatched cottage playing chess. He came to the outside of the small courtyard and respectfully bowed to the two true lords. "Disciple Su Fan, pay your respects to the true lord. Come in." An old man in the small courtyard looked up at him and waved at him. Su Fan hurried over and stood in front of them respectfully, not even daring to raise his head. It's not that he was timid, it's human nature to admire the strong. Facing two such powerful beings, one must have a heart of awe. "Don't be nervous, come and sit down." After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan raised his head and secretly glanced at the two true lords. To be honest, the two true lords did not leave a deep impression on him. The two old men were dressed in cloth and hem shoes, without a trace of spiritual energy exuding from their bodies. They were really simple and indifferent, just like the old men in the secular world. One had an elegant temperament and a long beard, and the other was short and skinny, looking like the kind that would fall down if the wind blew. "Can you play chess? Let's play a game." The elegant old man looked at Su Fan gently. Su Fan shook his head quickly and replied respectfully, "Disciple doesn't know." The skinny old man was not happy at that time and said, "Why are you asking other people's children? This game has not been finished yet. You want to cheat again, right? No way, humph. Do you think I'm afraid of you? It's not certain who will win or lose." The two old men started to quarrel over a game of chess. And Su Fan next to them almost laughed out loud. These two old monsters are too out of tune. The two true masters quarreled for a long time before finishing a game of chess, and in the end, no one won. The skinny old man scratched the chessboard and said angrily, "Humph. Come again." The elegant old man was not annoyed and stroked a strand of his long beard with his hand. "What are you doing? Other people's children have been waiting here for a long time." The skinny old man glared at the other party, turned his head and looked at Su Fan, with a smile in his eyes. "Well, this child is not bad, I like him." After the skinny old man finished speaking, he smiled and nodded, and glanced at the other true master next to him. "I like this child very much." The elegant old man heard this and asked, "If you like him, you can accept him as your disciple." Child, are you willing to become my disciple?" After hearing what the skinny old man said, Su Fan knelt down and kowtowed to him without thinking. "Disciple, I pay my respects to the master." How could Su Fan be unwilling? He was not lacking in intelligence. The skinny old man took out a ring from nowhere and threw it to Su Fan. "Take it and play with it, disciple." "Thank you, master." Su Fan took the ring and kowtowed respectfully again. The skinny old man nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the elegant old man opposite. "Hurry up, a gift for meeting." The elegant old man smiled and shook his head, pointing at the skinny old man. "You guy, you have to say." After he finished speaking, he also took out a ring and handed it to Su Fan. Su Fan took it with both hands, and did not dare to use his spiritual sense to check the contents of the two rings, so he could only hold it carefully in his hands. The skinny old man smiled at Su Fan and waved at him. "You go first." When we return to the sect, we can talk again." Su Fan stood up and bowed respectfully to the two. "Master, I want to visit a friend tomorrow." Before he could finish, the skinny old man waved his hand. "Go if you want." Su Fan came out of the thatched cottage and saw King Gaiu's Henren waiting for him. Seeing him coming out, he hurriedly came to greet him excitedly. "Boy, how is it?" Su Fan smiled and said, "There's a Henjin who likes me and accepted me as his disciple." "What?" King Gaiu's Henren's eyes widened. He was a little bit unbelievable. For a new foreign disciple like Su Fan, even if Huayandao Palace wanted to win him over, they would not let him become a disciple of Yuanying's Henjin. "Which Henjin did you become a disciple of?" Su Fan didn't know who the skinny old man was, so he described his appearance to King Gaiu's Henren. True man King Gaiu nodded and said, "Congratulations, you have become a disciple of True Lord Hongda. He is famous for protecting his children." After hearing the old man's words, Su Fan knew the name of his master. "Your luck is second to none." Su Fan chuckled and said, "I didn't expect to have such an opportunity. My master said he likes me." True man King Gaiu sighed. "This kid's future is probably going to be a step up. No matter who it is, once you become a disciple of True Lord Yuanying, you can at least walk sideways in the Central Plains." After Su Fan said goodbye to True man King Gaiu, he returned to his cave. He sat cross-legged on the futon and took out the storage rings given to him by the two True Lords. This was a gift from True Lord Yuanying. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his consciousness swept over the 200 square storage rings. Looking at the things in the storage rings, he was so happy that he was stupid. After all, he was True Lord Yuanying, and the gift was so extraordinary. The gift that Master Hongda's Henjin gave him was very simple. There were only 6 top-grade flying swords in the ring, all of which were of extraordinary quality. The old man should have seen the Tanlang Pajin Kisha sword formation he used, and directly gave him 9 top-grade flying swords. He also hoped that when he could control this sword formation in the future, he would be able to use 9 swords at the same time, and the power would be at least several times higher. It's just a pity that with Su Fan's current soul strength, it is indeed a bit difficult to control 9 top-grade flying swords at once. But this is not the point. The point is the 6 top-grade flying swords. Even for the disciples of a super sword sect like Link Xiao Sword Sect, it is difficult to get 9 top-grade flying swords. The first flying sword of each super sword sect disciple is the flying sword in the sect's sword tomb that automatically recognizes the master. All the flying swords of sword cultivators are completely different from ordinary magic weapon flying swords. Even for a master of weapon making, refining a top-grade flying sword depends on luck. The precious materials needed to refine a top-grade flying sword alone can make a sword cultivator bankrupt. It seems that the gift this old man gave him should have been prepared long ago. It was not a whim to accept him as a disciple, but he had thought about it long ago. The gift given to him by Master Haodong was much more practical. There were all kinds of third-level immortal talismans, top-grade spiritual tools, and fine elixirs. To be honest, for a Yuanying master, such a gift is quite tacky. But Su Fan likes it, the tackier the better. The next morning, not long after Su Fan got up, the formation outside was triggered. He frowned immediately. This place was arranged by Master King Gaiu, and no one else knew about it. Su Fan opened the formation of the cave, and saw a giant master wearing a robe of Huayandao Palace standing outside. "Disciple Su Fan, I pay my respects to my uncle." He bowed respectfully to the other party, and then let the master into the cave. "I am Wei Feng from the Internal Affairs Hall of the sect. Congratulations, nephew, on becoming a disciple of Uncle Hongda." Wei Feng exchanged a few words with Su Fan, and then asked for his identity jade talisman. Originally, the sect would hold a ceremony for my nephew to become a disciple of Uncle Hongda, but now everything can only be kept simple. "I hope my nephew doesn't mind." Su Fan certainly wouldn't mind. He hoped that no one would know about this. "Uncle is too polite, how could I mind?" Wei Feng helped Su Fan re-register his identity, not only replaced a more exquisite jade talisman for him, but also collected his blood essence and a trace of his soul and recorded them. Now he is an elite disciple, and he is also a member of the Huayandao Palace. The elite disciples of a super sect are not ordinary people. Even the foundation building and golden elixir cultivators of other small sects have to be polite when they see them. Every elite disciple of Huayandao Palace will leave a soul lamp in the sect. The soul lamp is a magic lamp that uses blood essence as oil and soul as sickle. As long as there is a soul lamp, The sect can judge the life and death of the disciples according to the degree of flickering of the lamp, and can roughly locate the location of the disciple. In addition to the elite disciples, only the Gindans Henren and Huayandeo Palace will leave a soul lamp inside the gate. Su Fan laughed at himself. He has been in the world of cultivation for so many years, and it is not until today that he can be considered to have made a name for himself. After sending off Henren Wei Feng from the Internal Affairs Hall, Su Fan simply packed up and left the cave. He came to a nearby square, took out the Jade Talisman to contact Chen Cheng of Taixu Xianzong, and the other party received his message and came over soon. Brother, I kept you waiting for a long time. He just sent the message, and you came less than 2 minutes later. I waited for a long time. Junior brother, I'm sorry to bother you this time. Chen Cheng waved his hand and said, Brother, what are you talking about? It's just a small matter. I have some connections in Taixu Xianzong. He just asked you to help lead the way. What connections are needed? Who knew that Su Fan thought things were simple? If he wanted to go to the sphere of influence of Taixu Xianzong at this time, it would be really troublesome if he didn't have someone to lead him. Anyway, according to the formal channels, if he wanted to teleport across regions, he had to go through a lot of procedures. Chen Cheng led Su Fan to a nearby teleportation array. He shook his identity Jade Talisman at several on-duty disciples. When the other party saw his identity Jade Talisman, they immediately became respectful and quickly opened the teleportation array for them. As a dazzling light lit up, the familiar dizziness came again. When Su Fan opened his eyes, the two had already arrived in a huge palace. In the middle of the palace was a huge long-distance teleportation array. Chen Cheng showed his identity Jade Talisman to the on-duty disciples here and walked out of the palace easily. It was not until this time that Su Fan realized that Chen Cheng's identity in Taixu Xianzong might not be that simple. Brother, let's find a place to settle down first. I have already arranged it for the evening. The two had just taken the teleportation array, and they had to rest for a night. Although Su Fan didn't want to owe anyone a favor, he had helped him so much, how could he refuse? So he could only agree reluctantly. Chen Cheng took off a Jade Talisman from his waist, picked it up and sent a message. Laoyi, what are you doing? What else can I do? Just hang around. I'm already in your territory. Really? Wait, I'll be there soon. Not long after Chen Cheng put away the Jade Talisman, he saw a chubby figure running over from a distance. This man was tall, with a white fat face, but he had a kind face. Xiao Chen, you didn't even say hello before you came. After saying this, he glanced at Su Fan and nodded at him with a smile. This is, Chen Cheng glanced at Su Fan, and when he saw him shaking his head slightly, he immediately understood. This is senior brother Su, from Huayandeo Palace. He then introduced the people to Su Fan. This is Yuanguang, my childhood friend. Su Fan quickly bowed to him and said, it's our first meeting, please take care of me. Yuanguang waved his hand generously and laughed. Xiao Chen's friend is my friend. Let's go. I'll help you find a place to stay. The two followed Yuanguang to the outside of the square, and just as they were about to leave the square, Su Fan suddenly saw a familiar figure. Chapter 322. Someone seems to have sent a message from above. Li Maiaxu was passing by the square with several fellow sisters and sisters, and she turned around and saw Su Fan. At this moment, Su Fan was also looking at her. When their eyes met, Li Maiaxu felt her heart beating violently and her breathing became rapid. Seeing the person who haunted her again, her throat was a little dry, and 1,000 feelings surged into her heart. Before Li Maiaxu came back to her senses, Su Fan had already walked over. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. In fact, Su Fan really didn't have any feelings for this dignified and reserved fairy sect sister, but the two of them got along well back then. Moreover, when they were in Haoyang Fairy City, Li Maiaxu took good care of him, and Su Fan always felt that he owed her a lot of favors. It's true that Su Fan is cold by nature, but there is one good thing about him, he is clear about gratitude and resentment, and never owes favors to others. At this time, Li Maiaxu was so excited that she couldn't speak. The feeling in her heart was different from Su Fan's. During the time when they were together in Haoyang Immortal City, although she had a good impression of Su Fan, she still did not realize her inner feelings. It was not until the two of them were separated that Li Maiaxu realized that the man had taken root in her heart. She has been in Taixu Immortal Sect for so many years, and many outstanding disciples of the sect have expressed their love to her more than once, but she has decisively rejected them all. It is because she can't let go of the man in her heart that even the most outstanding disciples of the immortal sect are not as good as that evil guy in her eyes. Why did you come to take some immortal sect? Lee Myaoxu held it in for a long time before she said this, feeling so embarrassed. Su Fan didn't have any psychological burden. He just felt that the two of them had met again after a long time, so he had to come over to say hello. I came here to meet a friend. How are you doing here? Very good. At this time, the female cultivators who were with Lee Myaoxu in the distance also gathered together and whispered quietly. Who is that guy? Why do I feel that junior sister Myaoxu is interested in him? He doesn't look that good. He's much worse than senior brother Wang Yuan. I thought she had high standards, but I didn't expect she liked this kind of stuff. She's a pure and innocent girl, so of course her taste is different. Let's go over there and see what's going on. Su Fan was chatting with Lee Myaoxu, and several female cultivators from Taixu Xianzhuang came over with a giggle. Seeing several female cultivators from the same sect coming over, Lee Myaoxu's face was obviously a little bad. Su Fan saw it and immediately frowned. It seemed that she was not living a happy life in Taixu Xianzhuang. In fact, it was understandable. A foreign disciple who had just joined the sect had no foundation in Taixu Xianzhuang, so his status could be imagined. Junior sister Myaoxu, who is this? Why don't you introduce him to us? The leading female cultivator said with a smile, not hiding the teasing in her tone at all. Lee Myaoxu was about to tell Su Fan's identity, but when she saw him shaking his head slightly, she quickly changed her words. He is Su. He is a friend of mine. After hearing what Lee Myaoxu said, several female cultivators from Taixu Xianzhuang began to look at Su Fan seriously. Brother, which sect are you from? Junior sister Myaoxu is in our Taixu Xianzhuang, but there are many brothers chasing after her. Are you a Taoist couple? Junior sister Myaoxu has very high standards. Facing the chattering female cultivators, Su Fan couldn't help but be speechless. He glanced at Lee Myaoxu next to him and found that her face was not good. We are not. Before he finished speaking, he saw Chen Chang and He Yuanguang coming over. When several female cultivators from Taixu Xianzhuang saw the two, their eyes suddenly lit up and they all went to greet them. No one paid attention to Su Fan anymore. Brother Chen Chang, why are you here? Brother Yuanguang, you haven't contacted me for a long time. Seeing Chen Chang and He Yuanguang surrounded by several female cultivators, Su Fan smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that these two people were still popular in Taixu Xianzhuang. The female cultivators in your sect are very enthusiastic. Lee Myaoxu smiled bitterly after hearing this. They are not like this usually. Don't mind it. Su Fan was amused. I don't mind it. At this time, Chen Chang got rid of the entanglement of several female cultivators and walked over. He glanced at Lee Myaoxu and winked at Su Fan with a smile. Su Fan rolled his eyes. What the hell is going on? Brother, this is... Before Su Fan could speak, He Yuanguang, who had just come over, had already introduced Chen Chang. This is junior sister Myaoxu. She is famous for her beauty in our Taixu Xianzhuang. After saying this, he came close to Su Fan and secretly gave Su Fan a thumbs up. Brother, you can do it. Su Fan was completely speechless. At this time, the more he explained, the worse it would be, so he simply ignored it. Brother, Lao he organized a party tonight. You can bring junior sister Myaoxu. Yes, bring junior sister Myaoxu. It will be more lively with more people. Su Fan wanted to refuse, but he glanced at Lee Myaoxu and glanced at the female cultivators of Taixu Xianzhuang next to him. Let's help her. It's like returning a favor. Thinking of this, Su Fan smiled and asked, Junior sister Myaoxu, is it convenient tonight? After hearing Su Fan's words, Lee Myaoxu blushed and nodded slightly. Seeing that Lee Myaoxu agreed, Su Fan bowed to He Yuanguang. Then I'll trouble junior brother He Yuanguang laughed and said, Junior sister Myaoxu is not easy to invite. If she can come in the evening, I will also have face. You are really good at talking. It's as if you owe me a favor. Let's go. I'll help senior brother settle down first. I found a lot of elite disciples in our sect tonight. Everyone will be very lively. Several people left with laughter and chat, and no one paid attention to the female cultivators. Seeing Su Fan and Lee Myaoxu chatting and laughing with Chen Chang and He Yuanguang, the eyes of several female cultivators showed envy. HMPH. Look at her. Who is she pretending for? She pretends to be so good on weekdays, But when she met senior brother Chen Chang, she just followed him. Who is that person? Senior brother Chen Chang seems to care about him. We have to be careful when we talk in the future. Junior sister Mayaksu has a backer in the sect. Su Fan certainly didn't care what the female cultivators said, but from their envious expressions, he knew he was doing the right thing. Chen Chang and He Yuanguan must have a special status in Taixu Xianzong. So it shouldn't be a big deal to ask them to take care of Li Mayaksu. But it would definitely not work just by his words. It would be better to have a connection of interests. He Yuanguan is really powerful here. Although he only stayed for one night, he still helped Su Fan find a luxurious cave. The cave covers an area of dozens of acres, with pavilions, rockery pavilions and winding corridors. And the building is decorated with carved beams and painted pillars, showing luxury. Standing outside the pavilion of the cave, you can smell the fragrance of flowers and hear the sound of gurgling water. There are green grass and red flowers everywhere, rockery and flowing water, which is very elegant. Not only that, there are actually 4 beautiful female cultivators who are responsible for serving the guests living here. He Yuanguan led Su Fan to the cave, and then looked at Su Fan. Brother, the cave is a bit tight at this time. The conditions here are average. You can stay here for one night. Damn, you call this average conditions? Then did I live in a shack before? I have to say that the elite disciples of the super immortal sect are too corrupt. Junior brother, you are too polite. Chen Chang laughed and said, brother, you rest here first, we have to arrange the evening party. After he finished speaking, he winked at Su Fan, and then he and He Yuanguan left with their arms around each other. Su Fan shook his head. These two guys are not good birds. He turned his head and glanced at Li Mayaksu, whose face was slightly red. What was wrong with this girl? She felt strange from the moment they met. Junior sister Mayaksu, let's go in, Su Fan said and walked into the cave. Li Mayaksu felt that her heart was about to jump out. She thought about it, and still trotted after him and followed Su Fan in. The two came to the hall of the pavilion and sat cross-legged on the futon. 2 beautiful female practitioners of key training had already brewed a pot of spiritual tea for them. Su Fan was not used to being served, so he waved his hand to send them away. He poured a cup of spiritual tea for Li Mayaksu, and then smiled and said, Junior sister, I have something to ask of you. Li Mayaksu was stunned. How could she help him in this situation in Taixu Xianzong? She also knew the 2 people who accompanied Su Fan today. They were all family members of the sect, and they always looked down on others. There were countless people in the sect who dreamed of getting close to these 2 people. Brother, I can't help you with anything in Taixu Xianzong. Su Fan smiled, then took out a few pieces of evil spirit bones from his ring and placed them in front of Li Mayaksu. Li Mayaksu picked up a piece of evil spirit bone and was stunned. This is an evil spirit bone. This is the evil spirit bone of a foreign demon. Li Mayaksu's eyes widened when she heard this. She also knew the market. This piece of evil spirit bone in her hand was worth a lot of spiritual stones. Moreover, this kind of thing is in short supply now. As long as there is a sufficient supply, you don't even need to shout. There will be a lot of people who will come to your door and ask you to sell it. Brother, what are you doing? I have some inventory on hand. I want to ask my sister to help me distribute it in Taixu Xianzong. Li Mayaksu finally understood what was going on. This was not asking her to do something, but clearly wanting to help her. Brother. Before Li Mayaksu finished speaking, Su Fan waved his hand. I don't have anyone I can trust in Taixu Xianzong, so I can only trouble you, junior sister, to take care of me. Li Mayaksu felt as if a warm current was rising from the bottom of her heart, and her whole heart became warm, and tears welled up in her eyes. Su Fan took out a silk scarf from his ring and handed it to Li Mayaksu. Junior sister, don't think too much. Li Mayaksu took the silk scarf and wiped her eyes. Thank you, senior brother. With this episode, the two slowly found the tacit understanding they had when they were in Haoyuan Xiancheng, and the conversation became more and more harmonious. He Yuanguan came out of the cave and grabbed Chen Chang's collar. Chen Chang, tell me the truth, who is this person? Chen Chang smiled and said, he saved me once in the time and space arena, and don't come on, we grew up together naked, and I don't know you, I really don't. Chen Chang, if you talk nonsense to me again, we will break up. Chen Chang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He doesn't want others to know his identity. I can't say too much. I can only tell you that this person is from Huangdao Palace, and his surname is Su. He Guangyun was stunned. He let go of Chen Chang's collar. You mean, he is the one? Chen Chang waved his hand and said, stop it. I don't care what you think. Anyway, I didn't say anything. He Yuanguang laughed and patted Chen Chang on the shoulder. Brother, that's nice. He took out a jade talisman from his waist, picked it up and said a few words. Brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? The standard tonight is a bit low. I have to make up for it. Chen Chang rolled his eyes and said angrily, I didn't say anything. I just heard from my second uncle that that person just became a disciple of a Yuanying in the Huan Taoist palace. Your second uncle is also idle. The disciple of the Huan Taoist palace became a Yuanying disciple. What does it have to do with our take Su Zianzong? I was puzzled at first, but later I found out that several Yuanyings Henjin of the Huan Taoist palace specially notified all the sects about this matter. Chen Chang was stunned and said, these old weirdos in the Huan Taoist palace, you are just bored. He Yuanguang laughed and said, according to my second uncle, that person was born in a small sect later. He dominated the Demon Slayer list for several months, and Huan Taoist palace accepted him into the sect. Oh. I remember that Huan Taoist palace also changed his sect on the Demon Slayer list. He Yuanguang laughed and said, these old monsters in Huan Taoist palace are afraid that other sects will snatch him away. Chen Chang was amused and teased, only Huan Taoist palace can do such a thing. He Yuanguang looked around, then leaned close to Chen Chang's ear and whispered. Actually, this is just an excuse from Huan Taoist palace. I heard that someone seemed to have passed down a message. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the sky with his finger, and then quickly put his hand down. Chen Chang was stunned for a moment, and it took him a long time to recover. Is it true? I also heard it from my second uncle. Believe it or not, then this guy will be very powerful in the future. Of course, it's been so many years. Have you seen any movement up there? In the evening, Chen Chang and He Guangyun returned to the cave. Seeing Su Fan and Li Maiaxu chatting very happily, the two looked at each other. It seems that Li Maiaxu has a close relationship with his senior brother Su Fan. In the future, the two of them will have to help this junior sister Maiaxu and take Su Zianzong. Senior brother, I found some friends today. Let's get together in the evening. After hearing what Yuanguang said, Su Fan sighed secretly. To be honest, he really didn't want to go, but it was hard to refuse, so he could only follow the two out of the cave. For some reason, Su Fan found that the attitudes of Chen Chang and He Yuanguang towards him had changed a lot. He glanced at Chen Chang, and the other party showed a helpless expression. Su Fan didn't mind. With their relationship, this matter probably couldn't be concealed. If you know it, just know it. Anyway, you'll stay here for one night. Even if he topped a battle record list in the time and space arena, these elite disciples of the super immortal sects would not need to do this. He Yuanguang led Su Fan to a luxurious pavilion, where many young disciples of the sect had gathered. This is our Takesum Immortal Sect's senior sister Jingyu. This is senior brother Fangshu of Haoshan Immortal Palace. This is senior brother Qian Feng of Linksu Dao Palace. This is senior brother Jilin of Linksu Dao Palace. He Yuanguang introduced the disciples of the major immortal sects who participated in the party to Su Fan one by one. Any of them had a high status in the major immortal sects. Su Fan disliked such occasions the most, but he could only force a smile and pretend to be nice to them. He knew in his heart that this was part of the life of the elite disciples of the major super immortal sects. Unlike the Sword sect and the Demon sect, the disciples of the super immortal sects were particularly willing to hold various gatherings and exchanges, and the classes were clearly divided. Although the disciples of the various sects who participated in the party did not know Su Fan, Chen Chang and He Yuanguang were not ordinary people. Of course, the people who could make them accompany them wholeheartedly were not ordinary people. So everyone was quite enthusiastic about Su Fan, at least on the surface. To be honest, although the party was of high standard, even the spiritual tea was rare and top grade. But the whole process was very boring, but the people who attended the party enjoyed this atmosphere very much, and they were all very excited. Su Fan finally made it to the midnight exchange meeting, which made him a little interested. Originally, he thought that these elite disciples of the major immortal sects would have some rare and top-grade cultivation resources, but the result disappointed him greatly. There were not many things that these people took out that caught his eye. In the end, Su Fan took out a few small pieces of evil spirit bones and exchanged them for a few things that barely caught his eye, so it was not in vain. However, when everyone saw the evil spirit bones he took out, they all became excited. Then people kept coming to chat with him, hoping to exchange some evil spirit bones. Su Fan simply pushed Lee Myaoxu out and asked her to be his agent in the Western Theater to distribute the evil spirit bones in his hands. As for whether it would affect Tang Fei's business, he didn't care. In terms of intimacy, Tang Fei can never be compared with Lee Myaoxu. It's good that he has earned so much money for so long. The next day, He Yuanguang and Chen Cheng came early and personally sent Su Fan to the pavilion of the teleportation array in the base. Su Fan arched his hand towards him and said, "You two, please stay." Chen Cheng took out a jade talisman for sending a message and handed it to Su Fan. "This is the jade talisman of a child of our family. You can contact him when you arrive at Chushanfang. It is now the base of the Nine Nether Demon Palace. Senior brother must be careful, brother has someone over there, who dares to offend him." He Yuanguang smiled and said, "Senior brother, this time is urgent. When you come back, I will definitely let you have fun. You can pull a few. Almost suffocated me to death last night." Su Fan glanced at Lee Myaoxu next to him, and then arched his hand towards the two of them. "You two, my junior sister, from now on, I will leave it to you." After hearing what Su Fan said, the two of them patted their chests and promised to help him take good care of junior sister Myaoxu. At this time, Lee Myaoxu came over with a red face, shyly took out a jade talisman for sending messages, and handed it to Su Fan. "Brother, this is my jade talisman for sending messages." Su Fan took it and couldn't help sighing in his heart. After spending a night together, he vaguely guessed Lee Myaoxu's thoughts, but he didn't want to break this relationship, nor did he think about what to do with her. "Junior sister, take care," Su Fan said, and then bowed to Chen Cheng and He Yuanguang, and walked into the pavilion of the teleportation array. Lee Myaoxu looked at his back, sighed deeply, turned around and left lonely. Chapter 323 You don't even recognize your own father. When Su Fan opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar hall. He walked out of the hall of the teleportation array, and several disciples on duty dressed in Taixu Xianzong greeted him at the door. Outside the hall was a square, where people came and went, mostly disciples wearing the standard robes of Jiu Iao Demon Palace. The disciples of Xianzong at least pay attention to some respect, but the people of the demon sect are not so polite. Especially seeing him wearing the robes of Xianzong, even the key training disciples saw him, and they didn't have any respect at all. A few domineering and courageous ones even dared to look him in the eye without any fear. Of course, Su Fan would not be on the same level with these small cultivators of the demon sect, and just pretended not to see them. He was about to see his daughter, and he was in a good mood, so he didn't have time to argue with them. At the edge of the square was a huge light curtain, which was repeatedly playing the images of the time and space arena, among which the images of Su Fan fighting were the most. Many people gathered under the light curtain to watch, and bursts of shouting came from time to time, and each one was like chicken blood. Although the time and space arena has ended, it has not reduced the enthusiasm of the Zuanluo realm cultivators at all. It is said that Zuanluo realm performed well in the time and space arena this time. Even though the opponent is the powerful Daluocean, after the final statistics, the battle-loss ratio of both sides is almost the same. This is already a defeat for Daluocean. Zuanluo realm's performance in the time and space arena also made all the human cultivators in the King Kuang Star domain excited, and Su Fan received a lot of attention. Originally, Zuanluo realm was a small transparent in the King Kuang Star domain. Who would have thought that it would become popular all of a sudden, just like it was on the hot search in the previous life? Of course, Su Fan contributed greatly to Zuanluo realm's achievement. If he hadn't destroyed the elite evil demon team, the battle-loss ratio of both sides would definitely be upside down. The area of Chushanfang was not large originally, but after some expansion after the war, it has now become a forward base leading to the battlefield in the rear. Looking at the busy streets, Su Fan didn't know where to start looking for a while. He took out a jade talisman from his ring, sent a message, and the other party replied almost immediately. "Senior, you are here, I will come right over." After a while, a disciple who had practiced key training at the 9th level came to the main street of the market and was looking around. Su Fan walked over and waved at him, and the other party hurried over. "Senior, my name is Chen Dong. Uncle Jiu has already told me who you are looking for. Thank you for your hard work. The people I am looking for are the two foundation-building disciples of Jiu Iao Demon Palace, named Su Yaozhan and Gu Qinghun." After hearing Su Fan's words, Chen Dong's eyes lit up. His admiration for the senior in front of him was like a torrent of water. These two seniors are not ordinary. It is said that they are famous throughout the western wilderness. Now many disciples of super-immortal sects in the Central Plains admire them. Senior, the two seniors you mentioned are all disciples of Guyin Zhenjun. Please follow me, Su Fan said politely. And then follow Chen Dong to the outside of the market. Fortunately, Chen Chang helped to arrange it. If it was the son of the Chen family, it would be really difficult to find him for a while. The two came to the outside of the market, and Chen Dong pointed to the valley in the distance. Senior, that is the cave of Guyin Zhenjun. I can only send you here. There are disciples on duty from the Nine Nether Demon Palace in front. If they see me, they will cause trouble for you. Thank you for your hard work. Su Fan thanked Chen Dong and let him leave. How could he not understand what Chen Dong said? He had been in the demon sect, and he knew the morals of the people in the demon sect too well. Su Fan glanced at the valley in the distance. Thinking that he was about to see the three of them, he was both excited and nervous. He took a deep breath and walked towards the valley. Before he took a few steps, he saw several disciples on duty from the Nine Nether Demon Palace blocking his way. The demon cultivator who was at the 9th level of key training was in the lead and looked at Su Fan coldly. This is the restricted area of the demon palace, no cultivators allowed. Su Fan frowned, but he immediately smiled. After all, they were fellow disciples of his wife and children, so he shouldn't make things too awkward. Please inform them, I'm looking for fellow Taoist Su Yaozhen, the demon cultivator sneered secretly. The beauty of the two uncles was well known in the western wilds. In the past, all the disciples of the demon sect came here to admire them. Unexpectedly, people from the immortal sect also came to join in the fun. He smiled and said, Uncle Yaozhen is in seclusion, please come another day, then I'll look for fellow Taoist Gu Qinghuan. What a coincidence, Uncle Qinghuan is also in seclusion. Su Fan smiled bitterly. It was indeed troublesome without the J talisman for sending messages. He finally came here once but couldn't even get in the door. I really need to find them for something, please help inform them. The demon cultivator opposite sneered and said, Senior, I'm sorry, the two uncles are in retreat, please come back another day. Su Fan had no choice. He was already at the door, so he couldn't just go back like this. He knew very well that if he wanted to see the mother and the three of them, he could only force his way in. Since you said so, then I will go in and find them myself. After he said that, he took a step forward, and several disciples on duty in the Nine Nether Demon Palace were stunned. Who the hell is this person? He actually dared to force his way into the cave of Yuanying Zhenjun. Is he going to die? Stop. If you take another step forward, I will kill you without mercy. Su Fan was amused by what he heard. He ignored the other party shouting and continued to move forward. Do what you can, I want to see how you kill me. Do it, the demon cultivator in the lead roared, and swung his hand violently, and a dark magic weapon flew towards Su Fan. Pa! Su Fan smiled, raised his hand and grabbed the opponent's flying knife magic weapon in his hand. He squeezed it hard, and the magic weapon lost its spirituality and was thrown to the ground. Several disciples of the Nine Nether Demon Palace were dumbfounded. What the hell? Who is this person? That is a top-grade magic weapon, but the opponent stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and easily wore away the spirituality of the magic weapon. Even the key training disciples of the demon sect have experienced hundreds of battles and have rolled in the 10,000-mile demon abyss. Although their realm is low, their knowledge is not shallow at all. Facing this top-grade magic weapon, let alone the foundation-building cultivators of the immortal sect, even the predecessors of the demon sect dare not take it head-on. Not to mention holding it with his hands. What kind of monster is this person? Release the fireworks for help. After hearing the disciples cry, the back quickly took out a tube, but before they could activate it, they felt that their eyes went black and they fell into confusion in an instant. Su Fan walked past several disciples on duty at the Nine Nether Demon Palace and came to the outside of the valley. He activated the Thunder Eyes and saw through the formation restriction in front of him. He reached out and gently touched it, then stood there calmly and waited patiently. After a while, the formation in front of the cave was opened. A beautiful female cultivator walked out of the cave. She was stunned when she saw Su Fan. The girl glared and said angrily, "Who are you? Please let me know. I want to find fellow Taoist Su Yaozhen. Just say Su Fan is looking for her, master is not here." After the girl finished speaking, She turned around and was about to enter the cave, but she suddenly turned around and stared at Su Fan. "What did you say?" "Your name is Su Fan, the Su Fan from Huang Taoist Palace." Su Fan smiled bitterly and nodded. Senior, please wait a moment," the girl finished speaking stumblingly, staring at Su Fan with her big eyes for a while, then turned around and ran into the cave excitedly. After a while, a man ran out of the cave in a hurry. The senior sister stood there blankly, looking at the man in front of her who made her think about it day and night, and she felt a sense of grievance inexplicably, and tears flowed down. She rushed over all of a sudden, threw herself into Su Fan's arms, hung on him and hid him hard a few times. "You cruel guy, you haven't come to see us for so long." After the senior sister finished speaking, she hugged Su Fan's neck tightly and cried. Su Fan gently stroked the senior sister's back, and couldn't help feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. "I want to, but I can't come." At this time, Gu Qinghong led a little girl and ran out of the cave in a hurry. Seeing that the person who came was really Su Fan, she left her daughter and ran over. She was not as bold as her senior sister. She just held Su Fan's hand and looked at her man with tears in her eyes. Su Fan pulled her over and hugged her tightly in his arms. Looking at the three people hugging each other, Nanan was a little confused. In her young mind, she still couldn't understand the messy things between adults. What happened to mother and aunt? Why are they crying? Seeing Nanan's confused look, Su Fan let go of the two and waved to the little girl. The little girl ignored him and looked at her mother. Gu Qinghong wiped his eyes and smiled and said, "Nanan, come here." Hearing her mother's words, the little girl came over timidly, and looked at Su Fan curiously with a pair of big eyes. "You are the uncle from last time, I have seen you." The senior sister next to her couldn't help but laughed out loud. "Nanan, you don't even recognize your own father." Gu Qinghong pushed the senior sister and squatted beside Nanan. "Nanan, haven't you always wanted to see your daddy?" The little girl suddenly became excited. Although she didn't know what the word dad meant to her, she had heard her mother and aunt mention it recently. "Are you really my daddy?" Su Fan also squatted down and nodded with a smile. Seeing the little girl laughing, Su Fan's heart almost melted, and the whole person felt like bathing in the spring breeze, as if stepping on the clouds. The little girl glanced at Gu Qinghong and laughed. "Mom, I will also have a daddy in the future." After hearing Nanan's words, Gu Qinghong couldn't stop crying again. She hugged her daughter tightly and kissed her little face. Su Fan also wanted to kiss the little girl's little face, but he didn't dare, for fear of causing his daughter's disgust. "Take your time, wait until the little girl is familiar with him before talking. Why don't you come in and say something? What's the point of being so greasy outside?" At this time, a scolding came from the cave. The senior sister stuck out her tongue, and she held Su Fan's arm intimately. Let's go home." Su Fan felt his eyes warm up after hearing what his senior sister said. He hadn't shed a tear since he came to this world, but he was completely broken by what his senior sister said. Gu Qinghong came over with a red face and gently held Su Fan's hand. "Let's go home." Su Fan touched his eyes and nodded heavily. Several people led Nanan into the cave, and saw Luo Guiyin standing there with a gloomy face. Su Fan hurriedly walked up and bowed respectfully. "Junior Su Fan, I pay my respects to the true lord." To be honest, he was very nervous now, fearing that he would be driven out by this woman. If that happened, he really had no way. Fortunately, Luo Guiyin ignored him at all, but glared at his senior sister and Gu Qinghong fiercely. "I'm going to retreat these days, don't bother me." After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Before she took 2 steps, Nanan ran over. "Grandmother, why are you in seclusion again? Daddy is here to see me." Although he had a cold face towards Su Fan and the others, when he heard the little girl's words, Luo Guiyin turned around with a smile and hugged Nanan in his arms with a doting face. "Nanan, go find your mother. Grandmother will be back in a few days." Looking at the back of grandmother leaving, the little girl was confused again. Daddy came to see her. Why did grandmother go into seclusion? Did she just come out of seclusion not long ago? The attitude of the master made the faces of the senior sister and Gu Qinghong become a little bad. The two looked at each other and saw a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. Su Fan was fine. It was good that he didn't dare to let you go. "What else do you want?" Bang! Bang! At this time, several fireworks for help rose one after another outside the cave. Su Fan covered his face. This was bad. He forgot about this matter. So many fireworks for help were set off at once. It is estimated that all the demon cultivators in the Chushan will have to rush over. Senior sister and Gu Qinghuan were also stunned. They looked at Su Fan. Su Fan smiled bitterly and told them what happened just now. Senior sister and Gu Qinghuan didn't take it seriously at all. What made senior sister angry was that these people dared to stop her man. Not killing them was a mercy. Xiaojin, where have you been? Senior sister shouted and yelled at the girl who had been hiding and watching gossip. Master, I'm here. The girl didn't know where she came from, and there was still a raging gossip fire in her eyes. You go, find the elder on duty in the Foreign Affairs Hall, and tell them that it was me who said that. Send those people to the front line. Xiaojin was stunned. Master, you are too cruel. Those guys are unlucky enough. They dared to offend Master's Taoist partner. Before Xiaojin could go out, Su Fan called her. Sister, forget it. Those people are also doing their duty. Seeing that the sister had a gloomy face and didn't say anything, Gu Qinghuan couldn't stand it anymore. Xiaojin, you go and tell them that it's okay, and let them do what they should do. The girl turned around and ran out of the cave, but was stopped by the sister again. Don't go out and talk nonsense, or I'll break your legs. Yes. Master. Xiaojin made a bitter face and ran out of the cave. After such a commotion, the dull atmosphere just now was relieved a lot. The sister thought for a while, and then waved to the little girl. Nanan, do you want to eat meat skewers? After all, the girl was still young. When she heard that there was something delicious, she instantly forgot all her troubles and nodded continuously. Meat skewers, are they delicious? The sister laughed and said, your father can make a lot of delicious food. Do you want to eat? The little girl nodded fiercely after hearing this. I want to eat. The sister took Su Fan's arm intimately, and then took Nanan's little hand. Let's go. Let your dad make you something delicious. Although Luo Guan had already arrived at the deepest underground cave of the cave, she could see everything in the cave. Looking at the affectionate look of the family of four, she slowly closed her eyes. In fact, with Su Fan's current status, he was already worthy of her two precious disciples. The top of the Demon Slayer ranking, the top of the Time and Space Arena record ranking, the elite disciple of the Central Plains Super Immortal Sect, and the disciple of Yuanying's Henjin. Any one of these qualifications is enough for other cultivators to fight for a lifetime. Not only that, Su Fan's performance in the Time and Space Arena even attracted the attention of Milu Ocean, and he actually sent a decree to Huayandao Palace. Although Huayandao Palace has been hiding this news, this kind of thing is not a secret at all for them, Yuanying's Henjin. But she just couldn't swallow that breath. It was not easy for her to accept two disciples, but they were both ruined by this kid. Thinking of this, Luo Guiyan took a deep breath, and with a wave of his hand activated the formation in the underground cave, so as to out of sight and out of mind. Chapter 324, Jinden Realm is still a problem. In the evening, the sunset glow spread all over. Looking up, the blood-red glow stained half of the mountain forest, and the setting sun set lazily in the west. Su Fan sat in front of the grill, fanning the fire with a fan, and turning over the various skewers on the grill from time to time. His style was exactly the same as the barbecue guy on the roadside in his previous life. Nanan took a small stool and sat beside him, supporting her chin with both hands, staring at the skewers on the grill, and swallowing her saliva. Dad, when will the skewers be ready? Su Fan grabbed a handful of barbecue ingredients and sprinkled them evenly on the skewers, then glanced at the little girl next to him. It's almost done, wait a little longer. Well, I'm not in a hurry. Have you ever eaten skewers grilled like this before? Nanan shook her head and said, I've eaten barbecue, but I've never eaten skewers grilled like this. Su Fan smiled, then put the skewers on the grill on a tray, picked up one and handed it to the little girl. Eat it, be careful, it's a bit hot. The little girl heard it and quickly picked up a skewer of meat. She tried to take a bite, but was burned. She blew it a few times with her little mouth, and then took a bite. Her eyes lit up immediately. The girl had never eaten such delicious food before. Dad, it's so delicious. If it's delicious, eat more. Dad will grill you some other skewers later, meat tendons, grilled shrimps, chicken cartilage, whatever you want to eat. I like everything Dad grills. The skewers of meat that Su Fan put on were very big. The little girl was almost done after eating a few skewers. She thought grilling skewers was interesting and wanted to participate. Dad, I want to grill too. Su Fan glanced at the little girl and touched her head with a smile. Okay, You go to the skewers of meat tendons, and Dad will teach you how to grill skewers." The little girl put down the skewers, ran to the side excitedly, and came back with a tray. Su Fan let his daughter sit on his lap, put the ingredients for the various skewers on the grill, and then taught her how to grill skewers step by step. In fact, he was the one who was grilling, and the little girl was just messing around, but she was also participating in it, which made her very happy. In order to please his daughter, Su Fan did his best. It took him half an afternoon to deal with the ingredients for the skewers, but he didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he enjoyed it with his daughter. The little girl was wearing a cute little apron and was busy following like a follower. Although she was following Su Fan and making trouble the whole time, the two of them were busy together and the atmosphere was also happy. Senior sister and Gu Qinghuan, who were far away, couldn't help laughing when they saw the father and son sitting side by side. The two didn't go over to join in the fun, but tried their best to create opportunities for the father and son to be together, so that they could build a relationship as soon as possible. After all, the girl was still young, and in just one afternoon, the relationship between the father and son quickly heated up, and Nanan had psychologically accepted that Su Fan was her father. Nanan played for an afternoon, and yawned as soon as it got dark. Senior sister called her apprentice Xiaoqian over. "Take Nanan into the house, and sleep with her tonight." Xiaojin was stunned. But she certainly didn't dare to disobey her master's wishes, and quickly picked up the little girl and went back to the house. Before she entered the house, she secretly glanced at the yard. Xiaojin carried the little girl back to the house, coaxed Nanan to sleep, and she also laid down. That night, the sister couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Seeing that there were no outsiders in the yard, the senior sister came to Su Fan and leaned on his shoulder. "Old Gu, drink something." After hearing what the senior sister said, Gu Qinghuan blushed and nodded. Su Fan took out a jar of spiritual wine from the ring. The three of them drank in the yard, chatting happily and telling each other their hearts. After not seeing each other for such a long time, there are always endless things to say. Of course, the wine was not less drunk, and the senior sister's little face was red, and the originally reserved Gu Qinghuan also talked more. At this moment, Luo Guiyan, who is underground, was so angry that his face turned green. Not to mention this valley, even the entire Chushan Fang, every blade of grass and every tree cannot escape the eyes of Yuan Yingzhenjin. Although she is a Yuan Yingzhenjin, because of the reason of the practice, she has no Taoist partner so far, and has never experienced these. It is really obscene and absurd, shameless. Even though her magic power is strong and her concentration is profound, she still almost lost her sense of proportion. She waved her hand and activated the formation of the cave, and stopped looking at the absurd picture. The next morning, Nanan woke up and found that her mother was not around, and she cried anxiously. She pushed Xiaoqian awake and cried, "Where's my mother? Where did she go?" Xiaoqian was sleeping soundly, and was suddenly woken up by the little girl, and she was also confused. She was thinking about it all night last night and had a dream. The girl didn't sleep well at all. Looking at Nanan beside her, she finally came to her senses. "Nanan, don't cry. Senior sister will take you to find mother." She brought the little girl to the yard and found a mess next to the barbecue grill. She knew that they must have gone to the master's cave. "Nanan, you wait for senior sister here." Xiaoqian hurriedly left the yard and came to the master's cave. She didn't dare to go in, but took off the communication jade talisman from her waist and sent a message to the master. "Master, Nanan is awake." Su Fan walked out of the senior sister's cave. They consumed too much last night, so he let them sleep for a while. He came to Gu Qinghuan's cave and saw the little girl standing there aggrieved. He walked over and squatted beside the girl. "Nanan, what's wrong? I don't know where mother is. I want to find her." The little girl pouted her lips after she finished speaking, and tears fell down. Seeing his daughter crying, Su Fan's heart was broken. He took out a silk scarf and wiped the girl's tears. "Nanan, Daddy will take you fishing." The little girl was immediately excited after hearing this. "Fishing?" Su Fan picked up his daughter and said with a smile, "Well, catch some fish. Daddy will grill it for you tonight." Okay, let's go fishing." Su Fan took his daughter to wash up, and accompanied her to have breakfast, and then took the little girl to a lake not far from the cave. The father and the daughter each had a fishing rod and sat under a parasol. Nanan wore a small straw hat on her head, which looked very cute and very funny. Su Fan also placed a small table in front of his daughter, on which were placed various small foods such as preserved fruits, candied fruits, raisins, hawthorn cakes, persimmon cakes, etc. There was also a wooden barrel under the table, in which ice cubes made of freezing charms were used to cool down several kinds of fruit juices, such as watermelon juice, strawberry juice and yellow peach juice. Although the little girl has been staying in the sect, when has she ever eaten such delicious snacks? She doesn't care whether there are fish on the hook or not. She sits there eating and drinking non-stop, and her little mouth is never idle. In the lakes of the spiritual veins, various wild fish are nourished by spiritual energy. They are not only plump and tender, but also large in size. In addition, monks rarely take the time to go fishing here, so the fish, shrimps, crabs and claws in the nearby lakes and ponds are almost a disaster. Basically, they bite the hooks as soon as they see them. Nanan, the fish is hooked. Hearing her father's call, Nanan quickly put down the juice and snacks, and with the help of her father, she caught a big fish weighing more than 10 pounds. Looking at the big fish jumping around, the little girl clapped her hands excitedly and shouted. Su Fan pulled the fish off the hook, gutted it directly by the lake, smeared various seasonings on the fish, and then put it in a jade box to marinate. After the flavor of the seasonings penetrated into the fish meat, Su Fan put the fish on the grill next to him and roasted it slowly over a low fire. He also put down several shrimp and crab cages nearby. At noon, he and his daughter dragged the shrimp and crab cages to the lakeside and harvested several pots of fresh river shrimp and crabs. The father and daughter fished and caught shrimp and crabs by the lake, and also caught eels and loaches on the lake beach for the whole morning. The little girl was almost crazy for the whole morning, and her hands, feet and face were covered with mud. They not only caught more than a dozen big fish, but also caught 2 turtles. In addition, there were several baskets of river crabs and shrimps, as well as eels and loaches. Because they grew near the cave with spiritual energy, these river fish were fresh and plump. The father and daughter had lunch by the lake. The staple food was spicy grilled fish made with several river fish that had been marinated for the whole morning. He also made a few side dishes for the girl, fried small river shrimps, spicy crabs, grilled eels, fruit salad and loach stewed with tofu. The little girl was blessed with delicious food. Her mouth was full of oil. Unlike her mother, this child could eat spicy food. The spicier it was, the more she liked it. She looked very cute while breathing in the air. The father and the daughter played until the evening. Su Fan took a few baskets of fish and walked towards Gu King Hoon's cave. Su Fan put a straw hat on his daughter and let her ride on his neck. He carried a shoulder pole and returned to the cave. Senior sister and Gu King Hoon looked at the funny appearance of the father and the daughter and laughed so hard that they could hardly stand up straight. The father and the daughter were too much. Su Fan returned to the cave and started to prepare dinner. The little girl still participated in the whole process and followed her father to make trouble. A lot of river fish was harvested today, so Su Fan made a table of river fish feast for his family. They were iron pot stewed fish, braised yellow eel, salt and pepper loach, boiled fish, drunken crab, braised crucian carp, steamed river crab, spicy dry pot small river shrimp and clear stewed turtle soup. The family of 4 sat around the table, eating delicious river food, in harmony and joy. In the next few days, Su Fan took the little girl out to play during the day. Sometimes they went fishing by the lake, sometimes they went hunting in the mountains. He also took his daughter to the top of the mountain for a picnic, and drove the magic weapon to the nearby settlement to go shopping. Anyway, since Su Fan came, the monsters in the nearby mountains have begun to migrate everywhere. This guy is too cruel. In order to please his daughter, he killed those monsters one after another. The shops in the nearby settlements and the market are happy. Recently, a father and daughter often patronize these shops. As long as the girl likes something, they have to buy it no matter how much money it costs. Su Fan often takes his daughter to camp on the top of a nearby mountain. The father and daughter squeeze into a tent and stay outside for several days. Every day, they change the way they cook all kinds of delicious food for their daughter. Anyway, the little girl plays very crazy every day, and will not return to the cave until very late, and sometimes even play outside for a few days. That evening, Su Fan took Nanan to play for the whole day. He let the little girl ride on his neck, and the father and son walked happily towards the cave. When they came to the outside of the valley, they saw Luo Guiyin waiting there, looking at him coldly. "Grandmother, you are back." The little girl jumped off Su Fan's neck, ran over happily, and threw herself into Luo Guiyin's arms. Luo Guan looked at Nanan lovingly and kissed her hard. Su Fan also walked over and respectfully bowed to the other party. Junior pays homage to the true lord? Luo Guan snorted coldly and said, you haven't forgotten our agreement. Su Fan sighed secretly, then nodded. Junior didn't forget. Luo Guan smiled and said, haha. It's good that you know. From now on, I will allow you to meet once a year. When you break through the golden core in 100 years, I will let your family reunite. After hearing Luo Guan's words, what else could Su Fan say? It was a great favor for them to let you visit the three of them, and he was content. Although this woman didn't drive him away directly, Su Fan knew it was time to leave now that it had come to this. Thinking of this, Su Fan bowed to Luo Guan again. Please rest assured, master, I will leave tomorrow. Luo Guan looked at Su Fan calmly, and suddenly remembered the scene of that night. The more he looked at this guy, the more disgusted he became. Take care of yourself. After she finished speaking, she turned around and carried her daughter into the cave. After a long while, she calmed down. Su Fan stood outside the cave in a daze. Thinking that the happy days of the family were about to end, he became very depressed. It would be great if it could be like this for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, there are many things in this world that are always not as expected. Things often go against one's will. In the final analysis, it's still because he is not strong enough. If he were also a Yuanying master, he would not face such a dilemma. But then again, it's not his fault that he treated him like this. How could this be possible? They killed two of their precious disciples. If it was him, he would not be able to accept it. Now they can still get together once a year, which is already pretty good. In fact, there is nothing to be upset about. It's just the Jinden realm. He has a game panel, and the Jinden realm is not a big deal. Thinking of this, Su Fan felt that he suddenly understood everything. He took a deep breath and walked into the cave. Senior sister and Gu Qinghuan were already standing in the yard waiting for him, and both of them looked unhappy. Su Fan smiled and said, what do you want to eat in the evening? I'll make it for you. Senior sister ran over and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Gu Qinghuan, who was originally reserved, also came over, took his arm, and rested her head on his shoulder. Su Fan hugged them and said with a smile, let's go find Nanan. Chapter 325, Immortal Fetus Creation Pill. With a flash of dazzling light, Su Fan appeared in a huge teleportation array. Su Fan took a deep breath, walked out of the hall, and came to the square outside. He turned his head to look at the magnificent palace behind him, and thought of the scene of the three of them sending him off just now, and couldn't help but feel sad. Especially when the little girl hugged his neck tightly and cried and said, Daddy, don't go. Su Fan's heart was broken. Alice. I really want to find a beautiful place with mountains and rivers, and stay with the three of them forever. Unfortunately, this wish is impossible to achieve. Senior sister and Gu Qinghuan are both responsible for the hopes of the family and the sect. How can they accompany him to retreat to the mountains? Nanan is even more impossible. This girl is Luo Guan's lifeblood. How could she let Su Fan take the child away? Even if she abandons her two precious disciples, this woman will not give up Nanan. Of course, Su Fan also hopes so. After all, being trained by Yuanying's engine since childhood is more promising than following him. While Su Fan was sighing, the jade talisman on his waist began to vibrate. It was obvious that it must be Chen Chang. Chen Chang's nephew personally sent Su Fan to the teleportation array, and he would definitely tell him his whereabouts. Brother, you are back. Well, I just got out of the teleportation array. Wait, I'll be there soon. After a while, Chen Chang and He Yuanguang arrived. Brother, you are finally back. After hearing what Chen Chang said, Su Fan didn't quite understand. You are not my daughter, why are you looking forward to my return? He Yuanguang said apologetically, I don't know who revealed my identity last time, please don't blame me, damn. Who else but you two? But Su Fan didn't say anything. Anyway, he was about to return to the east, so it didn't matter if his identity was exposed. It's okay. I'm not ashamed, I'm just afraid of trouble. After hearing what Su Fan said, the two of them all laughed. Let's go, we'll help you settle down first. He Yuanguang had already arranged a place for Su Fan to live in. It was a more luxurious cave, and even if a Jinden's Henrin lived in it, he wouldn't feel shabby. Although the cave was luxurious, Su Fan didn't think it was good. In his opinion, it was not as comfortable as the valley in Xiaodang village back then. There was no way, he was just poor. Brother, I have arranged everything in the evening. Knowing that you are coming to the party, many people took the initiative to greet you. Everyone is really looking forward to you, Su Fan sighed secretly. After all, Chen Chang helped him a lot this time, and it was really hard to refuse. He was really fed up with this so-called high-end party. The elite disciples of the super immortal sect were too workplace-minded. Anyway, he couldn't accept it. Su Fan had made up his mind that when he returned to Huayandao Palace in the future, he must hide his identity and find a quiet place to live for a few years. He didn't want to waste his time on these boring parties, nor did he want to join their circle. With his time, there is nothing wrong with doing something else. Different paths, no plan. Chen Chang was busy this time, and Su Fan didn't want to owe him a favor. Two of you, I have something I want to ask you for help. Chen Chang and He Yuanguang were immediately excited when they heard it. Brother, if you have anything, just tell me. We have a lot of connections in several major immortal sects. Let's put it this way, as long as we are in the Western Theater, there is nothing we can't do. Hearing what the two said, Su Fan almost laughed out loud. Then I'd like to thank you two brothers first. He thought for a while and said, I have several corpses of high-level evil demons and the essence of the evil demons. I would like to ask you to help me find a few buyers. Chen Chang smiled bitterly when he heard it. He knew in his heart that Su Fan wanted to repay him. Many of the monks participating in the time and space arena have corpses of evil demons in their hands, and almost no one will sell them. Apart from anything else, now every super sect is looking to buy the corpses of these high-level evil demons, and it is said that the price has been hyped up to a sky-high price. Even many Yuanyingzhenjin have issued tasks to buy them. But nowadays, there are still very few monks selling the corpses of evil demons in the market. Many monks would rather hand over the corpses of evil demons to their families or sects than put them on the market for trading. But Su Fan is different. No one can be like him. He has more than 20 corpses of high-level evil demons in his ring. And he has several high-level black bone horn demons in his hands. Brother, you are not asking us brothers for help, but giving us a chance to make a fortune. Su Fan waved his hand and said, you can't say that. I don't have any connections. I really need you to help me. What's the matter? Let's do it tonight. I will release the news in a while. I guess many people will be scrambling for this party tonight. Su Fan laughed and said, then let's do it tonight. Please help me arrange it. He Yuanguang suddenly became excited. This is his territory. Once the news is released, the party he held this time will have both face and substance. Brother, rest assured. We two brothers will definitely arrange everything for you. Chen Chang, who was standing next to him, thought for a moment and said, I wonder what cultivation resources you want to exchange for. We can also arrange it, various formations, third-level immortal talismans, secret techniques, top-grade elixirs, rare materials, puppet spirit tools, and top-grade spirit stones. Tonight's bidding will be in this order, we understand. Brother, just wait and see. The two hurriedly said goodbye to Su Fan and left the cave excitedly. It was not until they walked a long way that Chen Chang grabbed He Yuanguang and dragged him to a corner where no one was. Old He, should we also do the thing that the two true masters told us to do? He Yuanguang slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot. Wait a minute. I'll arrange things for the evening first, and then we'll do it right away. After he finished speaking, he took out the J talisman and kept sending messages one by one, releasing the news of the evening bidding. After a long time, he finally arranged things for the evening. The two of them came to the outside of a cave and triggered the formation of the cave. After a while, a female key refining cultivator came out of the cave and greeted the two of them. Two uncles, what's the matter? We are looking for Sister Maya Aksu. There is something important to discuss. Two seniors, please wait. I will go in and report. After the sister finished speaking, she turned and walked into the cave, and came to the master's residence. Master, two uncles are looking for you, saying that there is something important to discuss. At this time, Li Mayaxu was sitting cross-legged on the futon. After listening to the disciples' report, she frowned immediately. Let them in. Since Su Fan handed over the agency of the evil spirit bone to her, Li Mayaxu's situation in Taixu Xianzhuang has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Now many elite disciples will send invitations to her for gatherings, and even Yuan Zhenjun has entrusted his disciples to come and ask questions. This has also allowed her to accumulate a lot of connections, and now she is doing well in the sect. Moreover, Chen Cheng and He Yuanguang also took good care of her, and the children of their families were very respectful when they saw her. Li Maiaxu knew that if it weren't for Su Fan, she wouldn't have made a name for herself, even if she stayed in Taixu Xianzong for 100 years. But despite this, she still couldn't be happy. Since she reunited with Su Fan after a long time, Li Maiaxu's feelings for him have become stronger and stronger. She even couldn't sleep at night, often waking up from a dream at midnight, alone in an empty room, extremely melancholy. Although Su Fan didn't say anything, she could feel that he didn't have any thoughts about her at all. To put it bluntly, he was just too enthusiastic. What a bad fate. At this time, Chen Cheng and He Yuanguang walked into the cave. Li Maiaxu saw that it was them and hurried out of the abode to greet them. Two senior brothers, why are you visiting Maiaxu's cave today? We have something to discuss with junior sister Maiaxu. After hearing what Chen Cheng said, Li Maiaxu hurriedly welcomed the two into the abode and asked the disciples to brew a pot of spiritual tea for them. She waved her hand to send the disciples away and personally poured a cup of spiritual tea for each of them. Two senior brothers, I wonder what you want to talk to Maiaxu about. Chen Cheng and He Yuanguang looked at each other, not knowing where to start for a moment. Let me say it, He Yuanguang gritted his teeth and spoke first. Junior sister Maiaxu, you have been in love with senior brother Su Fan for a long time. After hearing the other party's words, Li Maiaxu's face turned red. Senior brother, no. It's not what you think. There's nothing between me and senior brother Su Fan. Chen Cheng almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Even a fool could see that junior sister Maiaxu's current appearance. Junior sister, senior brother Su Fan is back. After hearing what Chen Cheng said, Li Maiaxu suddenly became excited. Where is he? She regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. Her face became more and more red, and she was so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her head. He Yuanguang glanced at Chen Cheng beside him and said with a smile, Brother Su Fan may only stay for one night and will leave tomorrow. He will probably return to the east soon. You may not have the chance to meet again. Li Maiaxu closed her eyes and shook her head. You two have misunderstood. We really have nothing. Chen Cheng thought for a while and said, Junior sister, let me be frank. This time, the two brothers came here because of the intention of the two true lords in the sect. What? Li Maiaxu was a little confused. Do the Yuanying true lords of the sect even care about these things? He Yuanguang chuckled and said, Ordinarily, these are just my private affairs, but when it comes to brother Su Fan, it has something to do with our Taixu Xianzong. Seeing Li Maiaxu's puzzled expression, He Yuanguang hurriedly explained. Junior sister, maybe you don't know brother Su Fan's future potential. Although Huangdao Palace acted early and got a bargain, there are ways to get involved with him. Li Maiaxu was not stupid either. She understood the sect's intentions in an instant. She couldn't help but sigh, and said with a sad face, It's useless. Senior brother Su Fan doesn't have that intention towards me at all. Chen Cheng hurriedly said, Junior sister, everything depends on human effort. No, I can feel that senior brother Su Fan has someone else in his heart. Junior sister, to be honest with you, as far as I know, he has two Taoist partners, both of whom are disciples of Guyan Senjin of Jiu Iao Demon Palace, and they also have a child. Hearing this news, Li Maiaxu's face was as pale as paper, and her mind was blank. He really has a Taoist partner, and a child. She was like a demon, thinking about these things in her mind, and felt like the sky was falling. Junior sister, if you have any ideas, we two brothers will do our best to help you. Li Maiaxu shook her head with a sad face, and said, He has a Taoist partner. Chen Cheng waved his hand and said, Junior sister, with senior brother Su Fan's current achievements, it is normal for him to have several Taoist partners. Forget it, others look down on me, why should I? He Yuanguang smiled and said, According to the information we got from the sect, senior brother Su Fan values friendship the most. If you guys have made it a done deal, then, Li Maiaxu got anxious at the time, and said angrily, Senior brother Yuanguang, please respect yourself. I'm not that kind of person. Chen Cheng next to her hurriedly said, Junior sister Maiaxu, we really want to help you. If you can really forget senior brother Su Fan, we two brothers will turn around and leave, as if we had never been here. After he finished speaking, he smiled and said, Junior sister, are you willing? Then, that can't be the case. He Yuanguang took out a jade bottle from the ring and placed it in front of Li Maiaxu. Junior sister, This is the immortal fetus creation pill. As long as you take it beforehand, it will work every time. Hearing the name of the pill, Lee Myaoksu's face suddenly turned red. She pointed at He Yuanguang and was so angry that she couldn't speak. You bastard. He Yuanguang didn't care about Lee Myaoksu's scolding at all, but continued to persuade her. Tonight is the only chance. As long as junior sister takes this pill, you don't have to worry about anything else. Leave it to us. Even if senior brother Su Fan blames you in the future, it will be us brothers who will bear it. Junior sister, you are also a victim. Seeing that Lee Myaoksu wanted to continue scolding, Chen Chang beside her hurriedly persuaded her. Junior sister, don't be impatient. We brothers are all for your own good. The sect will not let junior sister pay for nothing. After the matter is accomplished, junior sister will worship under a certain Zhenjin and become an elite disciple of Taixu Xianzong. He Yuanguang also spoke at the right time and said the promise of the sect's top leaders. Lee Myaoksu shook her head vigorously and said, no. Absolutely not. Although her attitude seemed firm, the astute Chen Chang could see that junior sister Myaoksu had already loosened up. Junior sister Myaoksu, once this child is born, you two will never be able to separate in this life. It must be said that Chen Chang's words completely hit Lee Myaoksu's soft spot and made her hesitant. Seeing that the heat was almost right, He Yuanguang decided to add more fuel to the fire. Junior sister Myaoksu, I fell in love with someone more than 10 years ago, but you know that I have no right to choose my Taoist partner because of my family background. At that time, I couldn't stand the pressure and formed a Taoist partner with a person arranged by the family. I regret it until today, but there is no chance to save it. He took a deep breath and said, Junior sister, you have always had a crush on senior brother Su Fan. Tonight's party may be the last time you meet. You are in a bad mood, so you drink a few more glasses of spiritual wine. The next day, you woke up and found that you were plotted against and were in the same room with senior brother Su Fan. Junior sister, don't worry. In the end, all the consequences will be borne by us brothers. After Chen Chang finished speaking, he pushed the jade bottle of pills in front of Lee Myaoksu forward. Junior sister, if you think it through, take this pill, and you don't have to worry about anything next. Lee Myaoksu lowered her head and kept shaking her head. No, this won't work. Chen Chang and He Yuanguang looked at each other, with a smile in their eyes. Alice, since junior sister doesn't want to do this, then just pretend that we brothers have never been here. He Yuanguang picked up the jade bottle and stood up from the ground. Junior sister, please don't blame us. We two brothers also obeyed the order of the sect. Chen Chang stood up after he finished speaking. The two turned around and walked out, but before they walked out of the abode, Lee Myaoksu spoke. Wait a minute. The two smiled and turned around to look at Lee Myaoksu calmly. Junior sister, if you still blame us two brothers, then we apologize to you. Please don't, give me the pill. After hearing what Lee Myaoksu said, He Yuanguang walked over and handed the jade bottle to Lee Myaoksu. Lee Myaoksu took the jade bottle and poured out the pill, gritted her teeth and stuffed it into her mouth, then closed her eyes as if she accepted her fate. Seeing her take the pill, Chen Chang was relieved. Junior sister Myaoksu, someone will come to pick you up in the evening. We will take our leave first. Lee Myaoksu looked at the backs of the two people, and for some reason, tears could not be controlled and flowed down. Chen Chang and He Yuanguang walked out of the cave, and they breathed a sigh of relief. They finally did what the two Zhenjin asked them to do. Old He, report to the headmaster immediately. He Yuanguang took out a jade talisman and sent a message. For the two of them, this matter was just a tool to execute orders. Even they couldn't figure out why the true lord in the sect valued Su Fan so much. After all, their realm was still low, and they didn't have the pattern of the Yuanying true lord. In fact, since Su Fan came to the residence of Taixu Xianzong, he had been targeted by the true lord. Although Huandao Palace repeatedly concealed it. The fact that Milu Ocean passed down the decree was not a secret at all to the Yuanying true lords of the major Xianzongs. Once Su Fan breaks through the Jinden, he will be accepted by Milu Ocean Xianzong. This is definitely a big deal for the entire Xuanluo world. After all, the above has not paid attention to Xuanluo world for more than 10,000 years. The cultivators of Xuanluo world are affected by the plane conditions, and the Yuanying realm is already the ceiling of the cultivators. Anyway, in the eyes of all the Yuanying cultivators in Xuanluo world, the realms of transformation, refining the void, and fusion are already something out of reach. Now there is finally someone in Xuanluo realm who has received the attention of Milu Ocean. This is definitely an opportunity for all Union cultivators. At least there is a way to communicate with Milu Ocean. This is also the reason why Su Fan, a new outsider who joined the sect, became a disciple of Yuanying and became an elite disciple of the sect. If there was no such relationship, how could Luo Guiyan let Su Fan meet his senior sister and Gu Qinghuan? Several old demons in Jiu'ai Demon Palace learned that Su Fan had been involved with 2 female cultivators in the sect and had a child, and they almost fainted with joy. And this is a good thing. Anyway, with this child, no matter where Su Fan goes, he has to come back to see his daughter. The ideas of several Xianjins of Take Su Zai and Zhuang are even simpler. Since they are all here, they can leave a seed. It can be said that Su Fan is a treasure in Zuanluo realm now. If anyone dares to harm Su Fan, these Yuanying Xianjins can beat him to death without him having to do anything. The chapter updated yesterday was blocked at noon today. I applied for unblocking after revising it, but it was rejected. It will take 4 hours and 8 hours to apply for unblocking again. I am going to make a big revision and try to unblock it as soon as possible. Please understand. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.